Hello everyone, this is Mila. I will be reading this book, What Your Doctor Doesn't Know About Nutrition Medicine May Be Killing You, by Ray D. Strand, MD, with Donna K. Wallace. This book is white with deep humility and respect for the great physician. It is with my great awe and appreciation that I dedicate this book to the most beautiful display of God's handiwork, my wife, Elizabeth. 2 John, verse 3. Beloved, I pray that in all respect you may prosper and be in good health, just as your soul prospers. Acknowledgement. First, there are no words to adequately acknowledge the wonderful grace that my Redeemer has given me. He is the great physician. He is the one who truly heals. Each day I am astounded by the knowledge of His handiwork as I learn more about the body's great ability to protect and heal itself. There are many individuals who have come together to make this book a reality, and those I greatly appreciate. I express my deepest thanks to my agent, Catherine Hilmers, who has guided me faithfully through this entire project, to my publishers, Victor Oliver and Michael Hayes, and Thomas Nelson, who recognized the potential life-changing health concepts present in this book, to Catherine Lucas, my managing editors, whose attention to the detail of this project made it all happen, to Alice Creators for her careful creation of the index. I want to give a special thanks to my collaborators, Donna Wallace, whose wonderful talent and influence is seen throughout this book. Without her energy and guidance, this project would never have ever completion. My entire clinical staff has been wonderful, and it especially thanks my two nurses practitioners, Paulette and Nicholas and Melissa Alberly, for graciously allowing me the extra time necessary to write this book. I must also thank Carmen Thomas and Neon Yang, who helped me gather the volume of medical research that provide the facts and foundation of this book. I want especially to thank Bruce Nygren, whose support actually gave me the opportunity to write this book. My prayers go out to Bruce, who lost his lovely wife, Resindina, during the writing of this book. Words cannot express the love and support I have received from my wife, Elizabeth, whose encouragement has built me up during the long hours of research and writing, and to my children, Donnie, Nick, and Sarah, who are all grown but offer continuous support and encouragement. Thank you. Introduction. Physicians are disease-oriented. We study disease. We look for disease. We are phenomenally trained to treat disease, and in order to do so, we also know our drugs. In medical school, we study pharmacological and learn how the body absorbs each drug, and when and how the body excretes it. We know which drugs disrupt certain chemical pathway to create a therapeutic effects. We learn the side effect profiles of drugs. We work carefully to balance the body against my potential danger. Physicians know their drugs and don't hesitate to prescribe them. Consider for a moment the number of drugs that our patients are taking for high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, diabetes mellitus, arthritis, heart disease, and depression, to name just a few, as a result of discovery and use of antibiotics in the war against infectious disease. Our philosophy in medicine has become attacked disease. The medical community has carried this aggressive attitude and approach into the 21st century in the attempt to treat all the various chronic degenerative disease. A study estimates that in 1997, pharmacists filled more than 2.5 billion retail prescriptions in the United States alone. The sales of prescription drugs has more than doubled in just the past 8 years. In 1990, Americans spent $37.7 billion on prescription. In 1997, that spending increased to $78.9 billion. Prescription drugs has been the fastest growth portion of healthcare costs over the past decade, rising at a rate of about 17% per year, while above the average rate of inflation. Physicians and insurance companies have placed all their hopes in drugs, the way to approach and hopefully slow down this epidemic chronic degenerative disease. Much to the delight of pharmaceutical industry, yes, we love our drugs. I have not met a person who yet does not want to have excellent health. Most of us assume that we always will, but the truth is that many of us, doctors included, are losing our health each day. I know because healthcare is my job. Every day of my career involves information patients that they have lost their health in one aspect or another. One patient may have developed diabetes or maybe degenerative arthritis. Another patient may have just suffering a heart attack or stroke. Still, another may have to be told that he has metastatic cancer and has only a few months to live. Everyone desires to maintain or retain his health, but he does not always know what he needs to do to achieve that goal. Because physicians are disease and drug-oriented, we spend most of our time and effort trying to identify a disease process so we can prescribe a drug or treatment plan for our patient. Even Jesus made a statement, "It is not those who are healthy who need a physician, but those who are sick." Yet, it just makes common sense that it is much easier to maintain our health rather than to try to regain after it has been lost. Prevention of disease should be the first order of business for any physician. But to those, do you actually turn when you want to learn about the best way to protect your health? Is your doctor providing you with this information? The medical community gives plenty of lip service to preventive medicine, and even name its leading medical insurance plans, HMOs, Health Maintenance Organization. But all appearances, preventive medicine seems to be a top priority. Yet less 1% of our healthcare dollars are spent on so-called preventive medicines. In reality, the majority of our preventive medicine programs simply attempt to detect disease earlier. For example, mammograms, chemistry profiles, and PSA tests for prostate cancer are all designed to detect a problem or cancer as early as possible. Doctors want to know if you have elevated cholesterol, whether you have become diabetic or developed hypertension. But they should spend very little time trying to help the patient understand the lifestyle changes that are necessary to actually protect his or her health. physicians are too busy treating all the disease they face each day? Are you aware that less than 6% of graduating physicians receive any formal training in nutrition? And I will boldly state that few physicians receive training in medical school in regard to nutritional supplements. This was certainly true in my case. Nothing cures physician toes more readily than the moment his patient asks if he should be taking nutritional supplements. I've used all the patent answers in the past. They're just snake oil. Vitamins make expensive urine. You can get all the required nutrients by eating the right foods. If my patient persists, I told them nutritional supplement probably would not hurt them, but they should take the cheapest one they could find because vitamin most likely wouldn't help much either. Maybe you have heard some of those same comments from your physician. For the first 23 years of my clinical practice, I simply did not believe in nutritional supplements. During the past 7 years, however, I have reconsidered my position based on recent studies published in the medical literature. What I found is so astonishing. I have changed the course of my medical practice. I have converted. Why are more doctors responding to nutrition as I have? First, physicians can be skeptical in order to protect their patients against any scheme or products that could be harm to their health. Believe me, I have seen plenty of gimmick and quickly padded to my patients. Physicians must rely on scientific research study conducted through double-blind or border-controlled clinical trial, the standard in clinical medicine, because I know it's the most effective evidence available. I present only clinical trial study results in this book. Most of the medical studies I offer here are not from an abstract or alternative journals. Instead, I have painstakingly researched mainstream, credible medical journals that had the medical community greatest respect, such as the New England Journal of Medicine, Journal of American Medicine Association, British Atlantic, and many others. Another reason doctors have accepted the nutritional supplement idea as good preventive medicine is that most practitioner physicians don't fully understand the cause of degenerative disease. Those who do often feel this is an interesting subject for the biochemists in scientific research, but has little in a way of practical use to clinical medicine. Appearance chasing exists between the research scientist and the practitioner physician. Even through research, scientists are making tremendous discovery into root cause of this disease. Very few physicians are applying this science to their patients. Doctors simply wait until patient develop one of this disease and then begin to treat it. Physicians seem content to allow the pharmaceutical companies to determine new therapies as they develop new drugs. But as you will learn throughout this book, it is our own body that are the best defense against develop a chronic disease or degenerative disease, not the drugs doctor can prescribe. Though most physicians do not yet well understand the concept presented here, the facts remain as I have applied this principle in treating my patient. The result has been nothing short of amazing. I have been involved with numerous patients with multiple sclerosis who have gone with being wheelchair-bound to walking again. I have helped patients with cardiomyopathy get off the heart transplant list. Some cancer patients have gone into remission. Patients with macular degeneration have significant visual improvements, and fibromyalgia patients have gotten their lives back. Nutritional medicine is a common sense, mainstream, preventive medicine. In this age of biochemical research, we are now able to determine what is happening in every part of each cell. And the very essential of degenerative disease is now coming to light. As such, I recommend this book to physicians who are willing to look objectively at medical evidence. If you are a patient, don't expect your physician to jump onto the bandwagon immediately. Vitamins are a hot issue with the medical field. What your doctor doesn't know is, as I said, the outcome of more than 7 years of personal research into medical literatures as it pertains to nutritional medicine. I wasn't immediately convinced either. Nutritional medicine is foreign to most physicians as well as the public. It is true, but the verdict is in what your doctor doesn't know about nutritional medicine may be killing you. The good news is that you do not have to be a physician to start practicing nutritional medicine. You, the patient, can become proactive about preserving the health you have. A converted doctor. I know that you probably have never heard of mine. Why should you take the word of some doctor who practices medicine in some smaller city in the Midwest? Good question. That's why I want you to read every page in this book. I want you to undertake a journey similar to mine. Let me show you the same medical evidence that made me believe that vitamin supplement can protect improve health. Please do read or at least scan the entire book. I know the temptation is to jump ahead to specific chapter that discover your health problem. But it's important that you become aware of fundamental information on how your body functions and what is needed to protect itself, become or stay healthy. One final request, since your health and life that are at stake, I encourage you to hear me out and withhold judgment. All I ask is that you be an open-minded, skeptical, the kind of seeker I was when I was first discovered this wondrous form of preventive medicine. I had to humble myself a bit to learn that even though I was a good doctor, I had much to learn about health. Are you willing to do the same? Thank you for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading part 1, Before You Begin. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading part 1, Before You Begin. Chapter 1, My Conversion. I was not sure how much more frustration I could bear over my wife's deteriorating health. And I wasn't just another worried husband. I was a medical doctor. As a physician for more than 30 years, I was accustomed to have answers to medical questions. After graduating from the University of Colorado Medical School and doing postgraduate work at Mercy Hospital in San Diego, I settled into a successful family practice in a small town in western South Dakota. Along the way, I met and married Liz. She had some health problem. but Liz's honesty that if she married a physician, her health would improve. Was she ever wrong? Before long, our family includes 3 children under the age of 4, and a busy Liz grew increasingly worried. Every mom with little children is tired, but Liz seems unusual fatigue, although she was only 30 years old. She told me she felt 60. As the year passed, she developed more symptoms and health problems that required several medications. By our 10th anniversary, Liz was so tired that most of the time she labored to put on feet ahead of the others. She experienced continually total body pain, overwhelming fatigue, horrible allergy, and recurrent sinus and lungs infections. Finally, after testing and evaluation, Liz's doctors diagnosed her problem as a fibromyalgia. This medical condition involves a array of symptoms, the worst being chronic pain and fatigue. In past year, fibromyalgia was called psychosomatic rheumatism, and doctors believed the disease was all in patient's head. We have since learned that fibromyalgia is a true miserable disease, which I can vouch for after watching my wife suffering. Liz was willing to try anything so that she could continue the pursuit of her passion. Fatigue curtailed all work with her beloved animals. She began so severely tired that she was unable to stay up much beyond 8 p.m., and she struggled just to keep up with basic domestic chores. Since my fibromyalgia has no cure, all I could do to see Liz's symptom was load her up with medication. I had her taking amitriptyline at night for sleep, anti-inflammatories for pain, muscle relax and inhales for her asthma, and hay fevers, seldom for allergies, and eventually weekly allergies shots in spite of my efforts and all this medicine. Years after year, her health gradually worsened. In January of 1995, Liz and I concluded that more exercise would benefit us both. We had put on extra pounds and made a New Year's resolution to get back into shape. Liz tried hard but missed more workout than she made. One infection after another left her sick and on antibiotics more often than not. In March, she developed severe pneumonia. She labored to breathe as one lobe of her lung became completely filled with infection and closed off. The physician caring for her lungs was very concerned it may not heal and could possibly even require surgery and removal. We consult an infection disease specialist, and he placed Liz on intervals antibiotic, steroid, and nebulizer treatment. Fortunately, with 2 weeks, the pneumonia cleared. Her cough, however, persists, and she continued on heavy medication for months. Of greater concern was her fatigue, which was now worse than ever. Liz was out of bed only about 2 hours a day. Her asthma and allergy were raging, and only with luck would she make the walk to the barns to see her horse. Liz was so sick the children took turns stay home from school to care for her. Consistently in bed, she felt too weak even to watch TV or read. This went on months after months. Although I maintained my professional exterior, on the inside I was growing desperately. I visited several times with the pulmonologists and the infection disease specialists. They assured me that with this diagnosis, they were doing everything possible. When I asked how long it would take for her to recover, the answer was 6 to 9 months, or maybe never. About this time, a friend of the family shared with Liz that her husband had also pneumonia and had experienced significant fatigue during the recovery. He took some nutritional supplements, and they had helped him regain his strength. Liz and her friends were aware of my negative attitude towards vitamin supplements, so Liz knew she would need my blessing before trying them. When she asked, even I was surprised at my response. Honey, you can try anything you want. We doctors certainly are not doing you any good. Presupposition put to the test. To be honest, I know next to nothing about nutrition or nutritional supplements. In medical school, I had not received any significant instruction on the subject. I was not alone. Only approximately 6% of graduating physicians in the United States have any training in nutrition. Medical students may take elective course on the topic, but a few actually do. As I mentioned in the introduction, the education of most physicians is disease-oriented with a heavy emphasis on pharmaceutical. We learn about drugs and why and when to use them. Because of the respect people have for doctors, they assume we are experts on all health-related issues, including nutritional and vitamins. Before my conversion experience with nutritional medicine, my patient frequently asks me if I believe they're taking nutritional vitamins produce any health benefit. They brought their bottle of supplement into the office and let me look at them. I winkle my brows and with my most astute professional expression will carefully examine the labels. Handling the bottle back, I will say that the stuff was absolutely no use at all. My motives were good. I just didn't want people waste their money. I truly believe that this patient did not need nutritional supplement and could get all the vitamins they need from a good diet. After all, that's what I had learned. In medical school, I could even quote a few research studies that shows the potential danger of some supplements. What I did not share with my patient was that I had not spent a minute evaluating the hundreds of scientific conduct studies that proved the value of nutritional to the health. But what was I to do about my stickly wife? I may be able to pull off professional magic at the office, but at home, I was just another husband looking on helpless as his wife wastes away. I really had no choice, so I said to Liz, "Go ahead, try the vitamin. What do you have to lose?" Her friend brought a collection of vitamin supplements to our house. The next day, heavy on the antioxidants, nutrition like vitamin E, vitamin C, and beta-carotene that protects the body against the harmful effect of oxidation. Liz eager swallowed them and drank 2 health drinks as well. To my amazing moment, within 3 days, she obviously felt better. I was happy for her, but confused. As subsequently days passed, Liz gained more energy and strength and even stayed up later in the evening. After 3 weeks of faithful swallowing many pills, consuming those strange-looking drinks, Liz feels so good and she stopped taking the steroid and nebulizer and treatment. 3 months passed, all bringing gradually improvements, and Liz never looked back. She was stronger than she had been in years and exuded a renewed outlook on life. I saw the sparkling in her eyes when she returned from training and caring for her horse. She not only could do the work in the horse barn, but also was no longer fearful of suffering from allergic reactions to the haze, mold, and dust. Instead of leaping off to bed shortly after dinner, she was staying up until 11 and 12 at night. I was now the one who had to the bed before many maids. What had happened? I was dumbfounded. If I had not been eyewitnesses to this transformation, I would have never believed it. Was it possible some weird vitamins had restored my wife's health when all the medical experts and medication could not help? Not only had Liz's lungs recovered from the pneumonia, the symptom of her fibromyalgia had improved dramatically. Since there really is no medical treatment for fibromyalgia, what was going on? Was this one of God's mystery miracle, or was it possible that Liz's newly recovered health was due to those horrid nutritional supplements? For a person trained in the medical science, I did what come naturally. I decided to return my own clinical trial. I called my record to find 5 of my worst fibromyalgia patients and asked them to visit my office. How's that for a twist? A doctor calling a patient to make an appointment. I shared Liz's story with all of them and suggested them consider to taking nutritional supplements. I told each patient that I had no idea whether this alternative treatment would help, but it was worth a try. Typically, fibromyalgia suffering are despondent. So each of my 5 subjects was very eager. After a period of time ranging from 3 to 6 months without expectation, each patient reported improvement after taking the vitamin supplement. Not everyone had dramatically a health rebound as my wife, but all were encouraged and had fresh hope. One of those women's class was particularly severe. She had sought answers at the Mayo Clinic and 2 different pain clinics, but because there really is no effective medical treatment for fibromyalgia, she found no consistent relief. A year's earlier pain had so beaten her down that she had attempted suicide. Now, after taking this nutritional supplement, she called and left a message on my home answering machine. Obviously in tears and struggling to speak, she said, "Dr. Strand, thank you for giving my life back to me." Every doctor loved to hear words like that. But just what was happening to this patient? Since I knew that my preliminary studies was 5 patients was not enough to research scientific certainty on nutritional supplement, I need to dig deeper. My research on nutritional supplementation. While browsing through a bookstore a week later, I saw a book by Dr. Kenneth Cooper called The Antioxidants Revolution. Thomas Nelson, 1994. Since I had always admired Dr. Cooper for his experts on aerobic exercise and preventive medicine, I was inquisitive about his opinion on antioxidants. Dr. Cooper explained a process called oxidative stress, which he indicated was the underlying cause of chronic degenerative disease, essentially a who's who of the health problem plaguing humanity today. I devote the book. We all know that oxygen is essential for life itself, yet oxygen is also inherently dangerous to our existence. This is known as the oxygen paradox. Scientific research has established beyond a shadow of doubt that oxidative stress or cells damaged by free radicals is the root cause of more than 70 chronic degenerative disease. The same process that causes iron to rust or a cut apple to turning brown is the underlying interior of disease like coronary artery disease, cancer, strokes, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's dementia, and macular degeneration. That is right, we are actually rusting on the inside. Every chronic disease I have mentioned is the direct result of toxic effects of oxygen. In fact, oxidative stress is the leading theory behind the aging process itself. In addition to this, our body were under constantly attack from an army of pollutions in our air, food, and water. Our stress-filled lifestyle also take a toll. If we do not counteracting those processes, the result is cell deterioration and ultimately disease. This is why the truths revealed in this book are so critical to our health. Learn about how unheightened oxidative stress damages the bodies, dramatically change my prospect on chronic degenerative disease. For example, since oxidative stress can actually cause damage to the DNA nucleus of cells, it may be actual villain in cancer. This opens up the tremendous possibility of using antioxidant in cancer prevention. Since oxidative stress also causes arthritis, multiple sclerosis, lupus, macular degeneration, diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and Crohn's disease, nutritional supplements may also combat and control those illnesses. In this book by Dr. Cooper, we open on some study of patients done at his aerobic center in Dallas Center, the cause of overtraining syndrome. Surprisingly, Dr. Cooper discovered that some athletes who train intensive end up later struggling with serious chronic illness. They are showing significance of having oxidative stress, and the list of symptoms associated with the syndrome were eerily similar to those of fibromyalgia patients. I began to wonder, could oxidative stress causing fibromyalgia too? Is this why my wife, several of my patients are getting better by taking high-quality antioxidants? This marked the beginning of my investigation in the dark side of oxygen. I was so intrigued by Dr. Cooper's argument that I decided to check out on the research study he had cited. I started a search for everything I could find in mainstream medical literature on oxidative stress. In the past year alone, I have examined more than 1,300 peer-reviewed medical studies involving nutritional supplements and how they affect chronic degenerative disease. These studies were double-blind, placebo-controlled medical study, the kind that physicians love. The overwhelming majority of this study shows significant health benefit to those patients who take nutrition at optimal levels, which are significantly higher than the RDA recommended daily allowance level. Vitamin and you. When you understand the tremendous damage that oxidative stress inflicts during normal daily life on the human body, you realize how important it is to optimize your own natural defense system. Your health and life depend on it. Through my research, I learned that the strongest defense against those diseases in our body are natural antioxidants and immune system. These are far superior to any drugs I can prescribe. I conclude after much study that using nutritional supplement on patients is not alternative medicine, but it's instead of complementary medicine. In fact, it may represent the very best in mainline medicine because it is true preventive medicine. Take nutritional supplement is not about eradicating disease. It is about promoting vibrant health. After reviewing medical research study, I have absolutely no doubt that my patients who take high-quality nutritional supplements have a health benefits over those who don't. Although a patient may have a particular health problem, in recommending nutritional supplements, I'm not necessarily treating that particular disease. I am simply enable the patient to provide the nutrients to his or her body at the optimum level that study have shown to provide to his or her body at optimum level that study have shown to provide a health benefit based on the medical research. This approach to health I have labeled cellular nutrition, which enable the body to do what God's intend. The personal case history that I present in this book are one I have documented in my office. I have changed some name to protect privacy, but many are the story of patients and friends who want to share the exactly detail of their story here with you. Within this story, you will discover real-life example of how the important concepts I present were actually applied. If you are already sick, please be encouraged. Almost all of these true stories are about patients who have lost their health too, which much encourage and determination they continue to seek answers. And after testing the principle presenting here, they regain their health. Liz is my best case study. By the way, her health remained robust. Even though she married a doctor, instead of spending many hours every day in pain and weakness in bed, she now lives in the fulfillment life of her dream. She has the energy to fully enjoy being a wife and mother, and her passion for training and showing horse is no longer just wishful thinking but a daily reality. To learn more about this amazing form of preventive medicine, read on. Thank you for watching. Next chapter, I will reading chapter 2, Living Too Short, Dying Too Long. Thank you. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 2, Living Too Short, Dying Too Long. As we rebound the corner into the 21st century, physicians and medical researchers took special notes of the state of health and medical care in the United States and the industrial world. Looking back over a century gone by, the comparison of disease are remarkable. In the early 90s, people's primary diet of infection disease. The 4 leading causes of death in US back then were pneumonia, tuberculosis, diphtheria, and influenza, and people had a life expectancy of a little more than 43 years. But thanks to the discovery of antibiotics and advances in their development during the second half of the centuries, deaths due to the infection disease declined dramatically, even after the AIDS epidemic of 1980s. As we move into 21st century, we found people primarily suffering and dying from what are known as chronic degenerative disease. This includes coronary artery disease, cancers, stroke, diabetics, arthritis, macular degeneration, cataract, Alzheimer's dementia, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, and rheumatoid arthritis. The list goes on and on. Even though the average life expectancy in the United States has increased dramatically during this past century, our quality of life due to this chronic degenerative disease has taken a majority hit. We are essentially living too short, dying too long. As I heard expressed in a speech by Dr. Marion Wentz, a phenomenal immunologist and microbiologist. Dr. Wentz also helped me understand the serious danger of oxidative stress to our health and the importance of cellular nutrition. A wake-up call. Life expectancy. How long do you expect to live? Let's set aside the quality of life for a moment. As do many researchers study on longevities and consider how the US compare with all the other industrial nations in the world when it comes to life expectancy and healthcare. One of the primary ways to evaluate a nation's healthcare system is to look at death rates of that country. In 1950s, United States ranked 7th among the top 21 centuries nations in the world when it comes to life expectancy. As you might imagine, we have spent far more money on healthcare since that time than any other country in the world. In 1998, we spent more than $1 trillion on healthcare, average 13.6% of our gross national products. That is more than twice as much as the next closest nation. As we have our MRI and CT scan, angioplasty, bypass surgery, total hips and knee replacements, chemotherapies, radiation therapy, antibiotics, advanced surgical technologies, advanced drugs, and intensive care units. Did all our medical advances increase U.S. life expectancy? In 1990, our nation ranked 18th in life expectancy when compared to the same 21 industrial nation for 40 years prior. In spite of the billions of dollars Americans spent on healthcare, we are now considered one of the worst industrial nations in the world when it comes to life expectancy. The healthcare system we claim is the best in the world is actually near the worst when we look at how long American lives or don't live. I asked how long you expect to live, but now envision what your last 20 years will look like. Are you getting your money's worth? I don't think so. Quality of life. I can assume that my patients today are not as concerned with the numbers of years in their lives as they are with the quality of life in those years. Are you? The number of years we live is not usually the most important consider when it's come to evaluating our approach to healthcare. Who wants to live a ripe old age if he cannot even recognize his closest family member because he has Alzheimer's dementia? Who look forward to suffering several joints or back pain because of degenerative arthritis? Our nation is suffering from Parkinson's disease, macular degeneration, cancer, stroke, heart disease with unprecedented frequency. No one seems to die of old age anymore. More than 60 million Americans suffering from some form of cardiovascular disease, disease of heart and blood vessels. More than 13.6 million have coronary artery disease. Although a disease has occurred in the numbers of cardiovascular disease in the past 25 years, it still remains the numbers one causes of death in the United States. There are 1.5 million heart attacks each year, and about one half, or just even 700,000, are fatal. Sadly, about half of these deaths occur within the first hour of heart attack and long before the individual can even make it to the hospital. The first sign of a heart disease is more than 30% of cause in sudden death. This does not give us much time to make lifestyle change. In spite of tremendous amount of money spent on cancer research and treatment, cancer remains the second leading cause of deaths in the United States. There were 537,000 cancer deaths in 1995. There has been a steady increase in the number of deaths caused by cancer over the past 30 years. The U.S. spent more than $25 billion in cancer research over the past 25 years, only to see absolutely no decrease in relative number of people dying from cancer. The greatest advancements in cancer treatment had developed because of earlier diagnosis of certain cancers. Not that our treatments for cancer have been pleasant or overly effective. My patients with macular degeneration, a chronic disease affecting eyesight, visit their ophthalmologist every 6 months, only to have to make another appointment 6 months down to the road. They become frustrating knowing that the only thing their doctor is able to do is document the process of their disease. In some cases, laser treatment may have only minimum effect. If you have a loved one who is suffering from Alzheimer's dementia, you are acutely aware of the ineffectiveness of treatment. Watching a parent slowly losing any reasonable function of mind became trapped in his or her own body extremely painful. It is time to go back to the drawing board. If we physicians are truly honest with ourselves, we have to admit that the treatment options we offer many of these patients are poor at best. We are not able to attach these moments the way we did with infection disease. Doctors and patients alike must take a long, hard look at how they approach healthcare today. Preventive medicine. I found disrupting the overwhelming attitude in patients today that accept as inevitable the fact that they are going to develop one or several of these chronic degenerative disease. They look to modern medicine as their savior and to medication as the cure. Sadly, only after they became ill do patients realize how ineffective our treatment actually are. As the baby boomer generation enter their 50s, I believe more and more individuals are going to become proactive with their health. One of my closest friends told me last month that he simply wants to live until he dies. Is this your desire? It certainly is mine. After practicing medicine for more than 3 decades, I find greatly disrupting the prospect of the pain and suffering that chronic degenerative disease can bring to both myself and my patients. That's why I wrote this book. That's why I recommend preventive rather than post-problem medicines. Because I needed to define what I mean by preventive. Traditional preventive medicine, earlier detection. The healthcare community prides itself on promoting preventive care. But have you ever given that approach much thought? Physicians certainly do encourage patients to have routine physician in order to maintain their health. But a closer look into doctors' helpful recommendation quickly lead one to the conclusion that they are simply attempting to detect disease earlier. Think about it. As I've mentioned, physicians routinely perform pap smear, mammogram, blood works, and the physical exam primarily to see if any silent disease already exists in their patients. What has been prevented? Obviously, the earlier these diseases are detected, the better it is for the patient. The point I want to stress here, however, is the minimal time and effort the physician or the desk or the healthcare community actually give us to teaching patients how they can protect their health. In other words, physicians are simply too busy treating disease to worry about educating their patient in healthy lifestyle that help avoid developing degenerative disease in the first place. True preventive medicine. If we are going to label something preventive, then I believe it should actually prevent something. I strongly suggest that true preventive medicine involves encouraging and supporting patients to take a threefold approach: eating healthier, practicing a consistent exercise program, and consuming high-quality nutritional supplements. Empower patients to avoid getting some of this majority disease in the first place is true prevention. Does it require patient motivation? Absolutely. But most people are very willing to make this lifestyle change when they truly understand what is at stake. This is where I feel the medical field has fallen short in practicing true preventive medicine. The ingredient of a healthy lifestyle: exercise. We have forgotten about the host, our body, being one of our greatest defensive against become ill. I found Dr. Kenneth Cooper to be one of the leading physicians in the field of preventive medicine. He coined the term aerobic and began the exercise craze in the earlier 1970s. Today, we all take a gospel truth in fact that to medical prevent 3 decades ago. I remember physicians arguing in meeting back then about whether encourage their patient to exercise was the right thing to do. Dr. Cooper was insist and continued to share the health benefit that exercise could bring to prevent to patient. By the end of 70s, most physicians agree with Dr. Cooper and began recommending a moderate exercise program. The Surgery Journal of the United States issued a statement in the earlier 1980s lists all the majority health benefits that result from a moderate exercise program. The highlights of this benefit are weight loss, low blood pressure, stronger bones, and a decreased risk of osteoporosis, elevates level of good HDL cholesterol, decreased level of bad LDL cholesterol, decreased level of triglyceride fat, increased strength and coordination, which lead to a decrease in risk of falls, improve sensitivity to insulin, enhance of immune system, overall increase in one of sense of well-being. One look at the list of health benefits is convincing. Any individual who chooses to develop a consistent program of moderate exercise is make an important choice to avoid develop many different diseases. A healthy diet. What about eating habit? Physicians also realize that patients who eat a low-fat diet, which includes at least 7 servings of fruits and vegetables daily, enjoy further health benefit. This includes weight loss, a decreased risk of diabetics, a decreased risk of heart disease, a decreased risk of almost all cancers, a decreased risk of high blood pressure, a decreased risk of elevated cholesterol, an enhanced immune system, an increased sensitivity to insulin, an increased energy and ability to concentrate. Let's face it, a healthy diet is a win-win situation. Nutritional supplement. As I have researched the medical literature over the past 7 years, I strongly believe that there are significant health benefits in taking high-quality nutritional supplements. Even you are in excellent health, put simply, the basic health benefits of nutritional supplements are an enhanced immune system, an enhanced antioxidant defense system, a decreased risk of coronary artery disease, a decreased risk of stroke, a decreased risk of cancer, a decreased risk of arthritis, macular degeneration, cataract, the potential for a decreased risk of Alzheimer's dementia, Parkinson's disease, asthma, obstacle lung disease, many other chronic degenerative disease, the potential for improving the chronic course of several chronic degenerative disease. Could patients who begin a consistent exercise program and healthy diet while taking supplement actually improving their high blood pressure? Diabetics, high cholesterol, to the points of being able to avoid taking some medication. The medical literature certainly supports this approach. Almost all physicians agree that patients deserve a fair trial of healthy lifestyle change before beginning medication for such chronic condition. In reality, however, most physicians merely give lip service to lifestyle change in their office even as they are writing out prescription. You see, doctors usually assume that most patients will never change their lifestyle and the only reality salvation is the drug they can prescribe. When a physician first diagnoses a patient with high blood pressure, diabetics, or elevated cholesterol, he simply begins writing a prescription, giving patient a choice. Over the past 7 or 8 years, I have taken different attitude. I use medication as a last resort, not as my first choice. I have been amazed of how many of my patients actually willing to become more proactive with their health if even a slight chance exists as they could avoid taking any medication. Oh, sure, I still have those patients who do not consider change. For them, I still have the drugs. There are also those patients whose condition is serious enough that I have to start them on medication right away. But I also offer those individuals a chance to improve their condition over time with a healthy lifestyle change in the hope that they may someday be able to decrease or discontinue their medication. Everyone knows about the health benefit of a good exercise program and a healthy diet. Few, however, especially physicians, have any knowledge of the health benefit of taking high-quality nutritional supplements. I've mentioned that I was one of those ununiformed doctors, but countless studies prove that this trait of a healthy diet, a good exercise program, a high-quality nutritional supplement is the absolutely best way you can protect your health. It is also the best way to try to regain your health after you have lost. David's story. Let's see the theory at work. David has spent almost of his life as a driver license examiner in the state of Utah, where he lived with his wife and children. David had always enjoyed excellent health and wasn't on any medication. Earlier in 1990, however, he began noting weakness in his legs associated with unusual fatigue. By the spring of 1990, he was straggling his leg and actually falling from time to time. He had been seeing several different doctors, and a neurologist finally diagnosed him as having a rare disease called leukoencephalopathy. I'm sure David's response to the name of his disease much the way you are. What is that? The neurologist informed him that it was a progressive degenerative, demyelinating disease of the brain, quite similar to multiple sclerosis, for who those no real treatment is available. The physician told David there were very little hope for him, the disease usually pursuing a reckless downhill course to death. The news devastated David. He returned home despondent and shocked. He had never heard of this disease, and now it was going to take his life. True to doctor's words, David became weaker. He started developing vertigo and began to lose control of his bowel and bladder. By the spring of 1993, David was wheelchair bound. By June of 1995, the pain in his legs was so extreme that his doctor put him on an oral form of morphine. He was now totally dependent on his wife and kids for everything. Life as him had known as was gone. In November of 1995, David came down with a serious case of influenza. David became even weaker and his arm grew cold, as if they had no circulation. His doctors informed David and his family that he would not likely recover because of the underlying leukoencephalopathy. They expected him to live only a week or two. David had been under the care of the hospice program, which allowing him to stay home where he wanted to be. He and his family began making funeral plans. David grieves the loss of all that he loved while saying goodbye to family and friends. Though he had accepted his death a couple years before, the time had finally come, just as the doctor predicted. But somehow David lives through Christmas. Although he was not able to get out of bed, he didn't die either. A couple of months later, David decided to try some nutritional supplements. He started on antioxidant tablet, a mineral tablet, and some grape seed extract. Within 5 days, he was sleeping less, noted that he had little more energy. After several weeks of taking supplement, he was able to get out of bed for short intervals. In fact, on Mother's Day, his children pushed him down to the flower shop so he could do his traditional shopping for his wife and mother. Week after week, David regained hope as he grew stronger and stronger. David remembered watching the movie Lorenzo Oil in the summer of 1996. The little boy in the movie Lorenzo had a brain disease similar to David's. While watching the movie, David was astounded to discover that the most important part of Lorenzo's treatment, the one that actually seems to heighten his decline, was grapeseed oil. David realized that his own use of grapeseed extract could be a major factor in his marked improvements. He decided that moment to start taking more of it. He soon learned that the extract is very potential antioxidant, which is the fluid around the brain can easily absorb. David's improvement after increasing the amount of grapeseed extract while continuing with the other antioxidants and minerals and was amazing. The pain in his legs began to subside. He actually began to walk again. The strain in his legs increased consistently week after week. After 2 months later, David was able to walk into church on his own for the first time in 3 years. He still had a significant shuffle to his walk, but he was walking. David's physician stopped the morphine prescription and documented his patient improvement. While he couldn't believe it, doctor couldn't deny it either. David's greatest thrill was when he was able to go back and take his driver license exam and actually pass. After all those years of testing others, he was able to drive by himself again. David still has his disease. He is not cured, but he, rather than the disease, is in control of his life. He still has a funny walk, but he doesn't mind. Every time I see David, I have to smile. It has been a delight watching his progress. He is the many reasons I'm positive the use of nutritional medicine holds so many promise for patients in all type of health. In this chapter, we've discovered our nation's approach to healthcare. What is yours? Do you fear grow old? Have you accept chronic disease or pain as a given in your future? Are you willing to make necessary life change to ensure your health? I believe a full, abundant physical life does not need to start slipping away at age 40. I believe each year of your life could be your very best. It is time to stop living too short, dying too long. But first, you must understand the war that is waging within every one of our body. We will cover next week. Thank you for watching. Next time, I will be reading chapter 3, The War Within. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 3, The War Within. Sit back, close your eye for a moment, and focus on your breathing. Relax your shoulders and breathe in as deeply as you can, and then slowly release the air from your lungs. Do this several times. Breathe as if you are inflating your whole body. Clear down to your toes. Pause, and then slowly inhale. Feel great, isn't it? The air that enters our lungs brings life, and as we quickly our breathing through aerobic exercise or running, we feel invigorating, and we may even experience a feeling of euphoria. Being a doctor, I like to imagine what is happening inside my body at a cellular level as oxygen enters through my nose and travels to my lungs. Life is a intricately woven miracle. Evidence in every breath. I filled my lungs with fresh air rich with oxygen. The molecule of oxygen then passed through the thin walls of the alveoli in the lungs into the blood that is passing by. Here it attaches itself to the hemoglobin in my blood, and my beating heart pumps this new oxygen gently blood out to all part of body. The hemoglobins then release the oxygen so it can enter the cells of my body, where it gives energy and life itself. Within every cell in the body is formed called the mitochondria. Image yourself in front of cracking warm fire. It burns safely and quietly most of the time, but on occasion out flies a cinder that lands on your carpet, burning a little hole in it. One cinder by itself does not pose much of a threat, but of its sparkling and popping continue month after month, years after year, you will end up with a pretty rigid carpet in front of your fireplace. Similar this microscopic organism, the mitochondria within the cell reduce oxygen by the transfer of electron to create energy into form of ATP and produce a byproduct of water. The process without a hitch at least 98% of the time, but the full complement of 4 electrons need to reduce energy water does not always happen plain as free radical is produced. The cinder from the fireplace represents a free radical. The carpet represents your body. Which part of the body received the most free radical damage is the first to wear out your potential develop degenerative disease. If it is your eyes, you could develop macular degeneration or cataract. If it is your blood vessel, you could have a heart attack or stroke. If it's your joint space, you could develop arthritis. If it's your skin, you could develop Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease. After passing of the time, our body can just look like the carpet in front of the fireplace. Pretty ratty, huh? Together, we have just imaged that bright side of oxygen and life is brain. Like the warmth of the fire, but we cannot deny the rest of the story. This is the part of many of us have never heard of, the damage of usually free radical cause, otherwise as known oxidative stress. This oxidative stress is underlying cause of almost all of this chronic degenerative disease. Although this occurred on the inside, it's much easier to absorb the oxidative stress that is occurring on the outside surface of the body, the skin. Have you ever seen a several generation family portrait? If you look closely at their skin, you could see the significant difference between that of the youngest family member and the oldest. The effects you see is due to oxidative stress of the skin. The same decay is happening inside our body too. The dark side of oxygen. As I said, through biochemical research, we are learned that the underlying cause of degenerative disease and possibly the aging process itself is oxidative stress that free radical cause. Chemically, the violent action of this free radical has been shown to actually produce bursts of light, not readily neutralized, and the free radicals set off a chain reaction leading to potential dangerous conditions. Do you know there are literally a war waging within your body? During the silent day-to-day breakdown of oxygen, a vital battle is occurring. We can consider this war by defining the specific role of fascinating and clear-out characters in the metabolism of our body. The enemy, free radical, the allies, antioxidants, behind the lines, supporting nutrients, the B cofactors, B1, B2, B6, B12, and folic acid. Antioxidant minerals. They are like the supply line of fuel, bullets, food, and mechanical who keep the machine running in combat situation. Enemy reinforcement, condition that increase the number of free radicals that the body produced, such as pollutants in our air, food, and water. Excessive stress, poor exercise habits, and so on. MUSH, repair units of the injury and the free radical. Free radicals are mainly oxygen molecular or atom that have at least 1 ampere electron that in our outer orbit. In the process of utilize oxygen during normalized metabolism within the cells to create energy called oxidation. Active free oxygen radicals are created. They're essential have an electron charge and desire to get an electron from any molecule or substance in the vicinity. They have such a violent movement that they can have been shown chemically to create bursts of light within the body. If these free radicals are not rapidly neutralized by antioxidants, they may create even more violent free radical or causes damage to the cell membrane, vessel wall, protein, fat, or even the DNA nucleus of the cell. Scientific and medical literature refers to the damage as oxidative stress. Our ally, antioxidants. God did not leave us defensiveness against the onslaught of free radical. In fact, when I look at the intricate complex of our antioxidant defense system, I have great appreciation of how marvelous and wonderful we are made. We actually have our own enemy of antioxidants, which are able to neutralize free radicals and render them harmless. Antioxidants like the glass doors, fine wires mesh screen we place in front of fireplace. Spark, free radical, are still going to fly. However, your carpet, your body, is protected. An antioxidant is an substance that has the ability to give up an electron to a free radical balance out to unpaired electron, which neutralize the free radical. Our body even has the ability to create some of its own antioxidants. In fact, the body produces 3 major antioxidant defense systems: the superoxidase dismutase, catalase, and glutathione peroxidase. It is not important that you remember this name, but it is important to realize that we do have a neutralized antioxidant defense system. Our body does not produce all the antioxidants we need. However, the rest of antioxidants must come from food, as you will learn nutritional supplements. As long as adequate amounts of antioxidants are viable from the amount of free radical produced, no damage is wrought to our body. But when more free radicals are produced than there are antioxidants available, oxidative stress occurred. When in this situation persists for a prolonged period of time, we can develop chronic degenerative disease, begin to lose war in the battle. Balance is the key to winning this ongoing war. We must keep the offensive and defensive equally matched. In order to win, our body must always be armed with more antioxidants than free radicals. More and mass antioxidants we get from vegetables and fruits. The most common antioxidants are vitamin C, E, and A, and beta-carotene. We can obtain numerous other antioxidants from our food. These include enzyme, Q10, alpha-lipoic acid, and the colorful bioflavonoids antioxidants. And it's important to realize that antioxidant works in sync with one another to disarm free radical in different areas of body, like the various position of military defense. These antioxidants each have significant roles. Some antioxidants have the defense ability to actually regenerate other antioxidants so they can neutralize more free radicals. For example, vitamin C is a water-soluble and is therefore the best antioxidant to target free radical within the blood or plasma. Vitamin E, fat-soluble, and is the best antioxidant within the cell membrane. Glutathione is the best antioxidant within the cell itself. Alpha-lipoic acid works both within the cell membrane and the plasma. Vitamin C and alpha-lipoic acids have the ability to regenerate vitamin E and glutathione so they can be work again. The more antioxidant, the merrier. Our goal is to have more than enough antioxidant to neutralize the free radical we produce. This can occur only when a complete balanced army of antioxidants is available at all times. Behind the lines. Every enemy needs a support system behind the battle lines. This is critical in the final outcome of a war. Simply having adequate amount of antioxidants or soldiers available to neutralize the free radical we produce is not the complete answer. Soldiers need continually supplies, ammunition, food, water, and clothing. If they are going to perform at their perk level, antioxidant soldiers need the viability of their nutrients in adequate amount to fulfill their duty on the front line against the threats of free radical. They need significant antioxidant minerals such as copper, zinc, magnesium, selenium, which aids in the chemical reaction of antioxidants so they are able to do their job effectively. If enough of these minerals are not available, oxidative stress will usually occur. Antioxidants also need certain cofactors in their enzyme reaction in order to perform their job properly. Cofactors are the military support system like the mechanical or supply officer, fuel tank, and marker of the ammunition. These are primarily the B cofactor, folic acid, vitamin B1, B2, B6, B12. We need a good store of both antioxidant mineral and the cofactors if we are going to have any hope of winning the war within. The battleground is actually more complicated than I have just described. You see, the number of free radicals we produce is never constant. The production of free radicals varies in daily process of normal metabolism and reduction of oxygen. Our defense system never knows exactly how many free radicals it will have to deal with on any given day. Many factors, many increased amounts of free radical we produce, in turn must neutralize. What caused the production of more free radical than our body can fight off? The question drove me to hours and hours of research. I learned to look at different sorts of free radical to find the answer. Let us now discuss this corpus. Thank you for watching. Next chapter I will read what creates free radical. I will see you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I will be reading What Creates Free Radicals. Excessive exercise. In the antioxidant revolution, Dr. Kenneth Cooper emphasized the fact that exclusive exercise can significantly increase the amount of free radical our body produces. Dr. Cooper became quite concentrated when he saw several strength exercising die permanently of heart attack, strokes, and cancer. These are individuals who may have run 30 or 40 marathons in their lifetime while at the same time having less daily workout. During this research for the antioxidant book, Dr. Cooper realized the potential harm that over-exercising could bring. When we're exercising mildly or moderately, the number of free radicals you and I produce go up only slightly. In contrast, when we exercise exclusively, the number of free radicals we produce go off the graph, increasing exponentially. The antioxidant revolution concludes by warning readers that exclusive exercise can actually be harmful to our health, especially if we continue over several years. Dr. Cooper recommended a moderate exercise program for everyone, but he also suggests that everyone take antioxidant in supplementation. Only serious athletes should undertake strength exercise, and they should balance it with significant amounts of antioxidant supplement. Excessive stress. As we exercise, a mild or moderate amount of emotional stress produces only a slightly increase in free radical. Several emotional stress, however, cause the numbers of free radical to rise significantly. Create oxidative stress. Have you ever noticed that when you are under a lot of pressure, you frequently become sick? However, many times you know a closest friend or family member who has been under tremendous stress for a prolonged period of time only to discover he has developed cancer or had a first heart attack. I don't have many patients who have run multiple marathons in their life, but I have hundreds of patients who are under prolonged emotional stress. Financial, work, personal pressure have so complicated our lives that emotional stress is the most pressing health factor I deal with in my practice. Once you begin to understand in the series of oxidative stress, you begin to appreciate the dangerous effect of long-term emotional pressure on our health. You can begin to counteracting it. Air pollution. The environment has tremendously influence on the amount of free radical our body produces. Air pollution is the major cause of oxidative stress in our lungs and in our bodies. When you drive into any major city today, you not only can see the thick haze, you can taste it. I remember many medical school days at University of Colorado Medical School in 1970. During my rotation on the neurology unit, I had to make run at 6 a.m. Before I start, I would walk down to the west window and admire the sunrise reflect its lights on the beautiful Rocky Mountain. I then quickly began my runs, which took about 2 hours each day. When I was finished, I would run back to that beautiful view of the mountain before my first clinical literature. To my amazement, I usually could not even see the mountain by then. All I could see were some white outline through the thick red haze. What a dramatic change occurred during the 2-hour people commute to their works. The health effects of air pollution have caused significant concern. Air pollution contains ozone, neutron nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and sulfur hydroxide molecule, all of which generate a significant amount of free radical. When you are exposed to those toxins day in and day out, they have majority effects on your health. Air pollution being implicated in the cause of asthma, chronic bronchitis, heart attack, even cancer. Understanding oxidative stress as the underlying cause of all these diseases allows us to develop strategy of protecting ourselves from the damaging effects of air pollution. We must understand another aspect of air pollution, the occupation exposure to mineral dust such as asbestos fibers. The addition of iron-contaminating fibers in asbestos can generate even more free radical. Long-term exposure has been shown to cause lung cancer and intestinal fibrosis, a serious scarring of the lung. There are many other occupation hazards. Farmers are exposed to fine dust in their barns and grain bins. Industrial workers are exposed to various chemical fine dust in their work. Needless to say, the quality of the air we breathe in majority health consideration. Cigarette smoke. One might anticipate that smog or chemical pose the biggest threat to our health on a daily basis. But would you believe the greatest cause of oxidative stress in our body is cigarette and cigar smoke? It's true. Smoking has been associated with the increase of asthma, emphysema, chronic bronchitis, lung cancer, cardiovascular disease. We are all aware of health condition and health consequence of smoking. It's fascinating to realize that the underlying problem is the amount of oxidative stress smoking produces in our body. Cigarette smoke contains several different toxins, all of which increase the amount of free radical appearing not only in our lungs but also throughout our body. No other habits or addiction affects overall health more dramatically than smoke. I know of nothing more addictive than nicotine. When Dr. G. Evers Coops, the U.S. Surgeon General, called smoking an addiction rather than a habit. He forever changed the way we look at smoke. How? He informed the public that the addictive quality of nicotine, which the tobacco companies suppose knowing about for half a century. In fact, strong evidence exists that saying you become addicted to nicotine within 2 to 3 weeks. It is any wonder that it's so different for people to quit smoke. I have found it's much more difficult for patients to stop smoking than stop drinking alcohol. I believe an absurd, far-reaching cost to our health that is cigarette smoke cost is far more than we can determine it. What about secondary smoke? Medical research now prove that individuals who are exposed to significant secondary smoke have an increased risk of asthma, emphysema, heart attack, even lung cancer. This is the reason so many laws have been passed restricting cigarette smoke in the public. Have you recently been exposed to a group of people smoking in confined area? I recall driving my daughter back from college this past month. I had to stop in a small town to fill up the car with gas. When I was walking into the station to pay for the gas, 6 local residents were sitting around a small table, all smoking cigarettes as they sipping coffee. I could hardly take a breath without a cough. I actually began to feel sick for those who are not accustomed to cigarette smoke. Its effects are more clearly recognizable. I'm sure there are times and situations that you have similar experience. It doesn't take much imagination to realize if you are exposed to secondary smoke on a daily basis. It will have a majority impact on your health. Pollution of our food and water. Are you thirsty? In 1988, the U.S. Department of Public Health warned us that 85% of American drinking water is contaminated. And I can hardly believe things have gotten better over the past decade. More than 50,000 different chemicals now contaminating our water supplies. Here's a frightening fact. The average water supplies complaint can test for only 30 to 40 of this chemical. In addition, heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, and aluminum contaminate most of our water supplies. More than 55,000 regulate chemical dump in America. In addition to estimate 200,000 unregulated chemical dumps are leaking into the water table across the nation. When we ingest this contaminating water, the production of free radicals increased tremendously significant. Americans have resorted to drink bottled, filtered, and distilled water in unprecedented amount today. But you can know this aspect of distilled water. You have no way of knowing the quality of water you are paying so clearly for since it's entire under-regulated market. Since the Second World War, more than 60,000 new chemicals have been introduced into our environment. No less than 1,000 new fungal chemicals are introduced to our environment each year. Herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides are the use of production of most of our food and medical research, showing us that all of these chemicals create increased oxidative stress we consume them. Some are more dangerous than another, but they are all potential health risks. These chemicals allow our food industry to produce the most abundant food supply even known. But what is the cost to our health? Ultraviolet sunlight. It is known fact that people get 2/3 of their lifetime sun exposure to their skin prior to their 20th birthday. This means you, the reader of this book, have most likely already exposed your skin to sun-damaging ultraviolet rays. Several different studies have shown ultraviolet light to produce increased free radical in human skin. This term has been proven to produce damage to the DNA in the cells of our skin, which lead to skin cancer. This study proving the best direct evidence that oxidative stress leads to development of cancer. UVB light is the primary culprit responsible for the sun's burning rays. But both UVA and UVB lights increase free radical production in the skin, and those oxidative stress in the skin. When you apply your favorite sunscreen, which contain an SPF rating of 30 or greater, you are protecting yourself primarily against UVB light. This allows us to stay out of in the sun longer because we are not getting sunburned. But this sunscreen do not offer much, if any, protection against UVA light, which creates significant more free radical deeper in the skin. This may in part explain why we have seen a 5-fold increase in almost every skin cancer over the past 20 years. We are finally seeing sunscreen on the market that offer protection against both UVA and UVB sunscreen. Obviously, this is the kind of sunscreen you want to purchase to protect yourself and your children against both being sunburned and develop skin cancer. I will encourage everyone to keep watching eyes on the skin for any unusual growth or change in pigment modes. Medication and radiation. Every medication I prescribe causes an increase of oxidative stress in the body. Chemotherapies, drugs, radiation therapies primarily works by creating oxidative stress damage to the cancer cell, which kill them. This is the main reason patients find them drugs therapies so hard to tolerate. The increased oxidative stress also causes causes damage to normal cells. It is important to remember that every drug is essentially a foreign substance to the body, and the body has to work hardly to try to metabolize and eliminate. This puts increased demand on many of metabolism pathways in the liver and the body as a whole. Those increased production of free radicals take place on the potential to create oxidative stress growth. The industrial world of 21st century has become over-dependent on medication. The consumption of medication in the US in the world is obviously in an all-time high. Even though every drug has been tested and shows provided benefits, each also carries an inherent risk. Serious adverse drugs reactions are the fourth leading cause of death in the United States. It is true, properly prescribed and administered medication are responsible for more than 100,000 deaths and 2 million hospital admissions in the US each year. Much of inherited risk of medication is due to the oxidative stress these drugs can patently produce. More than 17 chronic degenerative diseases are the direct results of the toxic effects of oxygen. In other words, the root cause of this disease is oxidative stress. Medical science has now shown that the underlying cause of this terrible disease we all fear within the coming of age is the unsuspected dark side of oxygen. If you have ever restored an old car, you have encountered the determined effect of rust. It can weaken and deteriorate of the earliest, strongest metal, and like an abandoned vehicle out in a field, our body literally begin to rust if they are not protected. A slow corrosion begins in our body and like a weak spot in metal. Whichever part of body worn out first determine which type of degenerative disease we may develop. Fortunately, not only do our body possess a tremendously antioxidant defense system, they also possess a remarkable repair system. The next chapter explains how this mesh unit is able to repair the inevitable consequences of the war that is raging within every cell in our body. Thank you for watching. Next chapter, I will be reading Winning the War Within. I will see you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading Chapter 4, Our Repair System, the Mesh Unit. There will always be conflict of war, and the war that is being waged in our bodies is no different. In spite of our tremendous antioxidant defense system, the enemy gets through the damaged lipid, fat, protein, cell wall, vessel wall, and even the DNA nucleus of the cell. Many research centers have now confirmed the existence of damage removal and repair system for all of these oxidized damaged by free radical proteins, cell wall lipids, and DNA. Simply put, our body have a sophisticated state-of-the-art mesh unit. When I was a young physician, I realized the strong possibility that I would be called up to be part of a mesh unit in Vietnam War. During my training at the University of Colorado Medical School, most of the residents had been to Vietnam and most of the interns were on their way. But as it turned out, by the time I finished my internship, the war had pretty much ended, and the draft was no longer in effect. Though I never actually went to Vietnam, I remember the original movie, MASH, with all of the wood soldiers being brought in my helicopters, the stressful, frantic surgery and the following attempt to make soldiers are still vivid in my mind. Do you know this same scenario is happening every day inside our body? We have a sophisticated turned-off track nurse, anesthesiologists, and surgeons, and are busy repairing the damage caused of the free radical our body is producing. There's both a direct repair system and indirect repair system within each of our body. We really don't know much about the direct repair system. However, it is well documented that it does exist. Most of our knowledge centers instead in the indirect repair system. In the healthcare field, trained nurses are the ones who evaluate the patient to determine which patient is the most critical condition and will be seen by the doctor first. Extensive studies have revealed that the trained nurse in our body recognize damaged cells parts and then repair them. The body doesn't just patch these cells, it actually tears down completely and then rebuild from scratch. Incredible, isn't it? Damaged proteins become brand new proteins made with recycled amino acids. The body repairs altered fats and DNA in a similar manner. It is critical that you understand that the body has amazing building ability to heal itself. As I reflect on the complex nature of this repair system and the function of the cell, I know beyond doubt this is no random act of nature. During my first year of medical school, I studied the anatomy and function of the eyes. As I observed the intricacy of the structure, I realized that the object could never have been result of accidental chance and random selection. The retina itself is made up with 12 intricate layers and a billion of specialized cells. The rod and cones in the retina gather the light wave and send this message to the brain. Our brain interpreted this impulse and create our vision in vivid, moving, full color. Just take a moment to look out your near windows and simply marvel at the gift of the sight. This is no accident. This is injustice creation. These same thoughts came back to me now as I studied the body astonishing immune system and antioxidant defense system. I have no doubt that God is our true healer. I will give thanks to this, and for I am fearful and wonderful made. David exclaimed, God created a magic, magnificent earth, sweet, for us to take care of and to nurture. The best defense system against getting chronic degenerative disease is provided in our own body, not in the drugs I prescribe. Biochemical research are now able to study the inner work and the complexity of each cell in our body. The cell is not simply a shell that contains a soft, consistent gel, as much early evolutionists believe. It is instead filled with sophisticated structure, genetic codes, and transport systems that support life by their elaborate biochemical reaction. When I look at an ink pen, I try to imagine that some plastic, metal, and ink sat around for millions of years, and then suddenly, by chance, accidentally form a pen. But then I think maybe someone made it. The human body is profoundly complicated creation. The secrets we are learned about how it works and functions made it all the more incredible. The devastation of war. In spite of this tremendous defense system and the repair system inherent in our body, damage can occur. Oxidative stress has the potential to overpower all this protective system and cause chronic degenerative disease. During a period of a particular high production of free radical, the defensive and repair system can break down and no longer cope with the number of damage. Proteins, fats, cell membranes, and DNA structure. When not properly repaired, damaged protein can create further problems in cells function. Damaged lipid lead to rigid cell membrane. Oxidative cholesterol often lead to hardening of arteries. And poorly repaired and DNA chains lead to cell mutation as implicated in cancer and aging. Simply state, when we overwork our built-in antioxidant defense and repair system, significant damage occurred in the body eventually may lead to many of this number of chronic degenerative disease. Biochemical researchers realized years ago that based on their estimate of damaged cells from oxidative stress, we would die quickly from this damage to vital cellular parts if the antioxidant enzyme and compounds were our only means of protection. This is why it's essential that we optimize all this neutralized defense system. Our best defense system. Outside of Eden, our food, our environment have totally changed. Consequently, our bodies are literally under attack. air, water pollution, the long-range effect of smoking, and the faster pace and pressure-packed lifestyle add up to stress on our body. Even our diet has suffered. Our food supply is significantly deficient in quality nutrients. In 1970, Americans spent about $6 billion on fast food. In 2000, they spent more than $110 billion. Americans now spend more money on fast food than higher education. Personal computer, softwares, or new cars. They spend more on fast food than on movies, books, magazines, newspaper, videos, and record music combined. All of these factors means free radical more active and damaged than ever. Nutrition medicine supplementation our diet with vital antioxidants, vitamins, and minerals is its only meaning. We have to supercharge our body's natural defense and immune system. Nutritional medicine protects our health by enhancing the natural defense system God has created for a polluted world. When we provide the proper nutrients at the optimum level that the body needs to function, it can do what God intends. Once you understand the concept of oxidative stress and its deleterious effects on your body, you will want to learn how to have victory over it. You will want to know how to have enough antioxidants and their supporting nutrients on board to handle the number of free radicals and your body produces. As simple as sounds, it is a revolutionary concept when it comes to our health. The longer we're able to prevent or delay this chronic degenerative disease, the longer we are able to enjoy good health. We are all going to die sometimes, unless the Lord returns first. But my friend claimed, I too want to live until I die. Balance is the goal. When I was a young teenager, the federal government decided to take most of the silver out of our coins. Instantly, all the gold coins, which were solid silver, were worth much more than the new coin. The government was minting. Many individual businesses began buying up these solid silver coins, and of course, we teams gathered up as many solid silver coins we could find too. I was especially in luck. My dad owned a Dairy Queen. He bought a whole pile of coins each night that I would have to roll up in paper roll. I would carefully slide our solid silver coins with my dad's permission, and then take them out to sell them. I love pulling open the heavy wooden door at the hardware store of the main street. The musty smell of old wood, furniture polish, oil would there. Son, when Mr. Smelly saw me and coming, he would bring out a scale to weigh my son's coins. He paid by the weight. He used the old-fashioned kind that had two trays on either side of a balanced arm. Mr. Smelly loaded up my coins on one tray, then placed weights one at a time into the other tray. I remember holding my breath with excitement when he had to keep pulling out more and more brass weights to counterbalance all my coins. As it's getting closer, he glanced over at me out from under the bill of his cap and winked. Bingo! He said when the scale finally balanced out, he would tell me how much money I was going to get and for all those silver coins. Balance is the key when it's come to oxidative stress. The advocate I've told offer a uniform analogy. Our body is always trying to put enough brass weights, antioxidant on tray to balance out all of silver coins, free radical. The body makes some of those antioxidants, but they are simply not enough. Our food, especially fruits and vegetables, used to provide all the extra antioxidants our body need. A generation or age 2 people eat more whole, fresh food that contains significantly more antioxidants than today's diet. But as a result of tremendously increase in toxic in the environment today, along with the depleted nutrients we receive from our highly processed foods, our scale is out of balance in favor of silver coins, free radicals. We need to add nutrient supplementation to the balance in order to provide level of antioxidants our body need. In fact, we want to brass weights to tip the scale is favored because when we won't have oxidative stress. Remember, there are two sides of coins. The amounts of free radicals our body have to deal with and the optimized antioxidant repair system. In the chapter that follows, I will lay out the medical evidence that shows how you as an individual can improve your antioxidant defense system by eating a healthy diet, exercise moderately, taking high-quality nutritional supplements. I will also show you how by taking what I refer to as an optimizer, super potent antioxidants, and you can even regain your health if you have already lost it. First, meet someone who learned firsthand how powerful nutritional medicine can be. Evelyn's story. Evelyn had just removed to Spokane, Washington, with her family when a serious automobile accident left her hospitalities with multiple injuries. Her left side became weak and numbed. The doctor were worried she has suffered a stroke. Test after heart trending test left her and her family in the dark. They had no idea what was happening to her body. Approximately 6 months later, during which time Evelyn saw 18 different physicians, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. One of the greatest causes of oxidative stress is injury or major surgeries, and Evelyn's physician felt that the trauma of accident had triggered the MS. Evelyn has always tried to have a good attitude towards her diagnosis and promised never to let the disease get her down. Doctors started her on a drug called DOESN, which is a common drug used for MS. Beta-serin is actually beta interferon, a chemical that tries to build up the immune system. Very expensive, very hard to tolerate. Evelyn's body was just barely able to tolerate this medication. As she became very sick, after 2 months, she told her family and her daughter she would not continue taking the drug. Her family was supporting, realized the terrible side effects were not worth any gain she may receive. I was devastated and spent many days depressed. Evelyn remembers, I would stare out of my window and ask those haunting questions. Why me? And why now? I spent nights and wandering the halls of our home and sitting at our ported window crying. It was many only time to be alone, when I could express my deepest emotion. Evelyn attended support group meeting with her husband and children. She and her family began making adjustments to their lifestyle in order to accommodate and care for her need. Evelyn also faced the possibility of suddenly blindness. a symptom of MS that some people experience. I would sit at the foot of my children's bed. She recalls watching them sleep, memorize their face, the color of their hair, their peaceful expression so I wouldn't forget what they look like. I would write in my journals and try to document everything I could remember about my children. A days didn't pass that I would take a single moment for granted. It was not long before Evelyn began to decline. Over the next 4 years, she continued to lose strength in both her legs and eventually in her arms and hands. She had to use a 4-pound cane for a while. A few months later, she needed a walker. Even more frustrating and discouraging was the fact that she began to experience bowel and bladder retention. This has not only made her feel uncomfortable, it also led to several bladders and kidneys infection. She became totally dependent on her family for both her physical and emotional needs. Through this, all Evelyn's attitude was amazing. She could hardly move or go anywhere without the help of her walker or family. She would see the shock at her declining whiten all over her face, her front face. But even Evelyn didn't give up. In response to her disease, this wife and mom started physical therapies and began to research MS on her own. Evelyn tried some alternative therapy but continued to decline. Then, almost 4 years after her diagnosis, she decided to try to take potent nutritional supplement in an attempt to slow down the progress of her disease. She started with some strong antioxidant and mineral tablets along with Group C extra and natural nutrients called enzyme, coenzyme Q10. Within the weeks Evelyn feels better. For the first time in years, I slept through the night and woke up feeling rested. She reports, I no longer need a nap during the day. I didn't have a bladder or bowel problem. I experienced an increase in my endurance of level. My strength began return to in my legs and my arms. I could even run up to the stair to answer the phone, which stunned my children. In fact, I completely surprised my daughter, Tasha, when I started to jump rope with her. For the first time in a long time, I was able to walk outside bare feet and feel the grass under my toe. Evelyn had many other surprises as she continued taking her nutritional supplements. For one, even before the accident, she had suffered from heart palpitation. Along with the improvement she noticed in her MS, she also realized that her heart was beating normally again. When she approached her doctor about the possibility of quitting the drug, Norpis, that control her heart's arrhythmia, she did some testing and wrote on her chart of all meds. Evelyn's life had made marvelous change. What happened? Why did Evelyn improve so much? At the time I became involved with Evelyn, I had never seen anyone with MS experience such result. I had witnessed many patients with flare-up from their disease going into remission, but their overall strength and body function still slowly declined. Evelyn's story was marked differently. By applying the principle you will learn in this book, Evelyn was able to win the war within. She began provide enough antioxidants and their supporting nutrients to restore balance to her body and bring the oxidative stress back under control. She built up her body's natural immune system while improving her body's natural repair system. I'm happy to report that Evelyn has continued to improve and now lead an active life. It has been more than 7 years since she started her nutrients program. She still has MS, of course, and has to be careful, but she is living life to the fullest. She continued to go to her MS support group, not for herself, but to encourage others. Evelyn's neurologist still does not know what to think about her miraculous turnaround. He recently ordered a repeat MRI of her brain. To his amazement, the white plaque spread throughout the brain that is so diagnosis of MS had significantly diminished. This could mean only one thing healed had occurred during the interim. Normally, these typical lesions on the brain only increase in number. Needless to say, Evelyn's neurologist was speechless. Here is a strong evidence that the body is still able to heal itself. Necessary nutrients available at the optimal levels. Evelyn's story is just one illustration of the benefits of winning the war within. You now understand the basic concept of oxidative stress, so you now need to take a closer look at each of these individual chronic degenerative diseases to better understand how you can best prevent them. If you already have serious degenerative disease, you will discover how you can best redeem your health. You will discover the wondrous results of a whole new approach of preventive medicine, cellular nutrition. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time to learn more about heart disease, an inflammatory disease. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 5, Heart Disease, an inflammatory disease. Daily, you and I heard reminder about the seriousness of Americans' cholesterol problem. As I mentioned in the chapter 2, heart disease is the number 1 cause of death in the United States. Like me, you probably assume that such statistic and much of the media suggests cholesterol is the cause of heart disease. If so, you may be stunned as I was learning that cholesterol is not the culprit behind heart disease. The inflammation of blood vessels. My research revealed that more than half of heart attack patients in the United States have normal cholesterol level. And can you guess that what I discovered significantly reduce or eliminate our entire inflammation of blood vessels? That's right, nutritional supplements. This finding is revolutionary to the treatment and prevention of heart attack. Rather than concentrating on only lowering cholesterol, you needed to understand the necessary step to decrease the cause of inflammation of your arteries. This approach has significant dramatic implications to the prevention and reversal of heart disease. What is cholesterol? Do you know that elevated cholesterol in the blood vessel was not always considered a risk factor for coronary artery disease and stroke? When I was beginning practicing medicine in 1972, we consider any cholesterol level less than 320 are normal. I distinctly remember telling patients who had cholesterol level of 280 or 310 not to worry about it because their cholesterol level were normal. It really wasn't until the late 70 that we begin to realize the higher the cholesterol level, the greater risk of developing heart attack or stroke. This was based in large part on the Framingham studies, which followed a large population of patients who live in Framingham, Massachusetts. Scientists noted in this study that as the cholesterol level increased, so did the frequency of heart attack. Follow this research, cholesterol level greater than 200 were considered abnormal, or cholesterol level greater than 240 placed the patient at a higher risk developing heart attack. The earlier 1980s physicians began to learn that not all cholesterol was bad. We learned that HDL, high-density lipoprotein cholesterol, is actually good. The higher our HDL level is, the better it is. It is the LDL, low-density lipoprotein cholesterol, that is bad. LDL cholesterol accumulates among the artery walls, formulating plaque, narrow the arteries. The HDL cholesterol actually come along with clean up the arteries. After this discovery, we started checking not only total cholesterol level, but also determine the amount of both good and bad cholesterol present. We calculate a ratio by dividing the total cholesterol by the HDL cholesterol. The lower this ratio is, the better off the patient when it comes to heart disease. And it is now common practice to routine check both HDL and LDL cholesterol level. Needless to say, we all actually occur aware of importance of cholesterol and the detrimental effects of LDL cholesterol. What I have shared with you so far is pretty common knowledge. Are you ready for the uncommon knowledge? LDL cholesterol is really not bad. God didn't make a mistake when He created native LDL cholesterol. The kind that the body original made is good. In fact, it's essential for building good cell membranes, other cells parts, and many different hormones that our body need. We could not live within or without it. In fact, if we don't get enough from our diet, our body will actually make this form of cholesterol. Problems begin to occur only when free radical change oxidative native the LDL cholesterol. This is a modified LDL cholesterol that is truly bad. In 1989, issued a New England Journal of Medicine. Dr. Daniel Steinberg's procured that if patient had adequate antioxidant on board to quell oxidative, the LDL cholesterol will not be becoming bad. In the years since Dr. Steinberg's theory was released, hundreds of studies have been conducted in an attempt to either proving or disprove his theory. You can appreciate why scientists and research met Dr. Steinberg's new theory, which such as enthusiastic. After all of the approach 1.5 million heart attack in the United States this year alone, almost half of these patients will be under the age of 65. We have all known friends or loved ones who seems to be in excellent health only to find out as they have died suddenly of a heart attack. If Steinberg's theories turn out to be true, doctors or door will open wide to a vast array of new preventive treatment protocols. In 1997, researcher Dr. Marco Diaz made an impressive review of all of studies that had appeared in mainline medicine journals since Dr. Steinberg had first presented this series. DOESN conclude that patients with the highest level of antioxidant in their body indeed had the least amount of coronary artery disease. Animal studies done during this time also supporting Dr. Steinberg's theories. Antioxidants and their supporting nutrients had become the new hope in the war against our number one killer, heart disease. The nature of inflammatory response. LDL cholesterol isn't the only investigator behind inflammation of blood vessels. Other main causes include something called homeostasis, which I will discuss in chapter 6, and the free radical that cigarette smoke, hypertension, fatty food, diabetes cause. The inflammation that takes place in our arteries is quite similar to the inflammatory reaction found elsewhere in the body. I will attempt to explain the process in lay terms so that you will have a better understanding of what is actually taking place on a cellular level. Don't get caught up in trying to understand the minute detail of this process. This is different even for most physicians to understand, so don't feel bad if you are not getting all of it. I will then explain how you can best protect yourself against these insults to your arteries. It is really quite simple. When you look at the cross-section of a typical medicine-sized artery, figure 1, you simply need to look at the first layer of cells called the endothelium. This is the tissue-thin lining of artery. Everything that I'm going to talk about involving this thin layer of cells and the area just under the lining surface called the subdural lining space. See figure 2. Step 1. The initial insult to the endothelium. The endothelium is the extremely sensitive layer or lining that is vulnerable to even slightly irritation. Almost all research scientists now believe that hardening of the artery begins when oxidative stress may damage or irritate this single-cell liver. Oxidized LDL cholesterol, homocysteine, and excessive free radical cause oxidative stress that injure the endothelium. This occurs when native LDL cholesterol is able to pass into the area just breathing in a layer of artery called the subendothelial space, where it becomes oxidized. This cholesterol begins to irritate the lining of artery. Step 2. Inflammation response. Our body have a defense system designed to protect this endothelium of the artery. Mainly in the event of an injury, our body responds by sending in certain white cells, mainly monocytes, in an attempt to eliminate the harmful oxidized LDL cholesterol. Here is the term of monocytes start grappling the enemies in the attempt to minimize the irritation to the endothelium. If this inflammatory response is successful, the problem is over and none of the artery will be repaired. But this is not what actually happened. Think about a monocytes as a white minivan. As they drive around, picking up children and letting them off in their proper place. It is limited to numbers of children it can carry at any one time because it has only so many seats and seatbelts. On a good day, the same is true for monocytes. When we are healthy, they zoom around, packing up native LDL cholesterol and dropping off their native LDL cholesterol. Just like a minivan, monocytes can carry only so many native LDL cholesterol per liter at a time. It's also known as a natural feedback mechanism. When native LDL cholesterol become oxidized, the cholesterol particles are no longer harmless with little children. Instead, they now pose a threat to the body, and the monocytes picking them up via a total different method. Monocytes continue to gather the delinquent oxidized LDL cells, but they don't let any out. This would be like a gang of several obese juvenile clambering into the minivan through the rear door without its driver having any control whatsoever on the number of kids getting in. If this were to happen, the van would be immobilized and soon begin to jam up the traffic. When the monocytes encounter bad cholesterol, it is the similar fix, because there is no naturalized feedback mechanism. The monocyte gets crammed so full of oxidative LDL cholesterol fat that it's become foam cell. This is just like what you are picturing in your mind. It is a cell that looks like a ball of fat. This foam cell then attaches itself to the lining of artery and eventually form the initial defect of hardening of the arteries, which is called a fatty streak. The fatty streak is the inflammatory lesion. It is the initial step in this process called atherosclerosis. If the process would be simply stopped here, the body would at least have a chance to clear the defect. But this is not the case, as in any war, the process has some collateral damage. In other words, the thin, vulnerable layers of cell linear of artery is damaged even more by the very process that is supposed to heal it. This actually creates more inflammation, which attracts more monocytes, and it change native LDL cholesterol to oxidative LDL. This leads to chronic inflammatory response in the area around the lining of our arteries. Step 3. Chronic inflammatory response. Chronic inflammation is the underlying cause of heart attack, stroke, peripheral vascular disease, and aneurysm. They're altogether classified as cardiovascular disease that involve the artery of our body. When inflammation of the artery persists, the simply fatty streaks I described begin to change. Not only does the inflammation attract more white cells, primarily monocytes, the monocytes then stuff themselves with more oxidative LDL cholesterol. This leads to much thicker plaque, and the process of hardening of artery is now well underway. This chronic inflammation also causes the muscle layer of the artery to thicken by the process called proliferation, and the building of more thicker muscle cells. As a result, the artery begins to narrow. See figure 3. This entire process is recycled. Not only there a buildup of plaque, but there is also a thickening of artery. Normally, the layer of endothelium function will be releasing an important product called nitric oxide. During an inflammatory response, however, the appropriate release of nitric oxide is blocking from the endothelium, causing the endothelium to function properly. This is turn causing platelets to adhere to the plaque and the artery around the plaque to go into spasm. Step 4. Plaque rupture. The final event in about 50% of heart attack is rupture of one of these plaque and the clots that form around rupture plaque. A situation such as this causes acute and abrupt total closure of this artery, which blocks the blood flows to those parts of the heart. Potentially dangerous plaques are often small and may not even cause significant narrowing of artery, making a diagnosis of heart disease different prior to the rupture of a plaque. You can see now why its disease is so silent and unsuspected until the plaque ruptured and actually blocking the artery. Oxidative stress may be also causing the breakdown of this plaque, which normally eventually lead to their rupture. Artery can keep narrowing to the point that they become a cord shut off. Have you ever had a friend or family member who had dye injection in his artery to find out whether he had severe narrowing of one or all of his coronary arteries? This patient have usually had symptoms of chest pain or what doctors call unstable angina. In the situation like this, doctor either open vessel via angioplasty, blooming of the artery, or bypass this blockage with the surgery. If you were spending a day following a cardiologist or cardiovascular surgeon around the hospital, you will soon realize he has to spend the majority of his time putting out fire. He typically treats patients who are at the end of the inflammatory process. This which entire focus on attempting heroology to save a life. Not much time is left to teach patients about the lifestyle changing necessary to slow down or even helpful reverse this devastating disease, prevent the end of this service in the future. True prevention, what the research say. The good news is that antioxidants and their supporting nutrients can eliminate or at least significantly reduce all the cause of inflammation in the artery. Hundreds of clinical studies look at the heart disease report significant health benefit with the use of a nutritional supplement. Let's now look at each individual nutrient, see what its particular role in slow down preventing this inflammatory reaction. Vitamin E. Vitamin E is the most important antioxidant when it comes to hindering the process of hardening of the arteries. The main reason vitamin E provides such a powerful defense is the fact that the fat-soluble make it the most potent antioxidant within the cell wall. Vitamin E actually incorporates itself within LDL cholesterol. The higher the vitamin E level within the cell membrane of the native LDL cholesterol, the more resist LDL cholesterol is to become modified or oxidized. Whether the native LDL cholesterol goes, the vitamin E travels right along with it. It is important to understand that I mentioned earlier LDL cholesterol does not become oxidized within the artery itself, but only when it travels through the thinner layer into the subdural space. Researchers now began that the high antioxidant content of plasma or blood does not allow for this change to occur in the artery. In the subdural space, the surrounding cell offers significantly less antioxidant protection. If the vitamin E content of native LDL cholesterol is high, it is protected from becoming oxidized even if it passes into the subdermal space. Remember, the monocytous white cells pick up the drop-off native LDL cholesterol too, so buildup doesn't occur. Keep the native LDL cholesterol from being modified will prevent the entire inflammatory process from start. Vitamin C. Research study shows that vitamin C is the best antioxidant within the plasma fluids of blood primarily because it's water soluble. Vitamin C supplement has been showing a preserve and protective function of endothelium. Remember, endothelium dysfunction is at the core of this inflammatory process, since maintaining the integrity of the thin layer of the artery is of utmost concern. Numerous studies has peer-involved supplemental vitamin C to either prevent disease or cardiovascular disease. Vitamin C also proven effective in protecting LDL cholesterol from being oxidized within both plasma and subdermal space. Yet another benefit of vitamin C has ability to regenerate vitamin E intracellular glutathione so they can be used again and again. Glutathione is the most potent intercellular antioxidant that is present within the cell. Patients with known coronary artery disease have lower level of glutathione within their cells than people who those arteries are healthy. Glutathione is a key antioxidant because it contains all the cells surrounding the subdermal space, where you take the nutrients needed for the cells to make more glutathione, like selenium, vitamin B2, niacin, and nitrite L-cysteine. You are improving the body's overall antioxidant defense system. Bioflavonoids. Thousands of bioflavonoids exist within our fruits and vegetables. Here is the rule of thumb. The more varied color of your fruits and vegetables, the greater variety of bioflavonoid you will get. This extremely potent antioxidants also have some autoallergen and anti-inflammatory properties. Red wine, grape seed extract juice have produced called polyphenol, for example, which have been shown to decrease the formation of oxidized LDL cholesterol. They are also help protect the integrity of the endothelium. Grape seed extract is believed to be best bioflavonoid antioxidant in helping prevent chronic inflammatory disease. Nutrition medicine, true prevention. Researcher scientists are discovered that the root cause of heart disease is inflammation results from oxidative stress. Now, clinical practice physician like me needed to take this information and make it particularly useful for you, the patient, but both physician and researcher have a tendency to treat basic nutrients as a drug. That is, they test the body's response to just one nutrient at a time so they will learn its exactly potential. For example, they will conduct a study within vitamin E, then a respective study will look at vitamin C, then a separate study will examine the effect of beta-carotene. Occasionally, A clinical trial does not show any significant health, and physician researchers hesitate in recommending that particular nutrients. This is what creates a controversy. You see medicine that particular nutrition in the media and in the medical literature. Physicians want to know beyond any shadow of doubt that a particular nutrition will help before they will go any shadow of doubt that particular nutrition on the record to record any form of nutritional supplement. But they are missing all the important synergistic effects of nutritional medicine. This refers to the way antioxidants work together. To hit oxidative stress, the body needs enough antioxidant to handle all the free radicals, and the antioxidant need all of the supporting nutrients to do their job well. These ingredients work in synergy as they accomplish the optimal goals of defensive oxidative stress. I suggest that my patient provide all the nutrients to the cell and tissue at the optimal level. I want to stop this inflammatory process from even getting started. Therefore, I recommend that they have highest level of vitamin E possible within the LDL cholesterol itself in order to protect it from becoming oxidized. I have found that my patient needed to have optimal level of vitamin C to protect the integrity of the endothelium, decrease the oxidation of the LDL cholesterol, and regenerate the vitamin E, glutathione, beta-carotene, along with all the different type of gluten. It's also necessary to help preventing or slow down this process. I want to build up the glutathione levels within the cell by giving the body its precursors, selenium, vitamin B2, N-erythrocytine, and niacin in the next chapter. You will also learn the importance of folic acid and vitamin B6 and B12 is reducing the risk of cardiovascular disease. Again, all of these nutrients work together either to eliminate or decrease inflammatory arteries. The synergistic effects of supplemental all of these nutrients together is the key. This is why cellular nutrition is so critical to our health. In the next chapter, meet the new kids on the block, homocysteine. Thank you for listening. Next chapter, I will reading the new kids on the block. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 6, Homocysteine, the new kids on the block. Have you ever heard of homocysteine? Or better yet, has your doctor ever recommended a blood test to check your personal homocysteine level? Probably not. After reading this chapter, I guarantee you will wonder why. Few people have ever heard of this substance, and fewer still realize that it's posed just as a great threat as a cholesterol when it comes to cardiovascular disease. It is estimated that by itself, an elevated homocysteine level in the blood is responsible for approximately 15% of all your heart attack and stroke the world today. Means 225,000 heart attack and 24,000 stroke each year in the US. In addition are the 9 million people who have cardiovascular disease as a direct result of elevated homocysteine level. Needless to say, I believe there is a great value in learning more about this major killer, especially when you realize that you can correct it simply by taking vitamin B supplement. What is homocysteine? The history of homocysteine research is a fascinating one. Began with the career of Dr. Kilmer McCullough, a promising pathologist and researcher who graduated from Harvard Medical School. In mid-1960s, Dr. McCullough enjoyed studies that involved the connection of biochemistry with disease. His reputation was strong. He soon landed a prestigious position as an associate pathologist at Massachusetts General Hospital and as assistant professor of pathology at Harvard Medical School. Earlier in Dr. McCullough's career, he became particularly interested in a disease called homocystinuria. This presents itself in children who had genetic defects that keep them from breaking down essential amino acids called methionine. These children show a tremendously buildup of a byproduct called homocysteine. McCullough reviewed 2 separate cases involving young boys with this defect who died of heart attack. This was quite amazing since both of these boys were not even 8 years old. When he examined the boys' pathology slide, he discovered that the damage to the artery was similar to that of an elderly man who had severe hardening of arteries. This led Dr. McCullough to wonder whether mild to moderate elevation of homocysteine that were present over a long time could be a cause of heart attack and stroke in the average patient. As seen in the case of the 2 boys, homocysteine is an intermediate byproduct that we produce when our body metabolism break down an essential amino acid called methionine. Methionine is found in large quantity our meat, egg, milk, cheese, white flours, canned food, high processed food. Our body needs methionine to survive. However, as you can see from the list of food that contain large quantity of these nutrients, we in the US have plenty of it. Our body normally converts homocysteine into either cysteine or back to myelin again. Cysteine and methionine are beginning products are not harmful in any way, but there is a catch. The enzyme needed to break down homocysteine into cysteine or back to methionine need folic acid, vitamin B12, vitamin B6 to do their job. If we're deficient in these nutrients, the level of homocysteine in the blood begin to rise. So why haven't we heard of this before? We must turn back to Dr. Kilmer McCullough. Right stuff, wrong era. McCullough reported this homocysteine series in several medical journals in the late 60s and early 70s was initially welcomed with great enthusiasm. Dr. Benjamin Castle, the chief of this department, fully supported Dr. McCullough, showcased his work to a prestigious panel of experts. But by the mid-70s, the homocysteine theory had lost most of its momentum. Dr. Castle retired, and the new chief of department asked Dr. McCullough to seek his own research funding or leave. His lab was removed into a basement. McCullough found long and hard, but eventually money ran out. In 1979, the new Department of Chief informed Dr. McCullough that Harvard was terminating him because his theory about homocysteine and heart attack had not yet been proven. Since McCurdy's position at Harvard Medical School and Massachusetts General Hospital went hand in hand, he lost both jobs in January 1979. A former classmate from Harvard who was then the director of arteriosclerosis center at MIT labeled McCurdy's ideas in rant nonsense, a hoax being perpetrated on the public. Since the director of Public Affairs Massachusetts Journal also asked Dr. McCurdy not to associate homocysteine theories with the hospital or with Harvard, McCurdy was shut down for good. Dr. Kilmer McCurdy was certainly ahead of his time, but why the hostility towards a man who was simply trying to find the underlying cause of number one cause today in the world? Was the motive for such a permission and verbal attack? Could the heavily funded research on cholesterol at the time have been reason? At that time, the cholesterol heart attack theory was gaining tremendous momentum, and Kilmer McCurdy hypothesis clearly challenged its future. Dr. Thomas James, cardiologist, president of University of Texas Medical Branch, and the president of American Heart Association in 1979 and 1980, said, "You couldn't get idea from that went in other direction than cholesterol. You were intentionally discouraged from pursuing alternative correction. I've never dealt with a subject in my life that elicited such as immediately hostile response. With all opposites theories silent, the cholesterol theory went great guns. Drugs companies began making their billions, and everyone was convinced that heart attack and stroke were simply the result of too much cholesterol in the bloodstream. Wouldn't you say they did an excellent job in selling this to medical community to the general public?" Renewed interest in homocysteine. In 1990s, Dr. Meyer Stanford revived interest in Dr. McCullough's homocysteine series. A professor of epidemiology nutrition at the Harvard School of Public Health, Stanford looked at the blood level of homocysteine in 50,000 physicians who were involved in a health study. Dr. Stanford reported that even mildly elevated levels were directly related to an increased risk of developing heart disease. This man had the highest level of homocysteine experience, 3 times at the risk of developing heart attack, when compared to those who had the lowest level. This was the first large study that shows the possibility of homocysteine as an independent risk factor of heart disease. In February 1995, Dr. Jacob Selhub also reported in New England Journal of Medicine that high plasma level of homocysteine were directly related to increasing risk of carotid arteriosclerosis, the narrowing of the 2 main arteries supply blood to the brain. In addition, Selhub noted that most patients with a high homocysteine level also had a low level of folic acid and vitamin B12, B6 in the body. Another large case study showed the European Street Action Project indicate that the higher the homocysteine level, the greater risk of obtaining a heart attack. What were once considered normal level of homocysteine were suddenly become recognized as a very dangerous level. Of even more concern to the research was the fact that when they found elevated level of homocysteine in patients who had also had one or more other major risk factors, hypertension, elevated cholesterol, or smoking, the risk of vascular disease increasing dramatically. The results of this clinical trial provide evidence that the lower our homocysteine level are, the better. Suddenly, researchers accept as fact that homocysteine was indeed an independent risk factor for cardiovascular disease. Even the old-line supporter of the cholesterol camp, such as Claude Lee Infant, director of National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute, said, even if the risk of elevated homocysteine is not entirely proven, it is an extremely important area of research. Today, the medical evidence is beyond dispute. Homocysteine can help cause coronary disease, strokes, peripheral vascular disease. Show me the money, the economic power of medicine. You can now appreciate why more than half the people who suffering heart attack have normally cholesterol level. Why did it take 25 years after Dr. McCurley presented his hypothesis on homocysteine for the medical community to pay attention? Dr. Charles Hinken, a professor at Harvard Medical School and a chief of preventive medicine at Brigham and Women's Hospital, cites a parallel example. For years now, we've known about this large benefit of aspirin in treating patients who have suffering an acute heart attack or survival of heart attack. Yet we have underutilizing of it. He said, at the FDA advisor community meeting recently, I joked that if aspirin were half as effective, 10 times as expensive a prescription, maybe people would take it more seriously. Well, at least the pharmaceutical company would take it more seriously, and they will definitely share those health benefits with the doctors. The situation here is similar, like aspirin at a cost of pennies a day. Vitamin B supplement can effectively lower the majority of elevated homocysteine level. It is inescapable that there's just not the commercial interest supporting research in homocysteine. Dr. Stanford said, because nobody going to make money on it. Take a look at the amount of money the medical community, the pharmaceutical industry have made by lowering cholesterol with synthetic drug. Billion and billion dollars roll in each day and every year. Have you ever considered who educate you about risk of high cholesterol? Who is taking out of the full page in the USA Today to tell you the importance of lowering your cholesterol? Pharmaceutical company? Why hasn't someone taken out of TV or newspaper ad inform you that about importance of lowering your homocysteine? There is not nearly as much money to be made in scale of vitamins and B12, B6, folic acid. Sad to say, we are caught in the reaping effects of economic of medicine. Could this possibly have been the underlying reason that Dr. Kilmer McKellar lost his research fund and his job at Harvard? Dr. McCurley takes his own follow-the-money approach, asking who stands the most to gain by not educating people about dangers of homocysteine. The most dramatic improvement in longevity over the last couple of 100 years have been through public health, not through medicine, he says. But public health is notoriously unprofitable. people don't make a profit preventing disease. They make profits through medicine. Treat critical advanced stage disease. Is there a healthy level of homocysteine? Unlike cholesterol, which is the body need for the production of certain cells, parts, and hormones, homocysteine provides no health benefit. The higher level of homocysteine, the greater risk of cardiovascular disease. Conversely, the lower of the homocysteine, the better. There's no threshold below which homocysteine become okay. You want your homocysteine level to be as low as possible. Most labs will record the normal range of homocysteine level between 5 to 15 micromoles /L or micromoles per liter of blood. The medical literature found that when this level rises much above 7 micromoles /L, however, an increased level of developing cardiovascular disease become apparent. Most patients will want homocysteine level below 7. If your level rises above 12, you are seriously in trouble. When the medical community discovers a new entity or risk factor, testing standards lag far behind. This happens with cholesterol and will happen with homocysteine. Therefore, do not be pacified by your physician, who might tell you that having a homocysteine level of 10 or even 11 fall or within the normal range and not to worry. You want to get your homocysteine level down to at least 9 or if have no signs of cardiovascular disease, and below 7 if you're already evidence cardiovascular disease or have other risk factors of heart disease. How do I lower my homocysteine level? There are really two sides to this problem of high homocysteine levels. One is amount of mycelium in your diet that your body has metabolized and break down. This requires that you become careful with amount of meat, dairy products, and you are consuming. Isn't it interesting that there is the same food that are high in saturated fat and cholesterol? Obviously, we need to replace this food with more vegetables and fruits as well as vegetable protein. I realize methionine is the essential amino acid. However, in the American diet, we will always get more than enough. The other side of coins is providing enough folic acids, vitamin B6 and vitamin B12, so that the enzyme system needed to break down homocysteine to work effectively. It is interesting to note that all studies have shown harmful aspects elevate homocysteine and have shown complete level of B vitamins. I recommend that all my patients take 1000 mcg microgram of folic acid, 50 to 150 microgram of vitamin B12, 25 to 50 milligram of vitamin B6. Remember, the lower the homocysteine level, the better. I want to see everyone's level below 7 if at all possible. When my patient have an initial homocysteine level above 9, I start them on supplement B vitamins and recheck their blood level within 6-8 weeks. With B vitamin regimen, homocysteine level tend to fall somewhere between 15 to 17%, but not all patients will respond adequately to just the B vitamins. This is an indication to me that these patients simply have overall problem with the methylation and biochemical process through the body reproduce homocysteine to beyond or non-harm products in the body. Methylation deficient. Methylation deficient is a response not only for elevated homocysteine level, but it's also one of the key underlying problems is in some of our major chronic degenerative disease, especially some cancer, Alzheimer's, dementia. In fact, as I'm writing this chapter, a study has just reported that a new test has been discovered for determining who may be a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's dementias. I read the results of this study with great anticipation. Can you guess what's the new test checks? Yes, the homocysteine blood level. We have been doing this test in my office for the last several years because it's pointing out the fact that elevated homocysteine levels are not only an indicator of B vitamin deficient but also serve as indicator of decreased level of methyl donor in our body. Methyl donors are not only necessary to decrease homocysteine level in the body, but also they produce important nutrients needed by the brain. The least expensive methyl donor, which has excellent effects on homocysteine level, is called betaine or trimethylglycine, TMG. If the homocysteine level has not come down to the desired level, I added 1 to 5 grams of TMG to daily supplement B vitamins. Dr. Kilmer McKellar, the conclusion. A story was published on August 10, 1997 in the New York Times magazine entitled The Fall and the Rise of Kilmer McKellar. It detailed the end of his story and offered an interesting perspective to our concern here. McKellar revealed briefly the shadow of disappointment that must have loomed large 2 decades ago. Last October, he said, the pathology department at Massachusetts Journal had a reunion and invited me. I saw one of the people involved in my living in the department. Well, he said to me, it looked like you well. Right after all, it's 20 years later, my career is almost over. There's really not much that can be done about 20 last years, is there? Worse, the political and economic force that undid McKellar back then may even be more intense today. Last April, the New England Journal of Medicine published an article titled The Messenger Under Attack, Intimidating of Researchers by Special Interest Group, which details 3 cases of harassment by advocacy group, physician association, or academic consultants who failed to disclose their close tie to drugs complaints. With more and more pressure group weighing in on what research get financed and promoted, the article said such attack may become more frequently and accumulating. McCurley knows the dangers of homocysteine. I'm sure he also knows that taking B vitamin in supplement not only inexpensive insurance against this danger, but safe as well. He was up against a political giant, but the truth is not clear. We are left to wonder why doctors are still so reluctant to check their patients' homocysteine level and why they are not recommend B vitamin to all their patients. What your doctor doesn't know may killing you, especially when you consider the fact that homocysteine is important if it's not a greater risk factor for heart disease than cholesterol. The new test for heart disease, ultrasensitivity CRP. As the medical community begin to realize the coronary artery disease is decidedly inflammatory, not a cholesterol level, more clinical study on appearing in medical literature advise physicians of effective way to evaluate patient. Several studies have looked at various products in the body that give us evidence of amount of inflammation that is present in the arteries. One such a high preferred blood test is the high sensitivity C-reactivity protein has CRP. This test measures this artery inflammation currently present. The test is actually a better predictor of who is going to develop a heart disease than a cholesterol level is. Why shouldn't be? In fact, doing highly sensitive CRPs allows the physician to identify those patients who have normal cholesterol level and they still be at increased risk of develop cardiovascular disease. Homocysteine blood levels. Checking patients' fasting homocysteine blood level is not only easy but also critical in determining whether they are problematic or not. Hopefully, as the tests become more standardized between labs, it will become more affordable. Presently, a serum homocysteine level test costs between $45 to $150. Heart calcification score. Most medical centers have now made modification to their CT scan so they can determine the amount of calcification or plaque buildup present in coronary arteries. This is a simple, non-invasive procedure, but it costs actually range between $250 to $600. I recommend this test for all patients with significant risk factor for strong family history of heart disease. If the test does show calcification, it gives a doctor some feel of how serious the problem is, how aggressive to treat the patient. Remember, more than 30% of the time, the first sign of heart disease is sudden death. I have found this tool to be very helpful and motivating for my patient. I challenge you to ask your personal physician to perform one or all of these tests on you. You may want to check with your insurance company first to make sure these tests are covered. Among with traditional chemistry, profile and cholesterol panel, this helps determine which patients are at increased risk of developing cardiovascular disease. Obviously, it should be every doctor focused to prevent or slow down this process in this patient so that they never have to end up in the surgeon's hands. Doesn't that appeal to you as well? Thank you for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading Cardiomyopathy, A New Hope for a Cure. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today, reading chapter 7, Cardiomyopathy, New Hope for a Cure. Wayne is a lifetime friend. We grew up together in a small town along the Missouri River in the South Dakota. His father was my baseball coach. All the way through high school, even though Wayne is younger than me, we always seemed to be competing neck and neck in sport. In fact, when I was a senior, I set a local high school track record in half mile. Wayne broke it 2 years later. Wayne and I went on to attend the University of South Dakota, where we ran together on the USD track team. Follow our years at university, Wayne continued his athletic pursuits, was an aggressive cyclist, and still run on occasion. I admire his continued drive to stay in the peak physical condition. Knowing his athleticism, then I was quite concerned with my friend walked into my office one midsummer day. Wayne's color was poor. He complained that his heart felt like it was going to jump right out of his chest. My former competitors looked tired and washed out. He informed me that he had come down with cerebral fluid about 3 months earlier, just never seems to get over. It seems that anything he did completely wore him out. He was the manager of a restaurant and didn't know how he could continue working. It was that taxing to his body. As I examined my friends, I noticed right away that his heart was indeed beating rapidly and irregularly. Wayne's heart sounds like a washing machine. It was clear, but he was in serious trouble, and I informed him that he needed to be admitted to the hospital. We went directly to a hospital where one of our local cardiologists examined him. An X-ray revealed that Wayne's heart was significantly enlarged. So the doctor immediately ordered an echocardiogram, a sound wave study of the heart. The results were shocking. Wayne's ejection fraction, a measure of how long the heart is beating, was only 17%. A normal ejection fraction is between 50 to 70%. When an ejection fraction drops below 30%, the patient is possibly candidate for heart transplant. Wayne's heart was huge, filled with blood clot and in atrial fibrillation. Beating irregularly, his situation was critical. The cardiologist then performed a cardiac catheterization, in which he injected a special dye into Wayne's heart and coronary arteries. His artery was fine, but his heart has definitely suffering trauma. The next test, a biopsy of the heart muscle, shows a result of suffering a viral infection of the heart. Wayne just had developed cardiomyopathy, extremely weakness of the heart muscle. The infection had most likely occurred in the spring when Wayne's contracted with he believed was the fluid. He actually contracted a viral myocarditis, which caused severe damage to his heart. The cardiologist prescribed a blood thinner, Coumadin, and placed Wayne on several other medications in an attempt to strengthen his heart. He was then able to leave the hospital, so he was very sick and could hardly move. Follow-up study of Wayne's heart a few weeks later shows that his ejection fraction had improved to 23%. The cardiologist wasn't very optimistic through and felt that this was probably the most Wayne's health could ever improve. His heart was still filled with blood clot, and he still was in the atrial fibrillation. The other option cardiologists had to offer was the possibility of sending Wayne to Abbott Northwest in Minneapolis, where he could put a heart transplant list. You can imagine how difficult it was for me to discuss this with my patient. my friend. I also had to inform Wayne's parents, two people I had grown to love and admire, that their son's life was seriously jeopardized. To make better, more pain still, they had recently lost a young son to lung cancer. It seems like I was a messenger of hopeless. Wayne wanted to hold off going to Minneapolis and instead work with me local cardiologists visiting me on a regular basis. We placed him on a patent antioxidant mineral supplement while he continued his other medication. His blood clots finally cleared, and the cardiologist was able to continue Wayne's heart's rhythm back to normal with electric shock therapy. About the same time, my wife Liz and I fly into Great Northwest when she showed me an article she was reading about a study on natural nutrition, coenzyme Q10. Liz handed me the article written by Dr. Peter Langone, a cardiologist and biochemist practicing in Taylor, Texas. Dr. Langone had been able to significantly improve the health of his cardiomyopathy patient by simply adding nutrition of supplement called coenzyme Q10 to their daily medication. As soon as I returned home, I thoroughly researched the medical literature about the use of Q10 and decided that it was safe to try with my friends. What did Wayne have to lose? I asked him into my office the next day and started him on a dosage of Q10 similar to what Dr. Langone had been recommended. Because Wayne was being so close monitored by his cardiologist, I did not see him for 3 or 4 months, and when he did return to my office, he came to discuss the possibility of applying for total disability income. My hope sank, totally disappointed. Wayne explained that because he had not worked for the past 8 months, his friends and business acquaintances had strongly urging him to consider going on disabilities. When I asked how he was doing, however, he told me that he was feeling fine and was actually able to ride his bike an average of 5 miles a day. He was able to run a little. Grimly, I told Wayne that I would have differently recommending for him disability when his activity level had to dramatically improve. I suggest that we get another echocardiogram to see how his heart was doing. He agreed. I was astonished when I got the results. Wayne's injection fraction was back into a normal range at 51%. The only explanation of his miracle improvement was a lot of prayer and nutrition Q10. The next week, I ran into Wayne's cardiologist in the doctor's lounge, and I happily shared what had happening with our patient. With the cardiologist didn't reflect my enthusiasm. He simply did not believe me. In fact, the doctor to insist that Wayne's echocardiogram be repeated on his machine. Wayne was called to his cardiologist's office, but I didn't hear anything on the results for several weeks. When a little finally did come, I learned that Wayne's injection fraction on a cardiologist's machine was 58%. Yes, this is even better, I thought. A week after I received the letter, I was scribbling a snack in the doctor's lounge. When the cardiologist approached me, our intention was a bit different than this time. Amazing at Wayne's improvement, the doctor was anxious to see some of the research study on coenzyme 10. I told him I would send a copy of the study right over. Ray, he said, you reminds me of a doctor I used to listen to on the radio during my commute into work. he would talk about all this medical study in nutrition and supplements. I was sure he was off his rocker, slamming his topic because one of our favorite pastime at the hospital, man. We shred him good. The cardiologist continued. The most critical doctor was Jim. In the doctor lounge, he would trash his radio guy up on the side and down to the necks. To continue over the next few months until one day Jim's partner confronts him. Jim, if you feel this strongly about the subject, why do you take nutritional supplements? Well, Jim replied, just in case I'm wrong. Wayne did not go on disability, is back to work full-time. His first visit to my office occurred more than 4 years ago. My friend is now able to do all he wants to physical, and his following echocardiogram continue to show his ejection fraction is normal. Let me assume you through this. Wayne's heart was not being cured. He still has cardiomyopathy, but with the addition of nutrients of Q10, Wayne's heart has its need fuel source, which now allow his heart to compensate for its weakened state. Disease of heart muscle. The heart is not a complicated organ. It primarily a muscle whose main job to pump blood through the body. In the past couple of chapters, we concentrate on the coronary artery that supply blood to the heart. This chapter will now focus on the muscle of heart itself. Congestive heart failure and cardiomyopathy are disease of the heart muscles. A electrical system triggers his muscle to beat in a coordinary effectiveness manner. The heart's valve then open and close, allow the blood to flow efficiently through the 4 chambers. As the primary muscle with the responsibility of pursuing life-giving blood to every organ in the body, the heart must continue beating constantly at all times, therefore has remarkable high energy requirement. Congestive heart failure and myopathy have numerous causes: hypertension, repeat several heart attack, virus infection, and infiltrative heart disease like lupus scleroderma, to name a few, in case the disease weakens the strength of the heart muscle so that it's unable to handle the amount of blood it receives from the body. The heart tries to compensate for its weakened state by dilating the beating faster, but blood eventually back up into lung filled with some fluid. This is called congenital heart failure. The patient essentially begins to drown in his or her own fluids. Sometimes failure occurs primarily on the right side of the heart, which means the liver becomes congested and the patient's legs begin to swollen. When one's heart becomes severely weakened and delayed, as in Wayne's case, physicians call this cardiomyopathy. Cardiomyopathy is a very severe case of congestive heart failure. An uncommonly large delayed heart is the hallmark. What is coenzyme Q10? Coenzyme Q10 or eubiozin is a fat-soluble vitamin-like substance that is also patented antioxidant. Trace amounts of Q10 exist in varieties of food such as organ meats, beef, soy oil, sardine, mercury, and peanut. The body also has the ability to make Q10 from the amino triazome, but this is a complicated process that requires at least a vitamin, several trace minerals to complete. A deficiency in any of these nutrients can hinder the body's nutrient production of Q10. Coenzyme as a group of cofactors is essential for a large number of enzyme reactions with the body. Q10 is the cofactor for at least 3 very important enzymes that are within the mitochondria of the cell. Remember, the mitochondria are essentially the battery or funnel of the cell, where the energy of the cell produced. Mitochondria enzymes are needed for the production of high-energy phosphate and enzyme triglyceride, upon which all cellular function depended. You will recall the mitochondria where the oxidative process occurred. Not only does average energy start here, but the dangerous byproducts, free radicals, are also created. As a strong antioxidant, Q10 is extremely important in helping neutralize free radical. However, its most important function in this situation to help create energy. Q10, which helps fuel human mitochondria, was the first isolated from a beef heart mitochondria by Dr. Frederick Ken in 1957. In 1958, Dr. Carl Fokker and co-worker at Merck Inc. determined the exactly chemical structure of Q10 and began synthesis. The Japanese then preferred the technology in the mid-70s, are now able to produce large amounts of pure Q10. Q10's deficient in heart failure. Not only have numerous investigators published the normal blood level of Q10, they have identified what seems to be direct correlation between the severity of heart failure and the correlating depletion of Q10. Significant decreased amounts of Q10 have been noted in periodontal disease, cancer, heart disease, diabetics. Deficient level of Q10 have been most clearly published. However, in the blood level of patients with congestive heart failure and cardiomyopathy, Q10 deficiency can be the result of several conditions: a poor diet, impairment of body ability to synthesize Q10, and the body excessive of utilization of Q10. Investigators in the earlier 1980s began trials in which patients took Q10 supplements. Over the past 20 years, interest has continued to mount. Numerous clinical studies have tested the result of Q10 in cardiomyopathy and congestive heart failure patients. No fewer than 9 placebo-controlled clinical trials have taken place around the world. 8 international symposia has been held on the biochemical and clinical aspect of Q10, in which physicians and scientists from 18 different countries present more than 300 papers. The largest of this international study was the Italian Motor Center trial by Begil and Association, which involved 2,664 patients with heart failure. In this particular study, near 80% of the patients improved when they start taking Q10, and 54% of these patients had majority improved in the 3 major symptom of categories. Put simply, study and real life example shows that Q10 is an enormous helpful supplement in treating patients with life threats of heart condition. While it doesn't cure them, it certainly hinders the process of the disease. Treating patients with cardiomyopathy. Have you ever wondered what a heart transplant costs? What was your guess? $250,000? Were you aware that more than 20,000 patients under the age of 65 are on the heart transplant list? 1,000 more patients over 65 have also cardiomyopathy, but they are not even eligible to be placed on a heart transplant list because their age, although they may receive maximum medical treatment. Most will remain totally disabled. Only 1 in 10 patients who are eligible for heart transplant will actually receive one. The other 9 usually end up dying from their disease very soon. The numbers don't include the hundreds of thousands of patients who are suffering from aggressive heart failure. Dr. Folkers and Long Jones report a study in medical literature in 1992 that I believe brings this dilemma to an obvious conclusion. They placed 11 exemplary transplant candidates on Q10. 3 of the patients moved from the worst classification class IV to the best classification class I under the New York Heart Association Guide C box. 4 patients improved from Classic 3 to 4 to Classic 2, and 2 others improved from Classic 3 to 1. The New York Heart Association classified for functional capacity. Class 1, no limitation. Ordinary physical activity does not cause due to fatigue, shortness of breath, and heart palpitation. Class 2, slightly limitation of physical activity. Such patients are comfortable at rest, and ordinary physical activity result in fatigue, heart palpitation, shortness of breath, and angina. Classic 3, marked limitation of physical activity. Although patients are comfortable at rest, less than ordinary activity will lead to simply notes above. Classic 4, unable to carry on a physical activity without a discomfort, simply of congestive heart failure, are present at risk. With any physical activity, increased discomfort and simply will occur. Against the backdrop of substantial clinical trial already reported in the medical literature, Folkers and Long Jones shows undeniable proof of efficiency and safety of use of Q10 in patients with end-stage heart failure were awaiting transplantation. Here is the primary example of natural vitamin antioxidant showing several clinical trials to be effective and safe. This is a nutritional medicine that is cure or core. When the heart muscle is weakened, for whatever reason, it places an increased demand on nutrients the heart cells need in order to create energy. Because of exclusive utilization of these nutrients, the heart muscle eventually become depleted of Q10, which is the most important nutrient needed to create energy. When patients take these nutrients as a supplement, the weakened heart muscle is able to replenish in stored Q10, generally more energy compensate for weak state. Doctors should use Q10 in support of traditional medical treatment, not in place of it. This is complementary medicine, not alternative medicines. Although this study, many patients improved, such as they were able to stop taking several of their medication, they were not cured of their underlying heart disease. It is important to know patients should continue taking supplemental Q10 over the long time. Clinical studies report that when patients discontinue using supplementation Q10, the need of fuel source become depleted and organs' heart function slowly decreased back of previously poor level. On the other hand, Dr. Lan Jian report after 6 years follow-up study of patients that those who maintain their supplemental dosage maintain their heart function improvement. Why don't physicians recommend Q10? Here we have a life-threatening disease for which traditional medical therapy offer little hope of improvement. The cost of taking Q10 in supplementation in about $1 a day, not considered reduce the cost of hospitalization. This is substantially less than 250,000 heart transplant for which costs of these patients are waiting. The use of Q10 has never shown any side effect or problem. In fact, most of studies show mid-mark improvement with 4 months. So why don't physicians recommend a trial of Q10 to their cardiomyopathy patient? What the doctor doesn't know may be killing you. I never had heard a discussion of the use of Q10 at any medical meeting or with any my cardiology other than my interaction with Wayne's physician. And I've never heard the cardiologist place any of my patients with congestive heart failure or cardiomyopathy on Q10. After reviewing this study, I'm too amazed at the unwilling of medical profession to offer this option to their patients. Only 1% of cardiologists in the US recommend Q10 to their patients with heart failure and cardiomyopathy. It is not as if they have good alternative therapy in mind. The National Institute of Health has found most of the study involve Q10 in the US, but unlikely the plethora of scenic drugs. Q10 is a natural product, as such as cannot be patented through the FDA. Pharmaceutical companies are not going to spend $350 million need to get natural products like Q10 approved through FDA if there are no economic incentive. It is also very costly for a company to promote the use of medication to physicians. It is just not going to happen. I will tell you why physicians don't recommend Q10. Physicians are pharmaceutical trained. We know drugs, but we don't know much about natural products. As much as we hate to admit it, pharmaceutical sales representatives who come to our office daily control much of what we learn in regarding new treatments. And I have yet seen pharmaceutical sales representatives show me a study on Q10 effective cardiomyopathy, and simply is money into it. Emma's story. Emma is a delightful patient of mine in her early 18s. About 4 years ago, her cardiologist diagnosed her heart with cardiomyopathy. An ejection fraction of 20% severity limits Emma's life. Her cardiologist prescribed several medications including cardamom, which she took to control her irregular heart rhythm. However, the medicine made her very thick, and she was soon unable to eat. Not only did she lose a lot of weight, but the medication also destroyed her thyroid gland. Thyroid medication was started, but needless to say, Emma remained very ill. Her cardiologist did not give her much hope, and because of her age, she was definitely not a candidate for a heart transplant. The traditional treatments Emma received only made her much worse. In desperation, she came to see me because she heard about how I was able to help others with similar problem. After evaluating my new patient, I could see she has significant reaction to the cardamom. She wanted to quit taking the drugs, and I agree with her. I personally feel if she stayed on this medication, she would live only another month or two. After erasing her off cardamom, I started my new patient on 300 milligrams of Q10. To Emma's delight, her appetite and strength improved her shortness of breath a bit. Her activity level soon returned to normal. 4 months later, her cardiologist repeated an echocardiogram and was pleased to see her ejection fraction had improved 42%. Emma has become more concentrated about her arthritis than her heart. In fact, she was able to have her left knee totally replaced. Not bad for a lady who not expecting even to live. It was been 4 years since Emma received her cardiomyopathy diagnosis, and she continued to live a happy, healthy life. Physicians must become their patients' advocate. We need to learn, understand how natural products can help our patient. A basic principle here I cannot emphasize too much. When we support the natural fraction of the body and try to elevate this ability to perform at an optimal level, then, only then, we done everything possible to promote healing. Taking supplement to accommodate this function is best prescribed or described as complementary medicine. Patients with cardiomyopathy should continue taking their medication by adding a complete balanced antioxidant mineral tablet among higher dosage of Q10. 300 to 500 milligrams was supporting the neutral function of failure hearts, and patient was improved significantly. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading Chapter 8, Chemo Prevention and Cancer. Nothing is more difficult for me than having to tell a patient he or her has a cancer. Yet cancer is diagnosed, I must anticipate report as a routine part of my job. Doctors all over our nation have to share the same grim news with their patients. More than 1.3 million new cases will be diagnosed in the United States this year. Approximately 550,000 patients will die from cancer before the ball drops in New York City's Times Square again. In spite of the $25 billion spent on cancer research in the past 20 years, deaths from cancer have actually increased over the same period of time. Major concern has arisen among researchers and clinical alike. It's time to rethink our approach to cancer prevention and treatment. But you may ask, has the researcher made some great progress? Indeed, we have achieved some improvements, but those lie largely in the realm of being able to detect some cancer sooner through advances such as mammogram for the detection of breast cancer and PSA tests for prostate cancer. Is earlier detection all we can hope for? No. In this chapter, we will discuss some of the most recent advances in cancer research and how you may be able to lower your risk of developing cancer. Cancer and its cause. Doesn't it seem that just about anything we do or eat these days allegedly cause cancer? Excessive exposure to the sunlight increases the risk of skin cancer. Asbestos workers have increased risk of developing an unusual form of lung cancer called mesothelioma. Smoking and secondary smoke are the main reason lung cancer is leading cause of cancer deaths. Radiation, charcoal sticks, too much fat in our diet, cyclochain, and the many other chemicals found in herbicides and pesticides are what medical literature refer to carcinogen, or those things that increase our risk of developing cancer. Since the first report that chimney sweep had increased risk of skeletal cancer because of their exposure to soot, we have become more and more afraid of our environment, and rightfully so. As I mentioned earlier, our blood face exposure to far more chemical than any previously generations did. And what is the one common denominator all these synergies have? You guess it? They all increase oxidative stress. Here lies the key to understanding new strategy for fighting cancer. Oxidative stress as the cause of the cancer. Many researchers have offered theories as to what is the underlying cause of cancer. Unfortunately, not one of these theories has been able to explain completely diverse aspects of cancer and the development of disease within the human body. In responding to this medical conundrum, Dr. Peter Kovic authored a comprehensive review in Current Medical Chemistry 2001. There he stated, of the number of theories that have been advanced, oxidative stress is the most comprehensive and it has stood the test of time. It can rationalize or correlate most aspects associated with carcinogenous developed cancer. Kovic research supports growing medical evidence that when excessive free radicals are allowed to exist near the nucleus of the cell, significant damage to DNA of the cell can result. The DNA of nucleus is especially vulnerable when a cell is diving, during which time the DNA strand is literally unwound and stretched out. Researchers are now able to confirm not only that free radical can damage the DNA nucleus of a cell, but also which strands of DNA they damage most frequently. When met with an onslaught of carcinogen, the body mesh unit will be busy trying to repair the damaged DNA. But in time of heavy oxidative stress, free radical damage overwhelm the repair system can lead to mutation of the DNA. Free radical can also weaken damage on the genetic structure of the DNA, which can lead to abnormal growth of cells. These cells continue to replace. This mute DNA is carried each day newly develop the cell. When there is further oxidative stress to this mute DNA of cell, more damage occurs. The cell will then begin to grow out of control, take on life its own. It develops the ability to spread from one part of body to another, metastasis. Those become a true cancer, in Figure 1. A multi-stage process. Dr. Donald Molin, a biochemist from Seattle, reported a new method for identifying structure change in the DNA of breast tissue. by using instruments that bounce infrared radiation of the DNA and by analyzing the signal via sophisticated computer, he is able to follow in the structure damage to the DNA caused by free radical. Researchers agree with Malin that the development of cancer is a multi-stage process that usually takes decades to develop. In adults, cancer may take 20 or even 30 years to develop from the initial mutation of DNA to full-blown manifestation. In children, this process may progress more quickly because there more rapidly cell turnover. Marlin noted significant change with the structure of DNA. He followed from normal breast tissue to metastatic breast cancer in all its developing stage. Dr. Marlin believed oxidative stress was the cause of this predictable damage to the DNA, which eventually led to the formulation of breast cancer. He further argued that cancer was not so much the result of dysfunctional genes as it was the result of genetic damage that highly reactive free radical cause. For the past 25 years, researchers have believed that abnormal genes are the driving force behind all cancer. But now researchers are beginning to believe instead of an individual who certain genes are simply more vulnerable to oxidative stress than others. This may explain the family pattern of many types of cancer. A dedicated letter and dollar short. Physicians usually diagnose cancer in the past or the last stage of its development. Unfortunately, by the time a cancer is advanced enough to cause symptoms or show up on X-ray, it actually usually been developed for more than 10 to 20 years. Doctors get out of big guns, aggressive surgeon, chemotherapy, radiation, only to realize that most often they can do little to help the patient. The last time I diagnosed lung cancer in one of my patients, his oncologist recommended chemotherapy, a procedure through which the physician claimed he could bring the lung cancer into remission about 40% of the time. My patient was somewhat encouraged by the study until he asked just exactly what was meant by remission. The oncologist answered, "If the cancer is successfully brought into remission, your life can be extended by about 3 months. Needless to say, this was not what my patient had hoped to hear. This is the typical tragic story for most people with cancer. When my own mother was diagnosed with a high-grade brain tumor, the radiation therapist said there was about 1% chance that therapy could prolong her life. Against my wish, mother went through the treatment. She died 6 months later after battling not only the cancer but also treatment that left her weak and ill. Aggressive treatments may extend a life a few months to even a year or so long. But the suffering our patient and loved one must endure for the marginal benefits seems a cure to those whose lives are already so fragile. We're presently losing the battle against cancer. Is there any doubt that this malignant disease must be attacked at a much earlier stage in its development, before the number of deaths will decrease? We do have hope, Understanding the role of the oxidative stress in the development of cancer offering us a host of a new possibility in prevention and treatment. Prevention of cancer. Chemo prevention. As we begin to understand the root cause of cancer, therapeutic options become unviable. Since cancer is a multi-stage process that takes years to develop, numerous opportunities arise to intervene in this process. In the earlier stage of cancer, we see changes primarily within the DNA, the nucleus itself. The mutation that occur via the free radical attack of the DNA pass to each subsequently cells as it replicates. Eventually, because of the further free radical damage to the cell, a pancreas tumor develops. This is the first particular level that we can evaluate clinically. The final stage is the developing of frank malignancy or cancer, which has the ability to spread from one part of the body to another. Differently from attacking cancer with treatments, in this final stage, chemo prevention focuses on preventing the cancer from developed earlier stage. Remember, the balance is the key. If we have enough antioxidants available, oxidative stress does not occur and the DNA of the nucleus is safe from initial damage. Imagine against the metaphor of the fireplace. When a screen is in place, cinder cannot pop out on the carpet. Chemo prevention also aims to reverse the damage that has already occurred to the cell. As you learn in Chapter 4, the body has the amazing ability to heal itself. Remember the mesh unit. Let us now carefully consider a strategy for fighting off cancer in 3 planned phases of chemo prevention and the effects each has on the body. Chemo prevention phase 1, decreasing the risk. The first strategy in the prevention of cancer may seem obvious whenever possible. Eliminate or at least decrease the exposure to carcinogen chemicals that we know increase our risk of cancer. So seemingly obvious, this phrase is much easier said than done. Here are steps you should take immediately to decrease your risk of cancer. 1. Stop smoking. Cigarette smoke is the most potent carcinogen to which many of us are exposed. So nicotine is a terrible addictively. We must struggle to get rid of the body of all the carcinogens and contained in cigarette smoke. Smokers now shows tremendously increase in the number of free radicals in their body. And through a lesser extent, secondary smoke is also an important factor in oxidative stress. 2. Reduce your exposure to sunlight. UVA and UVB, ultraviolet light, is a well-known carcinogen. I strongly recommend using sunscreen that protects against both. It's a discipline you can't live without. Parents protect your children. 3. Eat a low-fat diet. Excessive fat intake at meal is known to introduce oxidative stress. Especially when adequate amounts of antioxidants are missing in that meal, we must decrease saturated fat intake, making certain we consume at least several servings of fruits and vegetables and more than 35 grams of fiber each day. I know you have heard that all this before, but less than 99% of population follow this advice. 4. Beware of other carcinogens. Whenever possible, choose to take action in decreasing your exposure to cancer-causing agents such as radiation, pesticides, herbicides, asbestos, charcoal, soot, and so on by pursuing them from your home and environment. A principle you will learn to appreciate is that if we reduce our exposure to all these carcinogens, we will produce a few free radicals to our body to fight. For example, it is difficult for me to recommend eating a healthy diet supplement with nutritional medicine to a patient who is smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I know the effects will be minimal at best. And unless he starts smoking, chances of decreasing the risk of cancer are definitely compromised. Chemo prevention freeze 2. Maximize the body's antioxidant and immune system. It is possible to avoid exposure to all the carcinogens and chemicals in the environment. We must still live in this world, hesitating with fear of what might be out there, will only rob us full of abundant life. As you have already learned, the mere fact that we need oxygen to live puts us in significant risk for oxidative stress. Therefore, the best strategy is not to hide out, but to maximize your own body's immune system and antioxidant defense. And this begins by eating a healthy diet. It seems logical that if oxidative stress is indeed a cause of cancer, antioxidants used to bring free radicals back into balance would lower the risk of cancer. This logical proven true. Cancer researcher specialized Dr. Gladys Block followed this precious logical while reviewing 172 epidemiology studies from around the world on diets and cancer. Dr. Block discovered a universal and consistently finding those individuals who had the highest intake of fruits and vegetables. The main source of antioxidants shows a significant decreased risk of developing almost every kind of cancer. The risk of developing most cancer was 2 to 3 times less for those who had the highest intake of fruits and vegetables compared to those who had the lowest. The opposite holds true. Dr. Bruce Ames, a leading cancer researcher, stated in an interview with the Journal of the American Medical Association that individuals who consume the least amount of vegetables and fruits have twice as risk of cancer as those who consume more. Merely by consuming 5 to 7 servings of fruits and vegetables daily can decrease the risk of almost every type of cancer itself. The absolutely best defense your body has is good diet. Nothing a doctor can prescribe will take the place of the diet your body needs to fuel and replenish itself. One of the principles you will hear me stress over and over is the fact that if you choose to use nutritional supplements, you must supplement a good diet, not a bad one. The first step towards building a strong immune system is to eat a high-fiber, low-fat diet, largely made up with fruits and vegetables. But we may need more to practice chemo prevention. Medical research is beginning to demonstrating that taking antioxidant in supplementation to our diet is very important in chemo prevention. Study shows that supplementation of good diet over a 20-week period of time with vitamin C, vitamin E, beta-carotene results in significant decrease of oxidative damage to the DNA of both smoker and non-smoker. Vitamin E also has been shown to protect against exercise introduced DNA damage. Chemo prevention phase 3, empowering the body's repair system. In phase 1 and phase 2 of the chemo prevention, we were primarily concentrate with the decreasing the amount of oxidative stress the body has to handle and providing adequate antioxidant to prevent such stress to the DNA of cell. In phase 3, we will focus on the body amazing repair system when couped with adequate nutrients able cells to repair significant damage has already occurred. Pancreas lesions or growths offer us a unique insight into use of antioxidant in chemo prevention. It is difficult to follow this tumor within the body, but many studies have followed such a tumor on the surface of the body. Such studies primarily look at the leukoplakia, which is a pancreas tumor found inside the mouth of tobacco chewer, and the cervical dysplasia, the pancreas tumor on the surface of the cervix. We hope that by observing the use of various antioxidants on the tumors, we will gain insights into the possible effects on the already damaged DNA. Remember, cancer is a multi-stage process. Even pancreas tumors are in a relative advanced stage. The next step in the multi-stage process is to develop a true cancer itself. As you may imagine, great interest has popped in the prevention of treatments of leukoplakia. Several studies have shown those tobacco chewers have lower antioxidant level. Consequently, those with a high level of antioxidant also demonstrate a lower risk of developing leukoplakia. Dr. Hernder wrote a review article on the effect of antioxidant not only in the prevention of oral cancer but also the reverse of leukoplakia. This article is a landmark to phase 3 of chemo prevention. His findings provide hope that not only can antioxidants help the process of developing cancer, they may actually empower the body's repair system to reverse cell damage. I'll briefly recap in the box several of the clinical trials he studied. Here's the list of studies that involve the use of nutritional supplement in patients with pancreas lesions. 1. A study in India used vitamin A and beta-carotene. Researchers observed complete remission of leukoplakia at rates 10 times greater than the placebo group. 2. A pilot study that used only beta-carotene shows a reversal of leukoplakia back to normal cells in 71% of their patients. 3. In an ongoing study in the United States, patients receive a combination of beta-carotene, vitamin C, vitamin E. Researchers witnessed a response rate of 60%. The abnormal pancreas cells revert back to being normal cells. 4. In an ongoing multi-institute U.S. trial, patients received only beta-carotene that they had a response rate of 56%. 5. A study done with some male hamsters that had experimental induced oral cancer considered using beta-carotene, vitamin E, glutathione, and vitamin C, both in combination and alone. Significant improvements occurred in each group. However, the group receiving the combination had by far the best result. This was not merely additional effects as more and more antioxidants were used, but rather than the result of synergistic effects of supplemental work together. Cervical dysplasia is another pancreas tumor that occurs on the surrounding face of the body. Several studies have shown that individuals with lower level of beta-carotene and vitamin C have significantly increased risk of cervical dysplasia. In fact, women with a lower level of beta-carotene had a 2 to 3 times more risk than women who with the higher level. Women had the intake of less than 30 milligrams of vitamin C per day had a 10 times greater risk of cervical dysplasia than women who intake higher. Other epidemiological studies have shown that dietary deficiency in vitamin A, vitamin E, beta-carotene, vitamin C increase the risk of cervical cancer. Beta-carotene supplementation actually has been shown to prevent cervical dysplasia from progressing and cervical cancer. In addition, some clinical trials have shown the role of vitamin C, beta-carotene in reducing risk of cervical dysplasia altogether. So the medical science attempt to find the one magical bullet nutrients in each of these specific cancer. As a clinician, I try to determine principles that will be benefit for my patient. After a research study like the one mentioned here, I have no doubt these antioxidant nutrients work together in synergy. As I said in chapter 5, this means we not only need absorbance of different antioxidants, but we also need the minerals, magnesium, zinc, selenium, and copper, and the B vitamin that support their enzyme functional. I'm awed by the incredible ability God has built into the body to not only protect itself against oxidative stress, but to repair damaged wounds on the DNA of the cell. Several ongoing clinical trials will further determine the role of antioxidants in revising this process of carcinogenesis in the meantime. Remember, leukoplakia and cervical dysplasia are the very end of center multi-stage cancer. And yet studies show how the body can repair itself when we provide with optimal level of a few select antioxidants. What if I already have cancer? Granted, chemo prevention therapy really exists for individuals who have not yet developed full-blown cancer. And standard therapy for cancer doesn't always appear promising. This therapy involves surgery when feasible, chemotherapy, and radiation for solid tumors such as cancer found in the lungs, the breast, the colon, and so on. In the spike of medical research efforts, this therapy seems to have reached a plateau. The bad news continue. Despite evidence of increasing cure rates in the treatment of Handen's lymphoma, childhood leukemia, and testicular cancer, there's growing fear of developing of secondary cancer complications that are the result of this treatment. The good news lies in the fact that medical research is beginning to support the idea of supplementation. With a mixture of antioxidants, supporting nutrients, this mix can actually enhance traditional chemo and radiation therapy while at the same time protecting normal cells from toxic effects. Kimberly's story. Kimberly was in her 40 years at Westmont College in Santa Barbara, California, working towards her degree in communication arts when she developed abdominal discomfort and bladder pressure. She went to the campus doctor, who diagnosed her having a bladder infection and prescribed some antibiotic. But Kimberly's condition worsened. She experienced increasing abdomen pain, nauseous, vomiting. While lying down, she was able to feel a mass in her lower abdomen. Obviously, this frightened her terribly, and she went back to her doctor immediately. When he re-examined her, he could feel massive the size of grapefruit. He ran a blood test called a CA125, which is a cancer marker for gynecological cancer and bowel cancer. Kimberly's marker was extremely high and surgery was scheduled right away. At age 21, Kimberly had ovarian cancer. This being an unusual disease for such as a young woman. The diagnosis caught her and her family totally off guard. After surgery, the surgeon was quite optimistic that he had removed it all. He wanted to take every precaution, however, and request that Kimberly see the oncologist. Her oncologist insists that she going through some heavy chemotherapy. Primarily because of her young age, she still had a lot of life ahead of her. It was about this time that Kimberly consulted me. She wanted to know about nutritional supplement as she was going through this supplement treatment. She started an aggressive nutritional supplement program and scheduled her chemotherapy. Kimberly did not want to drop off school, even though her doctor strongly recommended. She was one student who was determined to give it her best shot. So she scheduled her chemotherapy treatment in Santa Barbara, where she would continue to attend class if it's proved possible. The young communication major did remarkably well through her treatment. She was able to carry a full load in college, but Kimberly oncologist surgeon comment on not only how great she looked, but also on how well she was tolerating her treatment. She did lose her hair, but she did not missing many class. During her last treatment, the oncologist walked over to Kimberly, asked her directly, "What are you taking?" Looking up, she replied, "What do you mean?" He said, "I know you have to be taking something because all my other patients are over there vomiting, but you are here reading Time magazine." When she told him that about nutritional supplement she's been trying, he was impressed. Not only had she tolerated her treatment well, but she had responded so well to them. Kimberly continued to thrive. It has been more than 3 years since she finished her chemotherapy. Her hair has come back beautifully, and she is enjoying her life. Her CA125 blood counts have remained normal, and she is now having them checked only twice a year. Kimberly has had no signs of recurrence of her cancer. Why they work? Oncologists and radiation therapists usually discourage the use of antioxidants in patients receiving treatments for their cancer. Why? Physicians are concerned with the possibility that antioxidant supplement will build up the antioxidant defense system of the cancer cells and results in making their treatments less effective. Since their treatments primarily destroy cancer cells by creating oxidative stress, this is a reasonable concern, but the medical literature does not support their position. Dr. Kader Fres and Aloan Kuma and their colleagues at the University of Colorado Medical School Radiology Department reviewed more than 17 studies to address this concern. They titled this report, High Dose of Multi-Antioxidants Vitamins, Essential Ingredient Improving in the Efficiency of Standard Cancer Therapy, which appeared the Journal of the American College of Nutrition. There, Dr. Puriseth and Kumar notes a few scarce studies that shows negative effects of using one nutrient and supplementation with certain chemotherapy treatments. One high dose of multiple antioxidants were used together. However, the therapy were enhanced. Now, why would this happen? Antioxidants help destroy cancer cells. Clinical research is revealing that cancer take up antioxidants differently than normal cells. Normally, healthy cells will take up only the amount of antioxidants supporting the nutrients they need. This is a very important scientific fact that when it comes to principle of cellular nutrition. Cancer cells, on the other hand, continue to absorb antioxidants supporting nutrients without knowing when to quit. This intake excessive antioxidant actually make the cancer cells more vulnerable to cell death. Antioxidants not only aid to the battle against the cancer cell, they improve defensive of healthy cells against damaging effects of radiation and chemotherapy. Antioxidants help good cells. It is common knowledge that almost all of the harmful side effects, chemotherapy and radiation therapy to normal cells are the result of increasing oxidative stress this treatment creates inside the body. What is not common knowledge, however, is that when a patient takes a high dose of antioxidant supplement, he improved the defense system normal cells since they taking up on the antioxidant normally. They create a true win-win situation. Chemo and radiation therapy can work at the perk while at the same time the terrible side effect and damage that occur in the healthy cell significantly reduce. Vitamin E protects against the damage caused by the various chemotherapy against the lung, kidney, livers, heart, and skin. Q10 has been shown to protect against the long-term damage to the heart that the drug adrenaline causes. Beta-carotene and vitamin A reduce the adverse effects of radiation and some chemotherapy against. All of these antioxidants have been shown to help protect against DNA damage to normal cells that can treatment cause. Michelle's stories. Michelle was a beautiful, variable 4 years old. Her words was filled with love and lots of laughter. It appeared that nothing could penetrate the safe haven of her family. But Michelle's carefree life changed. Doctor discovered the discomfort she was experiencing in her back and abdomen came from the aggressive cancer called neuroblastoma. The family was devastating. Michelle underwent exposure surgery shortly after diagnosis. When the surgeon emerged from the operation room, the family could see from his face that the news was not good. He informed that Michelle's tumor had spread, stretching clear up to her diaphragm, and had wrapping around the bowel and enlarged veins in her abdomen. There was no way he could remove it. Before Michelle even recovered from her exploratory surgery, her oncology team started her on aggressive chemotherapy, but still was not optimistic about Michelle's chance for a long-time survival. This is when Michelle's mother consulted me. She wanted to do everything possible to protect her daughter from the potential side effects of treatments that doctor recommend. When we start Michelle's aggressive nutritional supplement program in spite of her doctor's objection, Michelle was a trooper and took her supplements faithfully. Her treatment began, and she struggled through them. She did become fairly thick, even though she was taking the supplements, because the treatment were exponentially strong. There was serious concern that she could actually survive them, but brave little Michelle made it through, and the tumor shrank significantly. Michelle's response to encourage her doctor that they want to take her back into surgery to see if they could remove the tumor. This time, the surgeon emerged from the OR with a smile on his face. He said that they feel they were able to get out of the tumor. The oncologist informed Michelle's parents that her response to the chemo could not have even better. But Michelle's journey was not over. The doctor still wanted her to go back through a bone marrow transplant to ensure that any microscopic spread of the cancer was removed. The family faced another tough situation. They carefully considered all the information they could gather, and then based on that information, Michelle's father told the oncologist that they could consent to the bone marrow transplant. The physician could proceed on one condition only. Michelle's parents insist that she would be on nutritional supplements during the bone marrow transplant. At first, oncologist refused. She believed the nutritional supplement would block the effectiveness of her treatment. When Michelle's father asked the oncologist if she had any study in the medical literature that supported her concern, the oncologist replied, "No, but it is theological concern." Then Michelle's father, who was also a ER physician, revealed that she had been taking nutritional supplement all time her previous treatment. She had not only survived the treatment but experienced an exceptional response. Michelle's father made it clear that he and his wife insist that she stay on the supplement while going through the bone marrow transplant. The oncologist agreed to have the oncology pharmacologist investigate the supplements Michelle was taking to be sure there will be no conflict with the drugs. After extensive research by the pharmacologists, all agreed Michelle could receive supplements during the bone marrow transplant after all. The procedure was rough, but she survived, and she did recover. In fact, the oncologist told the parent that she had never seen any child recover more quickly from such a procedure. Their tough stance had been well worth the effort. Michelle and her mother prayed many times through those difficult months that when she returned turning 5, she would be able to start kindergarten with her friends. And Michelle was strong enough to make it first day of kindergarten. It has more than 3 years since she was first diagnosed with cancer. At age 7, Michelle is busy riding bikes, jumping ropes, and keeping up with fashion and her girlfriends. Nutritional science offers us the greatest hope in our fight against cancer and several other degenerative diseases. They not only help prevent cancer, but may actually enhance the traditional chemo and radiation therapy. How can the process of building up the body's natural defense be bad? Shouldn't physicians want their patient to be as healthy as possible? Since cancer treatments are going to put patients under the greatest stress they had endured in their lives. Natural antioxidants and their supporting nutrients are the ideal chemo preventive against for many reasons. They limit, even prevent the free radical damage the DNA nucleus of the cell. Prevent the proper nutrients needed for the body repair any damage that has been done already. Are safe and may be taken over a long time. Pharmaceutical drugs do not share this advantage. Tamoxifen, which has been shown to decrease the risk of breast cancer, has very serious side effects. Are relatively inexpensive. The nutrients I recommend for prevent costs between $1 to $1.5 per day. Provide the best defense against further advance of cancer. Protect the body against oxidative stress, chemotherapy, and radiation created. Impels the cancer fighting against ability chemotherapy and radiation. Inhibit the replication growth of the cell. Have been shown to cause tumor regression in some instances. We cannot deny that the effectiveness of traditional cancer treatment has reached a plateau. Oncologists and radiation therapists must become more open-minded about antioxidant use in their patients. As researchers seriously consider the use of multiple antioxidants at the optimal level, cancer prevention and our treatments may be revolutionary. In the meantime, the research that is presently available support the use of antioxidants in all stages of chemo prevention and cancer therapy. Thank you for watching today. Next chapter, I will be reading chapter 9, Oxidative Stress and Your Eyes. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today, I'm reading chapter 9, Oxidative Stress and Your Eyes. Nothing could slow Mavis down after long losing her husband many years ago. She had grown tough and independent. She loved to travel and venture out on her own without a trace of hesitation. Mavis knew that living was all about. No, nothing could slow Mavis' arrangement down, except the dark fear of approaching blindness. Back in 1983, Mavis, who loved to watch lights storm spike the night sky, who could distinguish subtle difference in the seamless, endless landscape of wide-open Paris, noticed she was having difficult time seeing it. When her sight didn't get any better, she decided it was time to make a trip downtown to visit the local eye doctor. He diagnosed her that day with macular degeneration, and everything seems to move in triple slow motion as she made her way back to her car. Though Mavis was not familiar with this particular problem, she knew she must use the eyesight she had left. And time was running short. She brought herself up to speed by reading everything she could about her disease. If there was a solution to be found, Mavis would find it. But what she read wasn't good. The book said doctor could do nothing for her but watch her vision deteriorate. And that is exactly what happened. Over the next 14 years, Mavis' eyesight continued to decline. At first, she had to give up night driving. Then she found that driving in the winter became impossible too because the gray sky would blend with the road. Winters last a long time in South Dakota. The old Chevy now remained parked in the driveway, by the same gritty determination that drove. Mavis through many a blizzard drive her to find solutions. On the April date in 1997, my phone rang and Mavis spoke up. She called the right place. After sharing with the South Dakota woman everything in this chapter on macular degeneration, I explained the recommendation dose of nutritional supplements. Mavis started taking a potent antioxidants and mineral tablets among the high dose of grape seed extract. With a couple months, Mavis' vision began to improve. Her eyesight became cleared, even her night vision getting better. Was thrilled that the next time she visited a local eye doctor because he confirmed the good news. In fact, her vision that day was the same level as it had back in 1991, 6 years prior. The old car didn't sit in the driveway anymore. Mavis had place to go, things to see. Winter and nighttime drive were still a concern, but the old gripping fear of losing her vision didn't slow Mavis down anymore. This hardly charged woman who now have to look again in Owl's huge night sky, wide open Paris until the Lord took her home in the fall of 2001. The problem of eyes have. The roots of oxidative stress is the cause of degenerative change in the eyes, had generated a significant interest in use of antioxidant mineral, vitamins, and means of preventing even treatment eye disease. No fewer than 6 large, multicenter clinical trials are presently ongoing to study carefully the use of various nutritional supplements in the following disease. Cataracts. Cataract surgery is the most common surgical procedure for a patient more than 60 years of age. Its economic impact in the U.S. healthcare system is tremendously. In the U.S., eye surgeons perform 1.3 million cataract surgeries each year at a combined cost of more than $3.5 billion. It has been estimated that 10 years delay in the development of cataracts in the U.S. population will eliminate the need of near half of these surgeries. The lens of the eye collects and focuses light on the retina. In order to perform its job properly, it must remain clear throughout lifetime. As we age, various components of the lens may be damaged and opticity may occur, leading to age-related cataracts. Medical researchers believe it is essential to determine if supply adequate level of antioxidant nutrients to the eye earlier in life will preserve lens function, protecting them from cataract's functional formulation. Basic research studies support the theory that free radicals are once again the culprits. They arise of the ultraviolet sunrise damage from the cataracts. The natural antioxidant the body makes, glutathione, peroxides, catalases, and superoxides demulcentase, form the eye's primary defense system. But researchers have realized that the natural antioxidant defense system is not adequate in fully protecting the eyesight. In fact, several clinical trials have considered the possibility in increased dietary supplement antioxidant may be protected against oxidative stress to the lens. Antioxidants found in the fluids around the lens of eyes and in protecting the lens itself. This cataract development take place much faster rates of fluids around the lens contain low level of additional antioxidants. The most important antioxidant in this fluid is vitamin C. Vitamin C is water soluble and found in high concentration around the lens. Other antioxidants found in fluids are vitamin E, alpha-lipic acid, and beta-carotene. Several epidemiology studies have demonstrated the association between the level of vitamin C, vitamin E, beta-carotene, and risk of developing cataracts. In Finland, a case control study shows individuals who had lower level of vitamin E and beta-carotene had a 4 to 5-fold increased risk of need cataract surgery. Another study shows that those individuals who consume supplements had at least 50% decrease of developing cataracts. Good medical evidence exists to show that the natural antioxidant protection of young lens decreases significantly with age. Several different clinical studies provide evidence that when people use various antioxidant supplements, this protects the eye aging. Researchers have found that higher of the level of vitamin C found in adequate fluids around the eye, the greater the protection against the cataract formation. Because of its synergy of effects, alpha-lipic acid have been showing it banishes the work of this antioxidant protects the lens of eyes. Recent clinical studies also revealed that both alpha-lipic acid and vitamin C have the ability to regenerate intracellular glutathione so that it may be used again and again. I only hope that over the next few years, all physicians will recommend antioxidants as a way to protect against cataracts. As a clinical trial begin to report their findings, we'll know more than specific antioxidant and supplement level of this antioxidant. And I believe sufficient evidence exists now to warrant encouraging patients to consume antioxidant supplements are a relatively inexpensive way to decrease this high incidence of cataracts formulation. Macular degeneration. In US, age-related macular degeneration, ARMD, is the leading cause of blindness people more than 60 years old. For those who are not familiar with this disease, it's the decay of critical part of retina called the macula. This is where the greatest concentration of the photoreceptors locate and is the area responding for the central vision. When the area of the eye began to decline, was essentially losing central vision, our most important aspect of sight. If an individual with ARMD were to look right at you, He was not able to see your face but could see things around you. In other words, peripheral vision remained intact. Macular degeneration presents itself in two different forms, wet and dry. 90% of cases involve the dry form, in which central vision gradually reduces, many progress of wet for about 10% of the time. No proven treatment for the dry form of macular degeneration currently exists. The wet form causes a more rapid reduction in central vision, the development of new vessel and possible vessel leakage. The wet form of macular degeneration potential treatable via laser photocollagenation. These treatments attempt to slow the new vessel production, which cause swollen, edema, or leakage or blending into the retina. And to stop the bleeding this liquor may cause. Blindness usually still follows rather quickly, however, prevents blindness. Americans estimate that 14 million Americans have evidence of ARMD. The Beaver Dam eyesight report that 30% of people in the U.S. over the age of 75 have ARMD. 23% of the remainder will develop ARMD within 5 years. Mechanism of injury to the retina. In recent years, several researchers have made interesting proposals as to the actual cause of age-related macular degeneration (ARMD). The oriented suggests the light that enters the eyes and is focused on the macula of the retina causes significant free radical production is the outer aspect of these photoreceptors. Again, if antioxidants are not available to readily neutralize this free radical, the free radical can cause damage to the photoreceptors. The form of oxidative stress has also been shown to create damage to the high concentration of polyunsaturated fat, PUFAS, in the outer retina and photoreceptors. Much like the oxidation damage to the LDL cholesterol, the oxidative and damaged PUFAS cause the formulation of lipofuscin, a group of lipid protein products that are collected within the retina, pigments, epithelium. Lipofuscin creates even more oxidative damage to the retina, and researchers believe it is actually the cause of damage to the destroyation of these sensitive photoreceptors. This toxic substance can accumulate in the pigment epithelium cells are very eventually excreted in the form of DOESN. DOESN formulation is the one of the first indication to ophthalmology that a patient is developed ARMD. As this DOESN accumulates between the pigment cells that their blood supply, they block the exchange of nutrients and photoreceptor cells can no longer function, causing an area of blindness. The generation of free radical in the retina. As I stated, when the retina pigments and photoreceptor absorb light, the process of form of free radicals. High energy ultraviolet and visible blue lights are especially capable of producing enemy free radical in the retina of eyes. As you may guess, patients exposed to these high energy lights over an extended period of time have significant greater risk of developing ARMD. Studies suggest that as we get older, the antioxidant defense system that protects us against the free radical caused by high energy light waves declines significantly. This obviously upsets the balance our body creates between antioxidant and free radical, lead to increased damage to the retina of eye. Several studies have shown that people with macular degeneration had lower level of zinc, selenium, vitamin C, carotenoid, vitamin E, when compared to people who did not have macular degeneration. Clinical study examined the effort of supplementing individual nutrients to see if they could improve or slow the development of ARMD. Following is the condensed compilation of the results. Carotenoid. Now, Ray, eat your carrots. They are good for your eyes. I can still hear my mother arguing me to eat my creamy carrots before I could get down from the table to play. Do your parents ever tell you to eat carrot too? Doctors believe then that the beta-carotene found in carrots was necessary for good eyesight and night vision. This is true to a degree, but beta-carotene is only one of the dozen important carotenoids found in the body. It's actually more important to eat corn, leaf green vegetables, collard green, because they contain high level of carotenoid called lutein and zeaxanthin. Because lutein and zeaxanthin are yellow, they're efficiently absorbed with the blue light portion of vision light. Blue light is a major high-energy light that can damage the lens and the retina of eye. This with two nutrients present in the lens and macula. Our eye absorbs blue light, minimize oxidative stress. They essentially act like internal sunglasses. They screen out the harmful high-energy lights, decrease the number of free radicals that photoreceptor cells produce. These nutrients are also very potent antioxidants, such as able to help neutralize any free radical that occurred in this area of the eyes. Study shows lutein helps protect the eyes. Patients who took lutein and zeaxanthin in supplementation were not only able to raise their blood level of nutrients, but also significantly increase the level within the eyes. Macular pigment, which protects the retina from being damaged, increased 20 to 40% in this study, while the blue light transmutes to macular photoreceptor and macular pigment decreased near 40%. The Journal of American Medical Association report in November 9, 1994, issued that patients who had the highest intake of two yellow nutrients, lutein and zeaxanthin, from their diets had 43% decreased risk of developing ARMD over had the lowest intake. Interestingly, these same benefits were not apparent with patients who had a high level of beta-carotene. Lutein and zeaxanthin are the only carotenoids that are specifically disposed within the macula of the eyes. Through beta-carotene found in creamy carrots is healthy for us to eat, it will not provide a decrease of ARMD. Perhaps what mom really meant was eat your carrots, as in carotenoids. Vitamin C. People with low level of vitamin C have an increased risk of developing ARMD. Vitamin C is highly concentrated in the fluids within the eyes. Aqueous humor, and it's very important antioxidant for the retina. Studies indicate that supplementation with vitamin C can slow down the progression of ARMD. Vitamin C also has the ability to regenerate both vitamin E and the patent intercellular antioxidant glutathione. Vitamin E. Vitamin E are ARMD patients have lower level of vitamin E in the area of macula, where high energy light produce excessively free radicals that damage photoreceptor. Even though vitamin E is the most important antioxidant within the eyes, it is still a critical player. When a patient takes vitamin E in supplementation, he may provide protection against the development of ARMD. Coenzyme Q10. By now, you are familiar with the Q10 from the discussion on the cardiomyopathy in Chapter 7. Q10 is a patent antioxidant that fat-soluble. Its nutrients has found to be great protector of the fat through the body. The retina of the eyes, which is made up in large part by fat, there is no exception. Patients with ARMD showing significant depleted amounts of Q10. Those patients with normal level of Q10 have greater capacity to resist oxidative stress that excessive free radical cause. Q10 is a new in study of ARMD, and its effect appear promising. Glutathione. Glutathione is a very important patent antioxidant found within every cell in the body. It is especially critical within the lens of the eye as well as the pigments and the photoreceptor cell of the retina. Studies show that with age, the level of glutathione decline. The fact is imperative to consider in relation to the decrease of the eye with age. Several studies have looked at trying to increase the level of crucial antioxidant within the lens and retina of eye. Among research, it is well-known fact that our body absorbs oral glutathione poorly. Raising cell level of glutathione via method of next to the impossible. The best way to increase intercellular glutathione level is to provide nutrients that the body needs to manufacture the own glutathione. Remember, glutathione peroxide is one of the natural antioxidant defense systems that body creates. The nutrients needed for the body to make its own most effectively. Natural defense are selenium, vitamin B6, N, antioxidant L, quercetin, and niacin. As you learn more than cellular nutrition, you will begin to realize the importance of providing all these particular nutrients to the cell. In this case, alpha-lipoic acid and vitamin C are also critical because they both have ability to regenerate glutathione. Since it's difficult to increase the level of glutathione within the cell, the nutrients should be able to present in the supplementation so that glutathione can be used again and again. Researchers have demonstrated that when the photoreceptor and retina pigment cells have optimal level of antioxidant present, they're much better able to protect this cell from oxidative damage. The lens of eyes is also better protected against oxidative damage when glutathione levels are higher. Zinc and selenium. Zinc and selenium are more important minerals our antioxidant system needs. Zinc is critical for function of our catalytic antioxidant defense system, and selenium is necessary for glutathione peroxidase system. Both of these antioxidant defenses are essential in the battle against free radicals produced in the eye. If these two minerals are not available in adequate amounts, the two defenses simply cannot perform at their optimal level. Several studies now show that when these minerals are supplemented, especially zinc, ARMD can actually be stabilized and improved. Faya's story. One of my longtime patients accompanied her husband for a checkup. During the visit, Fayan told me that she had just been diagnosed with macular degeneration. While traveling to Texas to see family, she noticed that she just could not see anything clearly. She kept whipping off her glasses and putting them back on, only to find that she still could not see well. She decided that time she needed to get her glasses prescription changed. When she got back home, she went to see her local eye doctor, who couldn't find anything wrong. But Faya's sight got worsened. When she went to church, she couldn't make out of the face of the people in the church. Worried, she made an appointment with a local ophthalmologist who specialized in retinal disease. He examined her eye right away, diagnosed macular degeneration. Faya had already lost quite a bit of vision in her left eye, and the physician informed that she had the wet kind of macular degeneration. He would need to follow it closely in case she would need any laser treatment. I explained to Faya the research I had done with macular degeneration and how several of my patients were able to actually get visible improvement by taking nutritional supplements. Obviously, she wanted to try them, so I started her on the supplement program outlined in Chapter 17. Within 2 months, Faya shared with me that she has significantly improved in her vision, and that is even getting closer to being normal. She was now able to see every face in the tour. This story took place 5 years ago, and Faya's continued with the nutritional supplement. Her vision was basically remained stable. Faya's continued to make appointments with her ophthalmologist every few months, but still not needed to any laser surgery. Her doctor told her that her eyes look beautifully. Protecting your eyes against cataracts and age-related macular degeneration. I have shared a lot of technical information with you, but I have done this so that you will have the medical evidence you need to know to make solid decisions about nutritional supplements and avoid eye disease. This recommendation also applies to those who already have cataracts and macular degeneration and desire to slow down those processes. But I anticipate that you may be wondering, how do I make all this practically? In my clinical practice, I am markedly aggressive with my macular degeneration patient because I want to see if we can actually reverse some of the damage that oxidative stress has caused. I have personally been involved with the more than dozen patients those ophthalmologists have documented visual improvement after following this recommendation. First of all, this is critical for all of us to protect our eye from damaging high-energy sun rays that are the underlying cause of oxidative stress in our eyes. In a healthy young adult, the cornea and lens of the eyes, which protects the retina, absorb most of the UV light, but the cornea lens did not block or absorb the high-energy vision blue light. As we age, the lens of the eyes allow more and more ultraviolet light through and no longer protects the retina from the threat. When it's come to protecting your eyes, the enemy is sunlight. It's very important that we decrease the amount of oxidative stress our body needed to handle. Purchasing high-quality sunglasses that block all UV light and visible blue light is a great investment. This means that you do not have to neutralize as many free radicals. Clinical studies concern the eye indicate that when the antioxidant defense system becomes overwhelming, everything breaks down and oxidative stress occurred. We all needed to become more conscious about shading our eye and face from direct sunlight. People who work outdoors or those who are involved in sports activity where they are exposed to intense sunlight should especially wear protective eyewear at all times while outside. The other half of the equation is against to build up our body's natural antioxidant defense system. Several studies have shown that by taking nutritional supplements, we're able to do this. In one particular study, 192 patients with macular degeneration took antioxidants and 61 control patients didn't. After 6 months, 87.5% of supplemental patients had visual acuity equal to or even better than the beginning of the study. Only 59% of untreated group had visual acuity equal to better than the beginning of the study. Again, I outlined the antioxidant to take for this in chapter 17. 2 years ago, one of the ophthalmologists in town stopped me in restaurant parking lot. He asked, "What is the nutritional stuff you recommend to your patient with macular degeneration?" I just saw a lady in my office this morning whose vision improved from 20/100 to 20/40 in both eyes. I have never seen this before in patients with macular degeneration. I explained briefly the concept presented in the chapter. Research for his sunglasses, the ophthalmologist opened his car door. With a wink and smile, he said, "You can help all the macular degeneration patients you want, but don't help those patients with cataracts. We can always operate to help them." I know he was not only joking, and I appreciate this genuine interest in nutritional supplements, since there is little doubt that the underlying cause of cataracts and macular degeneration is oxidative stress. I believe that we must be nothing short of aggressive in our supplementation program. After all, there's no other effective treatment for ARMD, and many patients could avoid needing cataract surgery altogether. And could such a simple solution offer any better result than that? Thank you for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading chapter 10, Autoimmunity Disease. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 10, Autoimmune Disease. Being the youngest of 6 children, Mark had to be tough just to keep up with the others. He has a healthy little guy who lived anything that had to do with playing ball and a good habit of competition. He was involved in several sports, but soccer was his all-time favorite. One day, when Mark was 12 years old, he was aggressively running the ball in soccer practice when he started cramping up. Soon, he was doubted over the severe stomach pain. The cramp continued to mount over the next few days with both diarrhea and vomiting. When Mark didn't respond to any over-the-counter medication, his parents finally took him to the emergency room where he was diagnosed with appendicitis. After a brief surgery and recovery, Mark was released from the hospital. He wasn't home for long. He returned to the hospital within 24 hours due to increasing abdominal pain, bloody diarrhea, and vomiting. Mark was now much sicker than he was before the operation. The young boy was readmitted to the hospital. However, the local doctor was puzzled. They referred Mark to the pediatric gastroenterologist department at Loma Linda University Medical Center. The doctor placed him immediately in the pediatric intensive care unit. They performed a colonoscopy. The next day, took several biopsies of his small bowel and colon. When his parents saw during the procedure on a video display, made them stare in disbelief. Later, they described to me how the entire lining of Mark's bowels looked like a cobblestone street. The Loma Linda physician diagnosed Mark as having autoimmune disorder called Crohn's disease, as well as secondary bacterial infection called C. difficile. Mark was in severe pain and discomfort. As you may imagine, a pretty tough haul for a kid. His physician immediately prescribed 200 mg of prednisone as well as antibiotic and narcotics pain medication. They consult surgeon and daily debates began to whether they should remove a large portion of Mark's bowels, but they opted watch Mark's progress over the next few weeks. Mark slowly improved, and a repeat colonoscopy showed that the infection had cleared. This made the typical ulcerative appearance of Crohn's disease all the more evident. The doctor met with the parents and informed them that this was incurable autoimmune disease. They explained that for some reason, Mark's immune system had started to attack his own bowels, which created tremendous inflammation and deterioration. The team of physicians want to place Mark on a chemotherapeutic drug called Imulin. Even though he was still sick, very high dose of prednisone and narcotic pain medication. Mark started on Imulin, and after the total 6 weeks of hospitalization, the boy was delighted to be discharged. Again, his home stay was briefly one, and within a week, Mark was in so much autoimmune pain again, and he had to remain to the hospital. Physicians generally treat patients with autoimmune disease with drugs that suppress the immune system. Since the body's own immune system is attacked, it is logical to aggressively quiet its activity, but one of the major side effects of these potent drugs is that they wipe out the natural antioxidant defense too. Mark's Crohn's disease was finally coming under control, but his suppressed immune system left him vulnerable to all kinds of infection. A cold would return to serious pneumonia. The common flu would put him down for weeks. In fact, during the first year after his initial attack on the soccer field, Mark had to admit 7 times as a result of serious infection. It was about this time that I became involved with the young boy. Mark's father approached me for medical advice following a meeting I was speaking at San Diego and asked what would I recommend. I told him I would put Mark on patent antioxidant mineral tablet among the high dose of grape seed extra and Q10. I also encouraged his parent to be sure he was getting adequate amount of essential fatty acid in his diet or supplements with flaxseed oil or fish oil. All of this would restimulate Mark's natural antioxidant defense system. Mark slowly began to improve but still struggled with abdominal pain and side effects from the drugs. Gradually, his doctor took him off prednisone but not the Imuron. Mark's mom did consult with me again. I recommend that they seek a second opinion for private pediatric gastroenterologist. After seeing how Mark was doing, aside from Imuron's side effects, the private gastroenterologist felt that it would be well worth trying to get Mark off all the drugs, including the pain medication Imuron. He was gradually taking off the Imuron, and within the help of the psychiatrist who taught Mark some relaxation technique, he was finally able to stop taking all pain medication as well. At least Mark was medication free and felt better than he had since that day of his first attack. Mark is now doing great and eating a normal diet. I was delighted to see the active 15 years old again recently. What a frightening and painful experience he and his parents endures. A disease that for many offer little hope is manageable for Mark. He is now pain-free without having even a flare up his colon for more than 2.5 years. Needless to say, we are all optimistic about Mark's future. The landing question is, how could Mark's immune system turn on him like that? Isn't our immune system supposed to help us? Let's start by looking at how our immune system should work. The immune system, our great protector. Our immune system guards us against viruses, bacteria, fungi, foreign protein, and abnormal cancer cells. It is a sophisticated interplay of many different kinds of immune cells. Even though the scope of this book does not allow me to go into much detail about intricate working with immune system, I still believe it's important for you to know who the basic players are. Here is the briefly job description of each. The different players in our immune system. Macrophages, phagocytosis are the Pac-Man-like white cells that are the first line of defense. They quickly attack any foreign invader, virus, bacteria, and actually gobble it up. But sometimes macrophages are not sure if they have attacked themselves for foreign invader or not. They definitely do not want to destroy something that is part of the body, as in Mark's case. It is when they call for help with the T helper cells. T helper cells are formed of a group of white cells called lymphocytes. A helper cell comes along, attacks itself to macrophages and try to help it determine if the particular of macrophages has its gassed friends or foe. If the T helper cell determines that it is an enemy, it will secrete hormone called cytokines. They stimulate the inflammatory reaction, which literally signed the immune system to kick themselves into higher gear. This stimulates the B cell into action and attract more macrophages and T helper cells to come to rescue. B cells have the ability to shut down the intruder with enzyme that destroy it by creating oxidative stress. Some of the B cells will return to the lymph nodes to create antibody against this intruder. If these intruders ever show up again, our immune system is ready for because of its antibiotic. Natural killer cells can destroy anything in their path. They flood the infected cells with toxin and destructive enzyme, which effectively destroy all foreign invaders of cells that are growing abnormal, such as cancer cells. T suppressor cells are the root police that come along after the foreign invader has been destroyed, try to calm down the tremendous immune response. They are critical for the control of collateral damage. If this highly reactive response goes unchecked, tremendous dangers to the surrounding normal tissue could occur. This is what makes the inflammatory response so dangerous. Though it's absolutely necessary to control potential infection intruders. If the inflammatory response gets out of control, it can cause great harm. You have already learned that nutritional supplements have significantly enhanced the body's natural antioxidant defense. In this chapter, you will also begin to realize that same nutritional supplements can significantly enhance our body's own immune system. Dr. Karl-Heinz Schmidt states the optimal functional of the host defense system depends upon adequate supplies of antioxidants, micronutrients. It only makes common sense that if our immune system is going to be able to protect us, God's intent, we needed to have all the nutrients present at optimal levels. Nutrients and our immune system. Again, let's examine the medical literature, see how each of these individual nutrients actually affects our immune response. Vitamin E. Macrophages are deficient in vitamin E, release more free radicals, and do not live as long. Our immune system uses this production of free radical to destroy this foreign invader by actually creating oxidative stress. This is the good side of oxidative stress as long as it remains under control. Vitamin E deficiency also affects the difference of our T cell in the times it leads to the imbalance of T helper and T suppressor cells. The poor production of T suppressor cells is one of the main reasons that the inflammatory response can get out of hand. Remember that the T suppressor cells are the real police, are essential to cooling the immune reaction, so limits collateral damage. Some researchers believe that poor T suppressor cell function is the heart of autoimmune response. Study shows that supplementation with vitamin E corrects this deficiency in our immune system and help clear infection. Clinical studies have also demonstrated that immunity-enhanced effects of vitamin E supplementation was even greater in elderly and in individuals who had malabsorption syndrome. Mark's disease, for instance, involving both the small bowel and colon, which essentially created malabsorption of these nutrients. Vitamin E supplementation can also protect against the immunosuppressive effect of cortisol, which is released in a great quantity during a stress reaction. Carotenoid. A well-known property of carotenoid is the fact that they are capable of protecting the surrounding normal tissue for potential damage created by the inflammatory response of the immune system. Supplementation of the carotenoids can increase the number and effectiveness of T helper and the natural killer cells, which you have already learned constitute an important part of defense system against cancer cells. This greatly improved the tumor surveillance of our immune system. Vitamin C. Dr. Linus Pauling has been influential in making everyone aware of the importance of supplemental vitamin C, its ability to enhance the immune system. Although we are still arguing whether massive doses of vitamin C are helpful for the common cold, the enhanced effects on the immune system are very well established. Vitamin C has been shown to improve the function of the macrophages. This significantly improved the first line of defense against bacterial infections. It is wiser to take good dose of vitamin C daily rather than massive dose only when you think you are coming down with infection. In one study, take 1 gram of vitamin C daily for more than 2 months showed struck enhance of several aspects of the immune system. Vitamin C also had the ability to regenerate vitamin E, handling the excessive free radical within the plasma. Both of these properties further enhance vitamin C ability to improve the immune system. Glutathione. Supplementation with the prosecutor of the glutathione, N-acetyl-L-cysteine, selenium, niacin, and vitamin B2 have shown significant enhancement to the overall immune system. Even patients with HIV infection have experienced this positive effect. Coenzyme Q10. As we age, Q10 level decline make the mitochondria the funnels of the cell. Especially vulnerable to oxidative damage, Q10 is critical for the optimal functioning immune system because the major role in the production of energy in the cell of immune system. Supplementation of the Q10 has been shown to reverse this problem and significantly enhance the immune system. Zinc. Just about every aspect of our immune system needs zinc. A deficiency actually suppresses several parts of the immune system. The number of lymphatic cells decrease. The function of many white cells is severely reduced, and the level of thymic hormone, which is a strong stimulus of immune system, fall. Many people reach their zinc lozenges whenever they could get a cold. Studies have shown that taking these lozenges every 2 hours can shorten the length of cold by several days. Researchers believe that zinc not only boosts the immune system but also inhibits the replication of the virus. But a word of caution is necessary here. If a person consumes a high dose of zinc for too long, it can actually suppress the immune system. I'm not against short-term use of high dose of zinc or even vitamin C with cold, but I believe consistently long-term use of optimal dose of these nutrients in supplementation is better for the antioxidant defense system and immune system. When all the players of our immune system are functional at their peak capacity, our overall health is obviously the beneficiary. Children are able to optimize their immune system via nutritional supplementation within the 6 months. Aging is generally associated with impairments of our immune response, which lead to increased frequency and severity of infection. In fact, infection, especially of the respiratory tract, are the 4th most common cause of death in elderly. The British Lancet recently reported a study in which elderly patients received either optimal level of nutritional supplements or placebo. Those patients who received the nutritional supplement had significantly improved of their overall immune response and enjoy a few less severe infections compared to those who received the placebo. It took at least a year of supplementation to optimize their immune system, but in the end, the benefits were dramatic. This study, among the several others, confirmed the fact that our immune system is extremely dependent on these micronutrients is our antioxidant defense system. The inflammatory response. You have seen throughout the book that inflammation is a serious foe. You understand that heart disease is really an inflammatory disease and not a disease of cholesterol. Mark's devastating problem were all the results of inflammation of the bowel. In chapter 11, you will read the millions of us are developing arthritis because of increasing inflammation in our joints, and the underlying cause of asthma is essential inflammation. Simply put, most of us just have too much inflammation in our body. We needed to bring this excessive inflammation back into balance. Nutritional supplements are the key. The inflammatory response is the result of complicated chain of events involving the immune response, which release tremendously amounts of free radical, castic enzymes, and inflammatory cytokines. We have looked at the basic immune response, but we now needed to look at how to handle the prolonged inflammatory, chronic inflammation response that these cytokines created. Antioxidant supplements are the best too. They improve our immune system. They help control the inflammatory response. They help build our antioxidant defense, which in turn protects our normal cells from inflammation destruction. But there's another important aspect of this inflammatory response we needed to look into: our body's natural anti-inflammatory system. That's right. Has this ever crossed your mind as you reach the bottle of Advil that your body makes its own anti-inflammatory products? Let's take a look at what those products are. Essential fatty acids. Not all fats are bad. In fact, essential fat is just that essential to body. The body cannot manufacture this fat, and therefore must get them from food. But the body uses fat for the production of healthy cell membrane as well as certain hormone called prostaglandin. The two most important essential fatty acids are omega-3 fatty acids called alpha-linoleic acid and omega-6 fatty acid called just linoleic acid. Our body turns omega-3 fatty acid into prostaglandin that are primarily anti-inflammatories. Omega-6 fatty acids become prostaglandins that are primary inflammatories. The generally accepted optimal ratio of dietary intake of omega-6 fatty acids and omega-3 fatty acids is 4:1. This means we should take in 4 times as much omega-6 as we do omega-3. Omega-6 fatty acids are abundant in Western diets. They are in our meat, dairy products, processed foods. We get omega-3 from vegetable oils such as flaxseed, quinoa, pumpkin, soybeans. These fats are also found in such cold water fish as mackerel, sardines, salmon, and tuna. You may guess the average American consumes a few more omega-6 fatty acids than omega-3. A lot more. In fact, on average, we consume a ratio about 20:1 or even 40:1 of these fats in our diet. This results in our body producing significantly more inflammatory products than anti-inflammatory products. Our body being simply too inflamed. The imbalance in the consumption of this essential fatty acid is the main reason for the imbalance in our body's production of these hormones. This is why many individuals in the industrial world need to take flaxseed oil, fish oil in a supplementation in an attempt to bring this back to the balance. Here's another unknown fact. Essential oil or essential fats also have the ability to actually decrease our body cholesterol level, our LDL bad cholesterol level. This means that all fats are created equally. I not only encourage my patients to supplement the omega-3 fatty acid, but also to decrease their intake of saturated fat. When you combine these two efforts, the inflammation in the body readily come back under control and your cholesterol level improved. Several studies have shown significant clinical improvement in patients with rheumatologic arthritis, lupus, heart disease, multiple sclerosis, and almost any disease that involving inflammation when they consume these important essential fats in supplementation. This is a very important aspect of maintaining your health or regaining your health if you have already lost it. We have looked at various aspects of our immune system and how it supports to work. We have now looked at the problem with this normal inflammatory response gets carried away. But now we needed to look at the very worst scenario. What happens when our immune system mounts a mutant and actually start to attack our body own? Autoimmune disease. You've heard the saying, one's greatest strength is also his greatest weakness. This is no truer than the immune system. Many clinical believe that every disease is essentially the result of breakdown of immune system. But in the bazaar of case autoimmune disease, the autoimmune system actually becomes the body's worst enemy itself by attacking normal cells and the tissue. If it's attacked the joint space, we call the rheumatoid arthritis. If it's attacking the bowel, we call the Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. If it's attacking the myelin sheath nerves, we call it multiple sclerosis. When it attacks the connective tissue of our body, we call it lupus or scleroderma. Why and how does this happen? I learned in medical school that autoimmune diseases were the results of overactive immune system that began attacks the self instead of non-self. But it made more sense to me that in case of autoimmune disease, the immune system, rather than being overactive, had instead become confused and now attack the body rather than foreign invaders as it was designed to do. In a recent review article on autoimmune disease report in New England Journal of Medicine, the author point out that no one really knows for certain why the immune system literally turns on itself. But many researchers not only believe that oxidative stress is the underlying cause of every autoimmune disease, but it is also could be the culprits that cause our immune system to actually attack us. Several studies have documented the fact that root cause of autoimmune disease is involving oxidative stress. As you may anticipate, the antioxidant level in person with rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, MS, Crohn's, scleroderma, and significant decrease. Low antioxidant level have also been shown to increase one's risk of developing rheumatoid arthritis and lupus. The clinical indicator of oxidative stress are also very high in this patient, especially during a flare-up period of this disease. Antioxidant supplementation would therefore be the ideal patient with this autoimmune disease. Not only can antioxidant supplements optimize the natural antioxidant defense system, but they also can enhance our immune system, helping control the inflammatory response. In other words, they can help bring oxidative stress back under control and circumvent this entire variety cycle. Matt's stories. Matt is a successful lawyer in the Chicago area, which is basically means he has worked a long, hard hour to build his practice while working equally hard to balance his priorities with wife and family. His health has always been good, so he never thought much is until the fall of 1996. Matt was attending a wedding when he began to feel some significant abdominal discomfort. He had been extremely busy the 2 weeks prior to the wedding, so he thought he might be coming down with the fluid, but a day or so later he felt he had been hit by a Mack truck. As he put it, he was so fatigued with the body ache. When his symptoms worsened, Matt decided to go to the doctor. By this point, he was experiencing a wave of severe abdominal pain. Desperate for the relief, he asked the doctor to take out whatever was causing the pain. He underwent all kinds of tests, including CT scans, ultrasounds, x-rays, and numerous blood tests. So you can imagine Matt's shock when no diagnosis became apparent. He was sent home with only a painkiller. Matt had recently been reading about nutritional supplementation and decided to start an aggressive supplement program. But he did not improve very much. He still feels miserable. He feels itchy all over. He remains extremely fatigued. He finally saw a specialist who ordered a blood test called ANA, anti-nuclear antibody. Matt's ANA come back positive at level of 1/640. Normal is 1/40 or less. His specialist told him that he has systematic lupus erythematosus, or what most people simply refer to the lupus. The ANA was an indicator of autoimmune process. Gamok. His body immune system was actually attacking itself. Once Matt heard this, he increased his supplemental even more and started taking 350 mg Gripsy extra among with his antioxidant and mineral. He slowly improved and required less and less pain medication, even though he still had intermediate bouts of pain. The process was long and hard that Matt continued to fight fatigue and flu-like symptoms. By January, Matt was feeling much better and was able to make up for lost time by getting back to work 10-hour days. He was thrilled because he had not been able to work at all for about 4 months. Being able to support his family financially was something Matt was not sure would ever be possible again. When he went back for follow-up visits several months later, his special wanted to start him on some chemotherapy drugs, a standard treatment for lupus. Needless to say, Matt insisted that he felt great and was not having any problems. When his specialist looked at his repeat ANA reports, his jaw dropping. He couldn't believe it. Matt, your ANA has crashed, he examined. It's only now 1/40 and it's basically normal. He congratulated Matt and encouraged him to just keep taking whatever medication his doctor put him on. When Matt informed him that he wasn't taking any medication, the specialist replied, I don't know what you are doing, but just keep it up. Matt continued to do well. He's not only been sick for more than 5 years now, and his ANA tests remain negative. In fact, he claimed that he felt better now than he felt before he contracted lupus. So he realized it's not true. Matt doesn't feel like he has lupus anymore. It's a symptom may return and they may not. No one can say for sure, but one thing is for certain, Matt will never take his health for granted again. The important aspect in Matt's story was the fact that he started his aggressive nutritional supplement program earlier in the course of his disease. I have presented a number of clinical stories in which patients were actually able to redeem their health after their disease has progressed fairly significantly. I hope that more and more people will start to supplement their diet before they even get sick, and then become more aggressively with optimize as soon as they realize they had a major illness. A supplement program can't hurt it. It can only help. For detailed information on starting supplementation, see Chapter 17. Thank you for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading Chapter 11, Arthritis. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I will be reading Chapter 11, Arthritis and Osteoporosis. How does the old saying go? We all can count on two things in life: death and taxes. As I write this chapter, I grow with a new awareness of the quickly approached taxes deadline. But I'm also reminded of third things most of us can count on life: arthritis. It's true, approximately 70 to 80% of people in the US over 50 years old age suffering to some extent with the most common type of arthritis called osteoarthritis, also known as degenerative arthritis. You are probably much too familiar with the symptom of early morning stiffness, mildly swollen joints, and joint pain. Osteoarthritis is far the most common chronic degenerative disease that I see in my office. It affects men and women alike. It can involve various joints in the body, including the neck and the lower back. As the arthritis gets worse, it can cause significant discomfort, pain, and even disability. Osteoarthritis is mainly a degeneration of cartilage in the joint, but it can also involve the synovial lining, the lining of the joint, and the underlining of the bones. As the joint's cartilage begins to wear out, it causes increased stress to the bones. In response to this intensified stress, the bone actually becomes denser. It is very common to see bone spurs forming around the joint as a result. You may have heard a family member or a friend they said needed to have a joint replaced because he has bone on bone. What he's really saying is that the cartilage, the cushion of the joint, is entirely gone. Since degenerative arthritis primarily involves the weight-bearing joints, hip and knee, repeats mechanical stress caused by excessive weight, trauma, activity contribute to the development progression of the disease. How is the joint actually damaged? Articular cartilage covers the end of our bone, while joints like the knees also having additional cartilage that acts on cushion between the bone. Cartilage is primarily made up with collagen fiber, glycoprotein, protein glycans. The structural integrity of human cartilage is continuously going through a cycle of building up and breakdown. In other words, our body needed to build cartilage at the same rate as well wearing down in order to maintain healthy joints. Again, a balance is the key. When a joint begins to wear out, we know that either the breaking down of cartilage has increased or the production of the cartilage has decreased. The osteoarthritis is an inflammatory disease. It's a well-known fact. If you observe anyone with arthritis hands, you can actually see how inflamed and swollen the joint of the finger and has become. Have you ever wondered what exactly is causing the inflammation and how this is leading to damage of cartilage? The answer is multifaceted. 1. Because there are actually several sources for inflammation that occur with the joint, as you can see in the box below. Cause of inflammation in our joints. Cytokines are some of the leading cause of joint inflammation. This protein carry message between cells and regulate immunity and inflammation. Two of the most cytokines are tumor nucleus factor, alpha TNFA, and interleukin-1 beta, IL-1B. They are highly concentrated in the joint of people who have osteoarthritis. Protease enzymes that cause the breakdown of protein also have been shown to create inflammation in the joint. Proteases are under the control of cytokines. Some have anti-inflammatory qualities, and some have pro-inflammatory, inflammation-creating quality. Obviously, in arthritis, the pro-inflammatory proteases are winning. Phagocytes, neutrophils, are attracted to the inflamed joint in an attempt to clear this reaction and prevent damage to the cartilage and synovial lining. But as you have just learned in the last chapter, this inflammatory response is not always a good thing. Neutrophils can actually lead more inflammation in the joint. The ischemic reperfusion phenomenon is a process that sounds difficult but actually is simple. As we weight bearing joint like a hip or knee, the pressure created by our weights when we walk, especially when we run, block the blood flow to the cartilage. This is known as ischemia, or lack of blood supply. When we take our weights off the joint, the pressure lessens and blood is allowed to return to the cartilage. It is called reperfusion. The process, as well as the source of inflammation I have just listed, cause excessive production of free radicals. In turn, free radicals heavily tax the antioxidant defense system and cause oxidative stress. When the antioxidant defense system is overwhelming, oxidative stress within the joint causes damage to the cartilage, synovial lining of joint. When the body cannot rebuild cartilage fast enough, the joint begins to deteriorate. Another arthritis, rheumatoid. Rheumatoid arthritis is the autoimmune disease, see in chapter 10. This occurs when the immune system begins attack in the cartilage and synovial lining of the joint. As a result, a balance, for example, unhealthy inflammatory process begins significant destroyed of healthy tissue. Not only does this inflammatory response create excessive free radical, it also attracts cytokines and especially TNFA. Study shows that TNFA is extremely high in plasma of patients with rheumatoid arthritis. Study also indicate that free radical production is 5 times higher in rheumatoid arthritis patients when compared to patients with normal joints. Those tremendous oxidative stress is at work, causing damage to the joint in those suffering with rheumatoid arthritis. If you know any who suffering from rheumatoid arthritis, you are well aware of how damaged this disease is, often cause incapability, deformity, and pain.Through people with rheumatoid arthritis have significantly greater oxidative stress than those with osteoarthritis. The destructive of the cartilage in both of disease arise oxidative stress. It is important to understand the underlying cause of the disease as you consider now the traditional treatment offered in medicine. Traditional treatments of arthritis. The basic traditional treatment for both osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis is the use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory NSAIDs and aspirin. While these drugs reduce inflammation in the joints, they are also responsible for the frequency adverse side effect of the stomach ulcers and upper gastrointestinal GI bleeding. In fact, more than 100,000 admissions to hospital in the US per year, more than 16,000 deaths each year are the results of upper GI bleeding caused by the cause of NSAIDs. In response to the dangerous effects of these NSAIDs, pharmaceutical companies have developed a group of new NSAIDs that primarily block just the COX-2 enzyme. Drugs called COX-2 inhibitors arrive on the market with great fanfare because they cause significantly less GI side effects. Unfortunately, they have side effects as well, including bowel perforation as well as upper GI bleeding, although not near as frequently as the first generation NSAIDs. My greatest concern regarding the tremendous use of NSAIDs by arthritis patients is the fact that this drug merely provides pain relief without attacking the underlying cause of disease. Oxidative stress. Patients with severe rheumatoid arthritis are also being treated with more potent anti-inflammatory drugs like prednisone and gold chemotherapy drugs like methotrexate, imurone. Peggy's story. Peggy is an attractive lady I've had the pleasure of knowing over the past several years. When I first met Peggy, her lower leg was actually angled to the outside because her knee had a degenerative so significant. She was not only having a lot of discomfort in her knee, but also in her right hip because she had to walk at different angle. Peggy talked to me about the tremendous degenerative arthritis that had developed in her right knee following a skiing accident that occurred when she was a teenager. The accident had damaged the cartilage in her knee, and then a short time later the re-injured. After the second injury, she had no choice but to have an operation. The surgeon moved to a major portion of seriously damaged cartilage in spite of doing all he could. Her doctor warning her that she would have lots of problems with her knee in the future. Her specialist had given her a brace to wear over her knee to protect its primary when she was active. The only other thing he advised her to do was keep the pain under control by using NSAIDs and delaying have a knee replaced as long as possible. Peggy knew that joint replacement would last only somewhere between 8 and 12 years. If she has lucky, being so young, she had 4 to 5 times that many years have left to live. What should she do? When I met Peggy, her doctor had discussed the knee replacement operation with her, and she was strongly considering it. The longer she delayed the surgery, the better, but she had to weigh the pain of her current situation with the prognosis of her future. Peggy determined to do all that she could to postpone the surgery but not to at the expense of her quality of her life. She had read a great deal about supplementation and believed an aggressive nutritional supplement program will make a better quality of life possible for her. She began taking patent antioxidant and mineral combination along with some grape seed extra, essential fatty acids, calcium, magnesium supplements. She also started taking 2,000 milligrams of glucosamine sulfate. Peggy continued to follow her physical therapy guideline and ate a balanced diet. Within a few months of beginning nutritional supplement program, Peggy could already begin to feel and see improvements. She was less dependent on her NSAIDs and now was able to do more than she had for years. She became much more active and felt less pain. In fact, she even overcome her fear when snow skiing for the first time in years. Most excited Peggy, however, was when she returned to her physician and had a repeat x-ray take of her knee. Her physician was amazed when he compared the current x-ray to those taken 2 years prior. The comparison revealed that her leg was not injured as much, and he could see increased separation of her bone, pointing this out to Peggy. He explained that the increased separation of bone on her knee x-ray was evident that the cartilage has grown back. Peggy was not altogether surprised at this finding because she could feel the difference and had learned about the possibility during her research on nutritional medicine. The documents input from her doctor was the ice on the cake. Peggy still continued to be active and does pretty much everything she desired to do. She still wants to wear a knee brace for any aggressive sport, and she continued used to taking supplements. She celebrates each year one more she has delayed a joint replacement. Why is Peggy doing so well? Let's see at the strategy she pursued. Peggy first determined to fully understand the underlying problem at the cellular level of the degenerative arthritis that following her accident. She did this through individual study by attending scientific meeting. Secondly, she considered all the possibility solutions available. Third, she put her knowledge into action. Antioxidant supplement. Like Peggy, anyone who is suffering from degenerative arthritis needed to take a potent, well-balanced antioxidant and mineral supplements. Strong evidence exists that patients who suffer from arthritis are deficient in several antioxidant and supporting nutrients such as vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin E, boron mineral, vitamin B3. As you have been learning throughout the book, you needed to supply all these antioxidants at an optimal level in an attempt to bring oxidative stress under control. Peggy was taking all of these nutrients in supplementation, as well as another important one, glucosamine sulfate. Glucosamine is one of the basic nutrients for the synthesis of cartilage. It is simple amino sugar that is primary building block of proteoglycan, and which are the molecules that give cartilage elasticity. Unlike NSAIDs and aspirin, glucosamine does not simply cover up the pain, but rather help to rebuild the damaged cartilage. Earlier studies show short-term benefit of use glucosamine sulfate. However, most physicians remain unimpressed. In 1999, a 3 years large randomized sample, placebo-controlled, double-blind clinical trial. The sort of studies Dr. really liked was reported at the annual meeting of the American College of Rheumatologists. This study shows that glucosamine not only produces the pain and inflammation of arthritis, but actually stopped the deterioration of the cartilage. What was even more impressive is the fact that there was evidence of actually cartilage regrown, just as Peggy's case. This placebo group member who took the traditional NSAIDs continued to experience rapid deterioration of their joints. This study, along with several others, has shown the significant health benefit for arthritis patients who take glucosamine sulfate supplements in 1,500 to 2,000 milligram range, with virtually no side effect. Even more exists is the fact that when the patient in the clinical trial discontinued their glucosamine, the pain did not return for weeks and even months later. NSAIDs, on the other hand, have significant side effects such as ulcers, upper GI bleeding, possible liver damage. As I noticed earlier, consideration that these drugs do absolutely nothing to slow down the degenerative process and in fact may accelerate it. We must wonder why NSAIDs are some of the most prescribed medication in the world. To the dismay of pharmaceutical companies, more and more physicians are recommending glucosamine sulfate to their patients. The results I have seen in my practice are impressive. Even though I recommend glucosamine to all my arthritis patients, I also describe NSAIDs for quickly relief. It is exciting to discover my patient who decided to take glucosamine eventually hardly ever needed to take their NSAIDs. When they are willing to add antioxidants, minerals, essential fats, and group C extracts, they do even better. I'm now long in my convictions. Many of my orthopedic friends supporting the use of glucosamine too, since they realize being able to delay a joint replacement is ultimately in the patient's best interest. Chondroitin sulfate. Chondroitin sulfate is often combined with glucosamine sulfate and create a 1-2 pouch. Chondroitin make up part of the proteoglycans and is responsible for attracting water into the cartilage. This makes the cartilage more pliant and spooky. Without these important nutrients, cartilage becomes drier and more fragile. I personally feel that the most important nutrient is still glucosamine sulfate. Oral chondroitin needed to be studied more thoroughly in large numbers of patients. Allow more plausible evidence as whether chondroitin is really a player or not. I also believe MSA, a natural anti-inflammatory, need to be studied more thoroughly, but I have had several patients who experienced a significant response when they added to their regimen. Chondroitin sulfate. Several studies show improvement in patients with arthritis who are getting additional chondroitin, but many of these possibility studies have involved actually IV injection of chondroitin, and some researchers are concerned that chondroitin is not effectively absorbed through the GI tract. Some say that it breaks down, then absorbed and reaccessible within the joint cartilage. I feel further studies are needed to determine its over important in the treatment of osteoarthritis. Osteoporosis. Osteoporosis is nutritional deficient as a literally epidemic proportion in the US. In one of the richest and most wealthy nations of the world, more than 25 million Americans are living with the cramping effects of osteoporosis at a cost of $14 billion each year to the US economy. At least 1.2 million fractures occur each year in the US as a direct result of osteoporosis. I have actually seen patients for fractured hips as they simply walk into my office without any kind of fall and injury. Spontaneous compressive of fraction of the vertebrae and of the back cause tremendous pain and suffering in my patient with osteoporosis. Osteoporosis has been presented into American public as a disease merely dependent on estrogen and calcium. In response to this nation crisis, the healthcare community is treating menopause women with hormonal replacement surgery therapy, HRT, in an effort to curb any onset of osteoporosis. Although many believe that HRT can slow the progression of osteoporosis, it may be do more harm than good. In 1997, the New England Journal of Medicine reviewed several studies involving women who took estrogen replacement for more than 5 to 10 years. The results shocking revealing more than its 40% increase in breast cancer. The pharmaceutical company quickly responded to these negative reports by convincing the doctor that the benefits of HRT far outweighed the risk, often boasting that the other clinical trial had shown that patients who took HRT decreased their risk of heart attack, stroke, and Alzheimer's dementia. Two other major studies, however, the heart and estrogen or progesterone replacement study at HERS, the Women's Health Initiative study, did not show any slowing of the progression of heart disease. In fact, some evidence suggests that the patient taking HRT had increased in the incidence of heart attack, especially in the first year. Interestingly, that study did show those taking HRT experienced a significant decrease in LDL, bad cholesterol, and significant increase in HDL, good cholesterol. So why did this patient have increased risk of heart disease? I believe the answer appears in other studies that have shown women who take synthetic HRT had tremendous increase their C-relative protein, which you may recall is a measure of the inflammation in the artery. It is much better predictor of future heart attack than its cholesterol, especially in women. Remember, heart disease is an inflammatory disease of the artery, not a disease of cholesterol. One woman who wants to avoid osteoporosis consider synthetic hormone replacement therapy in light of those new clinical studies. Perhaps the good does not outweigh the bad, especially when you consider the well-known increased risk of developing blood clot in the legs and gallbladder disease in those patients taking HRT. Several new drugs have arrived on the market for osteoporosis, such as Fosamax, Acton, Evista, and Calcitol, which have the ability to actually increase bone density. Doctors are recommending these drugs more and more instead of HRT, primarily because of the growing concern over the adverse effects of long-term HRT therapy. Short-term studies, these drugs have demonstrated a significant decreased risk of repeating fracture. For a thorough discussion about this and other problems women face during their menopause time, I recommend Dr. Kristen Northrup's book entitled The Wisdom of Menopause. Not just calcium, bone are living tissue. Remember Mr. Bone, the skeleton that graced the back of the biology room in high school and college. He has the lead character in many great pranks as well as the main player on the comprehensive exam. Through the popular plastic model was taught lots of kids about bones, we often think of bare bones like this instead of bone that is active. Living tissue is continual remodel itself through osteoblastical bone forming and osteoclassical bone resorbing activity. Bone is not just a collection of calcium crystal. Rather than its living tissue consistently engaged in biochemical reaction, are dependent on many different micronutrients enzyme system. Therefore, like any living tissue, bone has diversity nutrient needs. The American diet, which is a high intake of white bread, white flour, refined sugars, and fat, is terribly deficient in many of these essential nutrients. Our nation's diet is also high in meat, carbonated beverage, which increase the take phosphorus and decrease of absorption of calcium. Inadequate intake any nutrients required for bone health contribute to the osteoporosis. Another common myth that's teamed up with Mr. Barbone is that calcium is all we need for strong bones and to stave off osteoporosis. But the truth is that a variety of essential nutrients must be present, not just the calcium, to have any success in decreasing the amount of osteoporosis in this country. In order to reduce the risk of fracture of spine, hip, wrist, we must pay attention to several important factors. Preserving adequate bone mass, preventing the loss of protein matrix part of the bone. Make sure that the bone has all the proper nutrient need, repair and replace damaged area of bones. Nutritional supplement plays vital roles in all three areas of preserving and building bones. Let's take a look at each nutrient and how it aids in the fight against osteoporosis. Calcium. There's no doubt that calcium deficiency can lead to osteoporosis, but studies show skeleton calcium depletion in only 25% of post-menopause women. Indeed, calcium supplements in this woman seems to increase bone mass, but supplemental had no effects on the other 75% who were not calcium deficiency. Recent study of calcium and vitamin D supplements present slowing down of osteoporosis, but in a way of demonstrating supplementation preventing it. This study have also shown a reduction of fracture of hips, spine, and wrist. In other words, calcium is helpful, but isn't the answer. Calcium is the essential nutrient in the fighting against osteoporosis. Both men and women should take supplements of 800 to 1,500 milligrams daily, depending on the amount of calcium they are getting in their diet. People are constantly absorbing calcium citrates than calcium carbonate. But when taking the foods and good level of vitamin D, the absorption level is quite similar. Whatever form of calcium you take, you should consume it with food for optimal absorption. Be advised that children also need this level of supplementation. In fact, study proving that children who take 800 to 1200 milligrams of calcium daily prior to puberty will increase their bone density by 5 to 7%. This finding is significant because it increases their bone density will carry over as they develop into young adults and throughout their lifetime. Magnesium. Magnesium is important in several biochemical reactions that take place within the bone. Magnesium active alkaline phosphatase, which is a required enzyme in the process of formulation new bone crystal. And vitamin D needs magnesium to convert into most active form. If there's a deficiency in magnesium, it can lead to syndrome of vitamin D resistance. Dietary surveys have shown 80 to 85% Americans consume a magnesium deficient diet. Vitamin D. Vitamin D is necessary for the absorption of calcium. Vitamin D is typically protects the skin when it's exposed to the sunlight. But as you know, with age, people tend to spend less time in sun. Vitamin D deficiency become very common. We also take in vitamin D oral via forfeit food or milk, but it must be converted to biological active form. Vitamin D3, often the impaired conversion of D to D3 may be more of a problem than deficient intake. This is why I recommend supplementation of vitamin D by using the active form of D3. The New England Journal of Medicine reported a study in which researchers looked at the level of vitamin D in 290 conservative patients admitted to the Medical Ward of Massachusetts General Hospital. There are patients who had been normally active and were not admitted for a nursing home. Hospital staff checking their vitamin D level have found that 93% were deficiency. Surprisingly, these patients who were taking a multiple vitamin were also deficient in their vitamin D level 93% of time. This finding is critical when you realize that you don't absorb any calcium without vitamin D. The study concludes by stating that everyone should take in vitamin D supplement and at a level of significantly higher than the recommended daily allowances. In fact, researchers conclude that supplementing with 500 to 800 IU of vitamin D daily is crucial if we are going to have any effects on the epidemic of osteoporosis. And remember, you will absorb calcium much better if you take it along with vitamin D and food. Vitamin K. Vitamin K is required synthesized osteocalcium, a protein found in large quantity within the bone. It is therefore critical in bones formulation, remodeling, and repair. In a clinical trial supplementing vitamin K patient with healing and repair. In a clinical trial, osteoporosis reduce urinary calcium loss by 18 to 50%. This means vitamin K help the body absorb, retain calcium rather than excrete it. Magnesium. Magnesium is necessary for the synthesis of connective tissue, cartilage, and bone. Like magnesium is lost in the process of whole grains into refined flours. A study of osteoporosis osteoporotic women shows their magnesium level where only 25% of those women are in control group. The nutrients also needed to be present at the optimum level if you have any desire to prevent osteoporosis. Folic acid, vitamin B6, and B12. Does this combination sound familiar? You should. Homocysteine, see chapter 6. It's not only bad for your blood vessel, but it's also bad for your bones. Individuals with several elevation of homocysteine have been found to have significant osteoporosis as well. Interesting, premenopause women have greater efficiency breaking down in myosin, and those have little buildup with homocysteine. This changed dramatically after menopause. Postmenopause women have much higher level of homocysteine. Could this explain in part both the increased risk of heart disease osteoporosis in postmenopause women? In fact, it remains these women need a higher amount of folic acid, vitamin B6, and vitamin B12. Boron. Boron is an interesting nutrient when it comes to bone metabolism. One study subject took boron in supplementation. The urine excretion of calcium decreased approximately 40%. Boron also increased magnesium concentration and decreased phosphorus level. Supplementation with 3 mg daily of boron is more than adequate. Silicon. Silicon is the most important ability strengthens the connective tissue matrix. With a strengthened bond, patients with osteoporosis involves the generation of new bone is desirable, need an increased amount of silicon. Zinc. This mineral is essential for the normal function of vitamin D. Low serum zinc levels were found in the serum and bones of patients with osteoporosis. Prevention of osteoporosis. I promise you, you do not want to get osteoporosis. I have treated several patients suffering from several cases. It is debilitating, painful disease. They seem to suffer a continual fracture of the spine and are extremely painful for a long period of time. As I'm mapping out, osteoporosis is not only simple a disease arising from lack of calcium and oxygen. Our body needs multiple nutrients for bones remodeling and production of good healthy bone. We also needed to control our oxidative stress. Recent studies demonstrate that people with decreased bone density have increased oxidative stress. So you not only want to supplement with those important nutrients needed for bone protection and production, but also take all the antioxidant and supporting nutrients to build up your antioxidant defense system. I encourage all my patients, both women and men, preferably before they reach 40 years of age, to begin supplementation with a high-quality antioxidant mineral tablet among the additional amounts of calcium, magnesium, boron, silicon. It is crucial for adults also to eat a healthy diet and develop moderate exercise programs. Weight-bearing exercise needed to be part of the program as they are necessary components in stimulating the body to make more bone. Walking may help the lower leg but also does very little for the back hips. Upper body weight resist exercising such as lift weighting over your head are crucial to everyone who is trying to protect himself or herself from this devastating disease. Even when my menopause patients find out they have evidence of early thinner of the bones called osteopenia, they usually find that they can improve their bone density with the same program. I postpone prescribing drugs like Fosamax, Extron, Evista, or calcitine. In this situation of my patients are willing to make some lifestyle change, take these high-quality supplements along with eating a improving diet using weight-bearing exercise program. I follow this patient closely by repeating their DEXA bone density scan in 1 year. If they are stable or improving, I keep them on their program and continue to follow them closely. If they experience more thinner of their bones, I will start them on one of these newer drugs. The key to both prevention arthritis and osteoporosis is cellular nutrition. I have presented several individual nutrients here to give you a glimpse of what medical literature is telling us about their importance. As you see, preventing this potential cramping condition is not simply a matter of boosting a calcium or oxygen deficiency. This is just one more area in which nutritional supplements work with your body to maintain the health you have, regain that which you have lost it. Thank you so much for listening today. Next chapter, I will be reading chapter 12, Lung Disease. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 12, Lung Disease. The young mother sleepily opened the door into her toddler's bedroom to check one last time on 2-year-old Christian before she went to bed. As she bent down to kiss her forehead, sheer terror overcame her. Her son was blue and not breathing. After calling 911, she began trying to resuscitate him. The paramedic, they continued to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation because the little boy's heart had stopped beating. But only the ER doctor was successful in getting Christian's heart and lung to respond. The once lively little boy was admitted to the hospital with the diagnosis of cerebral asthma. The doctors stabilized Christian and started him on a drug called serofalin, which delivered the airway. So his parents were relieved that Christian had survived. They were terrified about his future. They had no idea asthma could manifest itself so suddenly or become so severe. Obviously, motivated to be sure Christian recovered all of his medication, his parents took the fragile boy home. Minimal lungs reserve married Christian childhood. He could not participate in a normal rambunctious activity with the other children. And as he grew older, the doctor kept adding more and more medication because his lungs were just not performing well. Then, when Christian was age 15, it happened again. He experienced another severe asthmatic attack. Passing out at home, he quit breathing again. With flashback from the past, his parents called the paramedic as they attempt to resuscitate their son. His heart and lungs finally respond only after the family reached the ER. After this hospital admission, Christian was placed on the anti-inflammatory drug prednisone, as he would continue to take for the next 14 years. At the age of 27, with little lung function left, Christian was taking 9 different drugs. His pulmonary function tests showed that his large airway worked at only 70% of normal capacity, while his small airway were working at merely 8%. In spite of all his medication, Christian was barely able to live his life, unable to do anything require physical exertion. He lived with the resident fear of having another acute asthmatic attack. He had to continue to make sure he had his inhaler and backup with plenty of medication. His life depended on them. It was at this time that Christian decided to try building his body up by taking a potent antioxidant and mineral tablet with each meal. Within 90 days, Christian could tell he was doing better because of this encouraging result. He began taking some additional vitamin C, calcium, magnesium, and grape seed extracts. Over the next 12 months, Christian's lungs functional improved enough that his doctor finally took him off the prednisone. Christian once said to me, "A person should only be prednisone 14 days, not 14 years." Christian repeat pulmonary function tests show consistently significant improvement. After being on the supplement program for 2 years, Christian found that his large airway were working at 87% of normal capacity and his small airway were working 56%. Not bad considering he had decreased the number of medication he was taking from the 9 to 3 during this time period. His respiratory inhaler used to last only 1 month. Now it lasts at least 6 months, and half the time he doesn't even know where is it. Today, Christian is able to participate in sports, exercise comfortably. His asthma is simply not controlling his life anymore. Lungs and air pollution. When you consider the major cause of oxidative stress in the body, the most serious and the most patent cause enter to body through the respiratory tract. This begins with nasal pathway and ends with the very thin alveoli of lungs. The air that we breathe today is filled with ozone, nitrogen oxide, fuel emissions, secondary cigarette smoke, in short, breathing, cough out. I will never forget my long journey to San Diego to start my internship at Mercy Hospital. I stopped along the way to see friends in Azusa. The smog was unbelievable, especially for a small-town boy from South Dakota. The next morning, my friends took me outside in his yard to look at the magnificence and the Barber Mountain. There was only one problem: we could not see them. I will never forget when he took a deep breath and told me how great the fresh morning air felt. I took a deep breath and couldn't stop coughing. In fact, later that day, I was out playing a round of golf, and every time I took a breath, I coughed. After about 7 holes, I had to quit. I was embarrassed because I couldn't even stop coughing when the other players were trying to hit their shots or putting. Anyone who knows me knows how much I love to play golf. For me to quit in the middle of a round of golf, it had to be bad. It was odd to hear locals in Azusa jokes about not trusting their air they couldn't see. This was my introduction to what the news later reported as a moderate smoke day. Air pollutants cause tremendous amounts of oxidative stress in the respiratory tracts. and in turn the body. When you add the most patent cause of oxidative stress to the body, cigarette smoke, you put your nasal pathway and lungs literally under attack. Still, God did not leave us defenseless. He created a sophisticated and elaborated defense system against this attack on our respiratory system. The natural protection of the lung. The first lining of defense against this poisonous pro-oxidates is called the epithelial lining fluids, ELFs. From your nose to the tip of your lungs, the cells are covered with thick mucous lining. Epithelial cells themselves have cilia, which form a very fine brush border. This brush border sweeps the inhaled foreign particular, bacteria, virus back outside. The thick mucous lining contains many antioxidants that then neutralize inhaled pollutants like ozone, nitrous dioxide, and fuel emission. They provide a layer of protection that is so effective that most of the time those pollutants don't even come in contact with underlying epithelial cells. With ELFs as the first lining of defense, the mucus, cilia, and immune response for a team that is extraordinarily effective in preventing infection. In the respiratory tract, the underlying epithelial cells actually produce and secrete several antioxidants into this mucous barrier, including vitamin C, vitamin E, glutathione. All of this work hard to neutralize all the pollutants we inhale and those protect the underlying lung tissue and lung function. Vitamin C most prominent in antioxidant preventive fluids lining. It is not only an important antioxidant in the fluid but also has the ability to generate vitamin E and glutathione. Still, respiratory tract infection or exposure to airborne pollutants can overwhelm those local antibacterial, antiviral, antioxidant system found in the epithelial lining fluid. When this happens, a tremendous inflammatory immune response occurred. The fluid in the lining of the lung become very thick as the immune response attack in many white cells that literally attack with the invader organism of polluted. As you have learned already, our immune response can cause exaggerated amounts of inflammation. If the invaders are quickly cleared out, everything settles down, but an inability to terminate control the inflammatory response can result in injury to the underlying epithelial cells. This turn can lead to chronic inflammation that causes marked damage to the lungs, tissues, and impaired system. Asthma. The chronic inflammation in the lung causes significant fatigue and depletes our immune system. Whether the immune system is fighting a chronic infection or pollutant in the air, chronic inflammation takes its toll as asthmatic, especially children. Kids seem to continue fighting one infection after another, and their energy level is nowhere near that children were healthily airway. When I was first began my private practice in early 1970s, physicians believed the underlying problem with asthma was bronchospasm. This is a condition in which the circulatory muscle surrounding our airway tube actually go to the spasm, narrow the pathway of our lung, results in very tight feeling in the chest, shortness of breath, and wheezing, usually loud enough to hear without a stethoscope. Our first line of therapy back then was use drugs like serofalin or albuterol, which primarily work on relieve the bronchospasm. If the person was in serious trouble or even had to admit to the hospital, we would then add a patent anti-inflammatory medication called prednisone. After a few years into my practice, however, research started to reveal that the underlying problem with asthma was a chronic inflammatory response. Our therapy changed considerably, and we shelved serofalin-like drugs in favor of anti-inflammatory drugs. Inhale steroid or Intol as a first-line therapy. Research conducts over the past decade has since conducted the underlying cause of asthma. The most every chronic lung disease is oxidative stress. My children's physical education teacher told me that when she began teaching 20 years ago, she would ask school kids to run a mile. It was no big deal. Now the story is altogether different. When she asked kids to run a mile, she ended up with 2-pack full of inhalers. Asthma is literally an epidemic in our children across the US and industrial world. When I spoke in London and Netherlands, the greatest concern the audience member was the severity of asthma present in their children. I've found that our current generation of children worldwide exposure to more airborne pollutant than any previously generation. I see children who haven't even reached 2 years of age who are suffering from serious asthma. The amount of drugs children are taking just so they can breathe is mind-boggling. Most drugs are now aimed at decreasing this inflammatory response and relaxing the accompanying bronchospasm. Nevertheless, the underlying root problem, oxidative stress, remained unaddressed. I have read several clinical trials in which patients with asthma showing significant depleted antioxidant in the extracellular fluid lining of their lungs. Antioxidant vitamin C, vitamin E, beta-carotene were found at low level even when the children were not having an acute attack. They also inhibit even when the children were not having an acute attack. And markedly higher level by byproducts produced by oxidative stress leading to chronic inflammation and hyperactive of the airway. Aiden's story. Aiden developed a serious case of bronchial asthma at the age of 3. It was difficult for his parents to see him struggle simply to breathing. The little boy consequently took several different medications and used a nutribolics and breathing machine that mixture medication with a normal saline to receive his arbitrary treatment. But he didn't tolerate his medication well because it has stimulant quality. Aiden had a difficult time falling asleep, and as he struggled with heart palpitation, more discouraging was the fact that even with the medication, he was unable to run, play ball, or participate in even the simplest activities. He was frequently fighting colds and made a lot of trips to the ER when he had trouble breathing. The most frightening time came on Aiden's 4th birthday. He had developed a cold and quickly become very ill. he began to run at 105 degrees temperatures, and X-ray in the ER revealed a severe case of pneumonia and out-of-control asthma. Few of us think of our children possible dying from pneumonia these days, but the threatening reality certainly crossed the mind of Adam's parents. The birthday boy was fortunately and survived this serious illness, but it left him even weaker, and his underlying asthma remained a severe problem. Adam continued to have problem tolerate medication the doctor prescribed. So they were doing everything medical possible for him. Their answer wasn't good enough. His father began to look into other possible therapy that might help his son. As his dad told me Adam's story, he remembered that it had been earlier summer when they decided to experiment with a potent chewable multivitamin to see if it might help. He distinctly recalled in that earlier summer, Adam would stay near the edge of the swimming pool, barely venturing out into the water. But by the end of that summer, his son was swimming the full length of the pool. With 60 days, Adam changed from a child who could virtually do nothing physically to one who could keep pace with other children. Adam also started playing baseball and eventually even soccer. In fact, he qualified for a traveling soccer team over the following 4 years. Adam was not only able to play, but he excelled in the sport. As a physician, I must say soccer is probably the most difficult sport for asthmatic to play. He was able to discontinue most of his meds and needed his inhaler. Only occasionally. Adam is now 13 years old and continues to be very active in sports. He has chosen to play baseball over soccer and enjoy a life neither he nor his parents even thought possible. This young athlete continued to take patent multivitamin and has adding a little group C extra and extra vitamin C to his supplement. It must be amazing for parents to see their children go from being physically disabled to being normal active, as they certainly don't miss the emergency room visit. How simple and yet profound is the potential life-changing effects of nutritional supplementation. Asthma and nutrition. I realize now that when a child comes into my office with severe allergy asthma or hay fever, he was significantly depleted immunity and antioxidant defense system. By the time he visited me, he had fighting chronic inflammation in his nasal pathway and the lung for some time. In turn, it seems these children become allergic to just about everything. They have dark circle on their eyes, they're fatigued, they take lots of medication. I start them on a patent antioxidant and mineral supplement and also add some essential fatty acid in the form of cold pressed flaxseed oil and sometimes fish oil. As we discussed in chapter 10, essential fats are important in the body's function of natural anti-inflammatory products, which helps to bring inflammation back under control. Group C extra is not only a great antioxidant, but it seems to have anti-allergen effects also. This is a strong additional supplement for the child with asthma. I usually recommend that parents give their child 1 to 2 milligrams of Group C extra per pound of the child weight. I also give these children additional calcium and magnesium supplement. Magnesium helps relax the bronchospasm of the muscle in the lung. Since spasm of the muscle is what narrows their airway, this will help them open them up. I always tell parents that it takes about 6 months to build up a child's antioxidant immune system, so they shouldn't get too anxious. If I see them in the spring, I tell parents their child will be doing much better in the fall. All of my patients with hay fever or asthma have improved using this nutritional supplement program. Some stories are dramatic like Eden, and some reflect just moderate improvements, but they all get good results. Please notice I never have asthmatic children discontinue their medication, because as I shared before, nutritional supplements are not alternative medicine. They are complementary medicine. I have enjoyed working with children with severe allergy because they respond so well to nutritional supplementation. I remember a story of one mother sharing shortly after starting her child on my recommended nutrition. Her 5-year-old was sliding in the snow. As was the custom, the mom was patiently waiting at the door with the child's inhaler. Her child was not able to undertake any activity, especially outside the cold, for more than 2 years without the aid of her inhaler. How amazed the mother grew as her little girl was able to slide in the snow all morning without once needing her inhaler. I also remember the time our family got together in Phoenix City, Iowa. My daughter's niece began racing during our walk along the Missouri River. As all good uncles do, I glowed the girl on giving my niece a hard time while my daughter beating her. My niece quickly replied she was just a thrill she could when she were wrong. She had not able to be previously due to extraction of asthma. I had forgotten that I put in her nutrition supplement a few months earlier. Adult asthmatic can benefit as well. While my wife was suffering from chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia, see chapter 1, one of the most troublesome problems she had was severe asthma and hay fever. She could not even go into the barns unless she was wearing one of those huge masks that people use when they're working with hazardous material. My wife loved her horse, and she would do whatever it took to be around them. Liz was on about 5 different medications, including allergy shots, in an attempt to control her asthma and allergy. But as soon as she began her aggressive supplement program, her asthma and hay fever dramatically improved. Once her body began rebuild this defense, Liz stopped wearing her mask and she became all medication. Occasionally, she still has some allergy problem and will take some of her medication. However, this now occurs only 2 or 3 times a year. Needless to say, our children and many adults are literally under attack from our environment. It is wearing them down. They need to support of nutritional supplementation. As in the case of Christian and Adam, medication does not hold all the answers. When people are at the end of their rope, they begin to look for options. But remember, I'm not suggesting alternative medicine. I strongly recommend the complementary medicine of nutritional supplements. The question is why I am alone in this? Why are physicians so reluctant to recommend their patient with asthma and allergy to take nutritional supplements? It's just a misery to me. Airway and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. There's nothing harder than watching patients, young or old, struggle with every breath, often require nasal oxygen 24 hours a day. This is the case in those with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, which includes emphysema, chronic bronchitis, and bronchinotics. These patients are hardly able to exert themselves at all and find their pulmonary disability greater hamper in their joy of living. Not everyone is able to make a conscious choice to live in healthy environments, but preventing weights heavily in mind. Here again, I realize it's not the year in life that are important, but the quality of life we have in those years. We need to do whatever we can now to boost our health, re-stimulate if it's weakened. Air pollution is a key player. Considerable evidence shows that inhalation of cigarette smoke, airborne pollutant, cause the increased oxidative stress that is the underlying cause of COPD. The resultant of chronic inflammation is one's airway create even more oxidative stress, which lead to damage of sensitive lung tissue. This eventually decreases lung function by disrupting the easy transfer of oxygen through this damaged membrane to the blood. Studies shows oxidative stress is the cause of COPD. Wes McNean report in the medical journal Chest and the Novartis Foundation Symposium that he felt that there was considerable scientific evidence that oxidative stress was the cause of COPD. He discovered that many of these patients had depleted antioxidants in their lungs tissue due to the increased oxidative stress, possible dietary deficiency of antioxidants. He stated that antioxidants that have good bioavailability are easy to use in the lung, may therefore be potentially therapy that would not only protect against the direct injury effects of oxidative, but also may favorably alter the event that a central role in developed COPD. The progression of COPD is relatively resistant to traditional medical treatment, especially the use of steroids. Obviously, the first task of physical is usually to help smoking patient to quit. This is not easy task. I found that it's more difficult to get my patient off of cigarettes than alcohol, and some neurological medication. Still, the benefit to the patient is tremendous. Consequently, I will try almost everything to help my patient to quit smoking. A principle you will find throughout this book is that absolutely must to do everything you can to decrease your exposure to those things that create increased oxidative stress. Health is not simply a matter of building up your body's antioxidant defense system. If you are developing COPD and had never been a smoker or not presently smoking, nutritional supplement may become the best way to slow down the progression of COPD. The basic principle applied with all of this chronic lung disease is just to death with asthma. The earlier you start an aggressive supplement program, the better your chance hinder progressively. Once the lung has become serious damage, as many smokers have discovered, there's very little chance of significant improve their lung function. Cystic fibrosis. Cystic fibrosis, CF, is a lethal hereditary disease, primarily made up by digestive malabsorption. The body doesn't readily absorb the nutrients from the diet, as well as chronic pulmonary lungs infection. The malabsorption syndrome found in a cystic fibrosis patient primarily due to deficiency in pancreatic enzyme. In addition to the epithelial cells of lung airway also do not function well, leading to increased mucus accumulation and bacterial infection. The damage to the lung that characterizes this disease is again due to the tremendous oxidative stress that is occurring within the lungs and lining. Several clinical trials have demonstrated that cystic fibrosis patients are serious deficiency in vitamin E, selenium, beta-carotene, and the important antioxidant glutathione found both within the epithelial cells and epithelial fluid lining of the lung. This continually inflammatory process depletes essential antioxidant needed to protect the patient's lungs because of the ongoing malabsorption problem. It is important for the patient to replenish nutrients adequately. Cystic fibrosis is a perfect example of what happens when our natural immune system and antioxidant defense system are not able to function properly. The accumulative oxidative damage to the lung tissue occurs quite rapidly, and the majority of these people die before they reach their adult years. Recent studies have brought encouraging results, namely the potential in slowing down the progression of this disease by using of nutritional supplements, by combining pancreatic enzyme supplements with the patent antioxidant supplement in the patient with cystic fibrosis. Researchers were able to bring vitamin E, beta-carotene level almost back to normal. Clinical trials also indicate that when patients take important antioxidant nutrients, oxidative stress come back under control. This patient depleted immune system also improves, so they are able to fight chronic infection better. Such clinical studies provide physicians with a strong rationale for supplementing their patient with cystic fibrosis with patent nutritional supplements and pancreatic enzyme. Supplementation can only help improve a patient's condition and hopefully slow down the progression of his or her disease. Shirley's story. Shirley is a beautiful young woman. She is vibrant and energetic, the picture of health. You would never guess that every day she is fighting for her life. You see, Shirley was born with cystic fibrosis. She is now 23 years old and is already in an elite class when you consider that only 30% of these patients make it to adulthood. No one realized this more than Shirley, her mother, Colette. Shirley's sister died several years ago following a bilateral lung transplant because she also had cystic fibrosis. The two girls were inseparable because they both had this chronic disease. They share a bond most children never get to experience. In fact, watching her sister suffering and die following a lung transplant created a deep desire within Shirley to do whatever she could to protect her own lungs and help winning the fight against their common enemy. Shirley was 15 when her sister Lexi died. The grief was a heavy burden to bear, but Shirley also carried the weight of her own struggle. lungs that function at only 35% capacity of most of the time. Her doctor also want to put her on the lungs transplant list. Against the backdrop of her sister's experience, Shirley decided against this option and chose instead try improving her lung within the use of patent antioxidant supplement. Lexi had still in her this hope. Shirley saw Lexi respond well to supplements following her lung transplant. Physicians had thought they would lose Lexi shortly after her surgery. But she was a fighter, and with the help of the nutrients, she recovered remarkably well. Although Lexi only lived a few months longer, Shirley was convinced her best option was to try to build up her own body through supplementation. She began taking patent antioxidant and mineral supplements, among with an additional vitamin C, calcium, magnesium, grape seed extract. She experienced outstanding results. Several months later, her lung function had improved over 50%. Her physician was amazed. Shirley began to anticipate in physical education and even more minor sports. She always believed that the more active she could do, the better, even so she continued to have infection and had to hospitalize from time to time, receive intravenous antibiotics. Despite these small setbacks, Shirley saw her life activity arise almost normal level. Her decision not to go on the lung transplant list but instead to start an aggressive supplement program was the best decision of her young life. Shirley became a symbol of hope of many other children with cystic fibrosis as well. Unfortunately, Shirley's battle continued. About 3 years ago, she developed acute shortness of breath. It was more difficult than anything else she had experienced. After her doctor evaluated her, she had to inform her mother that one of Shirley's lungs collapsed and was not working at all, a condition known as pneumothorax. This certainly depressed Shirley at first, but determinedly she overcame this setback and eventually returned to a near normal life. Fully relying on the one damaged lung she has left, she continued her battle with air and victory over infection. Following a bout of pneumonia that brought her breath capacity down to 15, she again regained her active lifestyle and shocking her doctor. In fact, her breath capacity has returned to 35%. Shirley's success story is one of the undaunted courage and strength supported by the complementary team of the best medical attention and nutritional supplement available. Shirley has learned to live one day at a time. They certainly make every day a precious gift. I have known Shirley now for more than 7 years. She has been a pillar of encouragement to me. Our lungs are probably most vulnerable to the toxic world in which we are now find ourselves having lives. While our body have a great natural defense, they still can become overwhelmed. It is imperative that we build up these natural defenses to their optimal level. The story I have shared with you in this chapter are dramatic, and they are true. Isn't it amazing how much better patients with asthma, allergy, and cystic fibrosis do when they're learning how to support their lungs naturally antioxidant and immune system with nutritional supplements? Is this the magical you are been looking for as well? Thank you for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading neurodegenerative disease. See you next time. Good morning, everyone. This is Mila. Today, I'm reading chapter 13, neurodegenerative disease. Carol's mother turned 80 in August of 2001. Art lovers around the world celebrate his birthday, but especially those in McAllen, Texas. Carol, who would become a legend, started as an actor in Salzburg, Austria in 1994. After the Second World War disrupted career for a time, Carl returned to film, and in 1951 he starred in Wagner der Liebe, the first of the more than 60 films. Among his most notable is The Last Bridge, which won the Gold Palm Award at 1953 Cannes Film Festival, as did the French production Rififi the following year, now considered a classic. American audience will be best remembered Carl as Captain Lindemann in Sink the Bismarck, or as Peter the fish cook in The Kitchen. Despite his success on film, Carl's first love was painting. Texture and depths become fascinating to him as the characters in a movie, and to Carl, color spoke the words of life's drama. The canvas became the stage upon which the artist displayed his passion. One day, Carl recognized this same position in the heart of another painter, Wellman Laughter, who became his wife in 1978. They left Europe for America, the land of opportunity. They dreamed big dream and moved to the heart of Texas. Life was good, and both artists produced an impressive body of work until 1988, when Carl's life was forever changed. Carl was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. The illness rose dark on the horizon of his or Wilma's future and threatened to rob them all of they lived for. But for Carl, change has never been synthesized with lack of success. Predictably, speech became increasingly more difficult for Carl, and his ability to work declined dramatically, but color and drama still danced for his eyes, driving him back to the canvas day after day. In spite of unknown future, Carl would paint as well as he could. Some days he felt as though he was swimming through quicksand. Carl's body became the largest obstacle of his life, but challenging was nothing new while recalling these early years. The painter remembered the rigidity, one hallmark of Parkinson's disease, that was present even years prior to his diagnosis. Carl's strength was will simply had to outmaneuver the limit of his body. He pushed on and continued to paint at torrent pace, producing more than 1,500 paintings between 1990 to 1995. Through traditional medication help initially, by the mid-90s, the artist was essentially wheelchair-bound, so he never stopped painting. In summer of 1999, Carol consulted me to see if nutrition could offer any help. Following my recommendation, Carl started a potent antioxidant minerals tablet along with high-dose grape seed extract and coenzyme Q10. After 6 months, Carl noted some recovery in the movement of his tongue, and he able to get up and walk for a short distance. I decided to increase the amount of grape seed extract. He reported back to me that he was now able to get up and down to walk about 20 times each day. His physical therapy also helped, and his overall strength began to improve. The most exciting thing for Carl was the fact that he was able to continue to paint. When he painted, he could forget about the Parkinson's disease at least for a while. Most would look at Parkinson as the artist's worst enemy because it significantly affects muscle movement. But Carl continued to show his work at some of the nation's most competitive art shows. In September of 2000, he won first place in 2D mixed media at a highly regarded Plaza Art Fair in Kansas City, Missouri. In March of 2001, at the Bayou City Art Festival in Houston, he again received Best of Mixed Media 2D. In honor of Carl's 80th birthday, Vernon Wickenbach, curator of collection with McAllen International Museum, wrote, "Carl, you see the beautiful and thought-provoking in ordinary things, and through your artwork, you impact your special insights to those around you. As a human being, I'm awed by the beauty Carl communicates through art. As a physician, I'm amazed by the fact that he is still able to paint at all, let alone communicate through the media of arts and compete at the highest level of his craft. People respond strongly to his art," says Carl's wife, Wilma. This is what he believed for. When he's absorbed in his work, Parkinson's disease ceases to exist for that moment. It's just him and the painting. Not only is Carl's wife to tribute to his character, but it speaks of the empowering result of nutritional medicine. The legend of Carl Moner is still alive today. Oxidative stress and the brain. Have you ever threw out your ability to think? Thinking about thinking, now there's a concept. When you reach back into your memory banks and recall the vivid childhood experience or that special moment with your family, do you ever marvel at how you can remember even some of the small details? Stop reading for a moment and take a look at your window. Have you ever considered with amazement your colored, wide angle, binocular vision? This is all possible only with God's marvelous creation, the brain. The brain is our most precious organ because without its full function, we humans simply exist, unable to relate to the world around us. My mother died of aggressive brain cancer that affected her ability to interpret speech and speak. It was the most frustrating time of my life because she couldn't understand what we were saying. When we told her we loved her, we all got was in return was blank stare. Her own words were garbled, made no sense at all. Needless to say, protecting my brain has definitely become a priority. It should come as no surprise to you now that even the brain's central nervous system, our nerves, peripheral nervous system are not out of the reach of oxidative stress. This common enemy has been strongly implicated in a variety of diseases that wreak devastating damage on the brain and nerves, known as neurodegenerative disease. Some of these including Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's disease, ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, multiple sclerosis, and Huntington's chorea. In fact, there are several reasons why the brain and the nerve are especially vulnerable to oxidative stress. Relative to this size, the brain experiences an increased rates of oxidative activity, which creates a significant number of free radicals. The normal activity which various chemicals create to establish nerve conduction is a major producer of free radical. The brain and nerve tissue contain relatively low level of antioxidants. Millions of non-replicable cells make up the central nervous system. This means that once they are damaged, they are most likely dysfunction for life. The brain and the nervous system are easily disrupted. A small amount of damage in critical area can cause several problems. The brain is the most important organ of our body. Our thoughts, emotion, our ability to reason and communicate with the outside world are all in danger if something damages our brain. How can we best defend this most precious asset? It is not just a matter of trying to avoid the devastating of neurodegenerative disease, but first and foremost is the matter of protecting our ability to think and reason. Aging of the brain. Oxidative stress is leading cause of aging process. Nowhere is the evidence for this concept stronger than when it comes to the actual aging of brain. Several scientific studies have shown oxidative damage to the mitochondria, the funnel of the cell, and to the DNA of the brain cell. This can lead to the malfunction or even the death of these very sensitive brain cells. As I have pointed out, brain cell does not have the ability to regenerate themselves. So, as we lose more and more brain cells throughout our lifetime due to this oxidative damage, the brain simply does not function as well as when we were young. In medical terms, that leading to what is called loss of consciousness. In late term, this is to decrease our ability to think or reason. Therefore, oxidative damage to our sensitive brain cell is the greatest enemy to the functional of our brain. Aging of the brain is essential, the first stage of degeneration of this very important cell in our body. Just as we don't contract other degenerative disease out of blue, people don't just wake up one day and have Alzheimer's dementia or Parkinson's disease. This disease represents the end stage of oxidative damage to the brain. They are merely part of progression that begins with the aging of the brain. When eventually through brain cells are damaged, a disease manifests. When a patient is first diagnosed as having Parkinson's disease, more than 80% of the brain cell, in particular part of the brain called substantia nigra have already been destroyed. The same is true for someone who developed Alzheimer's dementia. This neurodegenerative disease have actually been developing over a period of 10 to 20 years. Let's look at some of this disease individually. Alzheimer's dementia. Alzheimer's dementia affects more than 2 million Americans, and it is a major cause of admission for nursing home. Alzheimer's patients not only don't know what that is, they don't even recognize their own family. Nothing is more devastating than losing the ability to think. Anyone who had a deal to Alzheimer's dementia with his family understands just how tragic it is. If you have a loved one who's suffering from Alzheimer's, you appreciate the fact that this is ability quality of life, not the quantity of life, which most of us were concerned. I have treated hundreds of Alzheimer's patients over my career. I have seen them live 10 to 15 years of their lives isolated mentally from their family and friends. As I am writing this chapter, former President Ronald Reagan celebrated his 91st birthday. Suddenly, the new media report that he has not made a public speech more than 10 years. The passage of another birthday become an empty and painful event for those suffering from Alzheimer's dementia and their families. Numerous studies have presented evidence that clearly demonstrate free radical damage as the cause of Alzheimer's disease. Recent found by researchers at Case Western Reserve University conclude that increasing oxidative stress with age most likely occur for all aspects of Alzheimer's disease. Strong evidence exists that patients with Alzheimer's have significant depleted level of antioxidant in their brain as well as high level of oxidative stress. This is now great interest in the therapeutic benefit that Alzheimer's patients could receive from antioxidants. The New England Journal of Medicine reported in April 1997 a study showing that high dose of vitamin E could significantly decrease the progression of Alzheimer's dementia. Patients with moderate Alzheimer's who took 2,000 IU vitamin E in supplementation were able to remain at home an additional 2 to 3 years longer than the control group member who took a placebo. It is not hard to realize the cost saving, not to mention the peace of mind each family could enjoy by postponing nursing home care for any length of the time. Other clinical trials in which patients with Alzheimer's dementia use various antioxidants such as vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin E, zinc, selenium, and rutin, a bioflavonoid antioxidant, have been shown encouraging. Parkinson's disease. A stool postured, slow volunteer movement, rigidly, and a pole rolling tremor that causes the hands to move back and forwards in rolling actions. Characters Parkinson's disease. Public appeared by Muhammad Ali have made us all more aware of the effect of this debilitating disease. These incumbents are the reason Carl's story is so profound. Unbelievable, Carl's disease is much more severe than Ali's, and yet he is still able to paint. A wide variety of studies support the role of free radical as the underlying cause of Parkinson. The actual cell death, approximately 80% in the area of brain called substantia nigra, lead to decreased production of dopamine, a substance that allows the brain to function normally. Studies indicate patients with early Parkinson's disease who received high-dose vitamin C, vitamin E were able to slow the progression of their disease. They actually avoid taking any medication for their disease for approximately 2 years longer than the control group. Glutathione and acetylcysteine, both antioxidants, were also effective in protecting the nerve in the substantia nigra for further damage by the oxidative stress. Multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis affects about 200,000 Americans and is about twice as common in American women as in men. Unlike Alzheimer's dementia and Parkinson's disease, in which the brain cells are actually damaged, this disorder affects the myelin sheath, the insulation around the nerve. This breakdown of myelin, called demyelination, results in impairment of the function of the nerve. It is like an electronic wire that shorts out because of a breakdown in the insulation around the wire, and it is responsible for the clinical symptom of multiple sclerosis. Dr. S. M. Levine proposed in 1992 that the hydroxyl free radical found exists within myelin sheath cause multiple sclerosis. Other investigating have documented the fact that oxidative stress was significantly higher in patients with MS during a flare-up when compared to MS patients who were stable. MS, different from the other neurodegenerative disease, is that the mechanism of injury to the central nervous system and the peripheral nerve is the immune system, rather than outside toxin. When one's own immune system attacks the myelin sheath, this creates oxidative stress that then damages the nerve. Multiple sclerosis responds amazingly well to cellular nutrition. There is no doubt in my mind that unlike Alzheimer's dementia and Parkinson's disease, in which irreversible damage has been done to brain cells, the body does have the potential to repair damage to the myelin sheath. Place MS patient on patent antioxidant is critical. In an attempt to slow or even reverse Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, or Alzheimer's dementia haven't yet used antioxidants to their full potential. This is true for a couple of major reasons. First, I said earlier, by the time a physician is able to diagnose Alzheimer's dementia or Parkinson's disease, a significant number of cells in the brain have already been destroyed. We just don't start treatment soon enough. Second, we are going to see any success in decreased risk or delaying progression of neurodegenerative disease. We must research the effect of antioxidants that cross over into the brain easily. Third, for patients with a disease like multiple sclerosis, we need also using antioxidants that are going to be more effective in getting into both the brain and the nerve. Researchers are not yet studying antioxidants that are smooth pass through what is known as the blood-brain barrier. The blood-brain barrier. The brain needs a barrier that separates from the blood to permit complex nerve signal. The blood-brain barrier is the second lining epithelial cells that are present in the small artery that course through the brain. The lining is designed with very tight junction, which made the crossover of nutrients into the brain cells particularly difficult. Important nutrients needed by the brain actually have specialized transporting protein available, allow them to cross this barrier. At the same time, toxic substance, infectious organisms, and most other nutrients have difficult passing through this barrier. This keeps the brain isolated with only these most essential nutrients able to enter. Much like a medieval castle surrounded by water and a high walls enter in a drawbridge. So our brain also has significant protection from the danger of the outside world. God created this amazing defensive barrier for the protection of this very sensitive area of our body. So you wonder, what has gone wrong in the cause of aging of the brain neurological disease? The neurology department at the Rimbin Medical Center in Tel Aviv conclude that as a result of today's environment, the brain is exposed to significant increased amount of toxic, such as heavy metal, those antioxidative stress. The antioxidant defense system is no longer complete effect in protecting this vital organ. They believe that additional antioxidants, which particularly needed to be taken in supplementation, have the potential for diminish or maybe even prevent the damage increased oxidative stress cause. They warn, however, that the antioxidant must be one that can readily cross over the blood-brain barrier. Let's take a look at each of the important antioxidants needed to protect the sensitivity cell in our brain and how well they traverse the blood-brain barrier. The right antioxidant for the brain. Vitamin E. Vitamin E is a fat-soluble antioxidant, which is very important in the protection of the brain and peripheral nerve cells. Vitamin E is able to cross through the blood-brain barrier. It does have some difficulty. Researchers have used very high dose of vitamin E supplementation in order to increase the level of vitamin E in the area of the body. Therefore, vitamin E is an important antioxidant protecting the brain cell that probably does not the best one in this situation. Vitamin C. Vitamin C can concentrate in the tissue and the fluids around the brain and the nerve. It's able to pass through the blood-brain barrier, and in fact, vitamin C levels are 10 times higher in the tissue than in the plasma. When you realize that vitamin C is not only a great antioxidant, but also has the ability to regenerate vitamin E and glutathione, it has become very important nutrient in protecting the brain and the nerve cells. Dr. M.C. Murray's report a study showing that vitamin C and vitamin E given in supplementation to a normal patient over the age of 65 actually decreased their risk of developing Alzheimer's dementia. This was a small study and larger, more aggressive study needed to be done. Glutathione. Glutathione is the most important antioxidant within the brain and the nerve cell. But this nutrient is difficult to absorb from oral supplements, and its ability to cross the blood-brain barrier is not yet clear. Some studies using IV glutathione have shown significant improvement in patients with Parkinson's disease. However, this study involved only a few patients. The best strategy at the time to supplement the nutrients into the body needed to make its own glutathione, N-acetyl-L-cysteine, niacin, selenium, and vitamin B2. You can also need to have those antioxidant nutrients available that regenerate the glutathione so it can be used again and again. Vitamin C, alpha-lipic acid, and Q10. Alpha-lipic acid. The medical community is realizing alpha-lipic acids more and more as an important antioxidant. It is not only both fats and water soluble, but also has ability to readily cross over the blood-brain barrier. It can regenerate vitamin C, vitamin E, intracellular glutathione, and Q10. Another important aspect of alpha-lipic acid is that it can attach itself to toxic metal in the brain, help eliminating them from the body. Heavy metals such as mercury, aluminum, cadmium, and lead have been implicated in increasing the risk of developing neurodegenerative disease. These metals tend to deposit themselves in brain tissue because of the high amounts of fat concentrated in part of the body. This metal causes a significant increased amount of oxidative stress, are extremely difficult to remove from the central nerve system once they are there. Antioxidants not only are patent but also have the ability to help remove this toxic heavy metal and will become increasingly important in the prevention treatment of the disease. As a side note, I believe it is wise to eliminate the use of products such as deodorants, cooking utensils that contain aluminum. When you realize the heavy metal actually increase the amount of oxidative stress in the body, especially the brain, you will want to decrease your exposure to them. I anticipate that over the next several years we will hear more and more about mercury toxicity, how it too can cause significant damage to the brain. I will encourage everyone, but especially those with children, to avoid getting mercury amalgam filling in their teeth. If you ask your dentist about possibility alternative to those mercury amalgams, he does have much safer option. Don't run out and have all your mercury filling removed. Those, if this is not done properly, it may cause more harm than if you just leave them alone. Coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10, as you will recall, it is a very potent antioxidant as well as one of the most important nutrients for the production of energy within the cell. Clinical studies have shown that oxidative damage in the mitochondria, this is where Q10 works. It is an important aspect in development of neurodegenerative disease. As we age, the level of Q10 in our brain nerve cells decreases significantly. Q10 may be missing link in the prevention of disease like Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's disease. However, further human clinical studies are still necessary. How well Q10 passes through the blood barrier has not yet been fully evaluated. grapeseed extract. Studies show grapeseed extract crosses the blood-brain barrier quite readily. It is exceptional patent antioxidant, and the mere fact that high concentrate can be obtained in the fluids and the cell of the brain and the nerve tissue make it ideal antioxidant for the brain. My experience shows that this nutrient is a major player in the amazing results I have been seeing among patients who are suffering from neurodegenerative disease. I believe it's by far the most important optimizer in this disease. It is obviously one of the antioxidants that researchers should use further in study involving this disease. Protecting our most precious asset. Everyone desires to maintain and protect the ability to reason and to think. In fact, losing the ability is probably the number one fear of most patients. When a person forgot where he put his key or can't remember this neighbor's name, he often comes to my office feared he was developing Alzheimer's dementia. As we age, we will all have this concern at once or another. I do not have a fear of dying because of my faith to Christian. To be absent from the body is to present with the Lord. But after practicing medicine over 3 decades and see so many disabled patients, I do live with a nagging concern of being tripled in my body. I have patients with Alzheimer's dementia who do not recognize their spouse or kids for more than a decade, and yet their general physical health is still good. Walking through a nursing home and you will understand why I am so concerned. The principle of optimizing your own natural antioxidant defense system is the paramount when it comes to protecting the cell into our brain against our common enemy, oxidative stress. Remember, we must focus on prevention and protection because once a brain cell is destroyed, it's not readily replaced. There are 2 main concepts to keep in mind if we are able to have an effect on decrease in incidence of this serious disabling disease. First, we must use a cocktail of antioxidants that will work in synergy while readily cross over the blood-brain barrier. Second, we need to avoid any excessive exposure to the heavy metal I mentioned and other toxins in our environment. Balance is the key, and we must work on decreasing our toxic exposure as well as build up our body's natural defense system. I believe the cellular nutrition program that I present in chapter 17 will help the individual who is healthy accomplish this goal for brain health and preservation. If you are already concerned about declining your brain ability to remember things or having a strong history of Alzheimer's in your family, you may want to add some additional nutrition that I call optimizer. These are those antioxidants are known to cross over the blood-brain barrier readily, such as grapeseed extract. See chapter 17 for more details. Or if you are especially concerned, consult me at my website www.nutritional/medicine.net. Russ stories. Russ is a cowboy who seems to have walked right off the screen of an old western. His love of horse goes hand in glove with his love with the sport of roping. And he's good. Western competitors cringe when they see Russ ride into the arena. They know he's tough competition. For years, Russ was one of the best. he cleaned house at South Dakota Jackpot. But a few years ago, Russ began noting numbness in his leg. At first, he was not too concerned. But then, the numbness spread up to his hips and eventually his lower back. The cowboy finally made an appointment with his doctor, and after many tests, he received the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. Russ was devastated. I don't know if cowboy cried, but they can sure be stubborn a lot. This roper wasn't about to give up. He would literally get on his horse, unable to feel the bottom half of his body, and participate in team roping events. Rose now admits it probably wasn't the smart thing he's ever done, since his balance in the saddle was significantly compromised. But he had to keep living, and roping was his life. It was about this time that Ross began looking into additional therapy for his MS. He heard me speak at a local meeting, and soon after began the nutritional supplement program I recommend to my patient with MS. With months, he began to feel better. The numbness and weakness in his leg began to improve. Today, about 3 years later, Russ began that he has fully recovered. The strength in his leg is back to normal, and he has absolutely no numbness in his leg and feet and lower back. He's back to roping and again feels safe in the saddle. No doubt, his fellow roping competitors are back to cramping when Russ pull up to the rodeo grounds. I have witnessed a number of near miracles recover from multiple sclerosis. I have personally involved with several MS patients who have gone from being wheelchair-bound to walking, and I have several other MS patients who have stabilized their disease with the use of nutritional supplements. Granted, MS is more than a neurodegenerative disease. It's also an autoimmune disease that doctors have been able to treat by enhanced immune system. In fact, physicians are now using beta serum and Avinex, which is actually interferon, drugs known as help improve the immune response. Nutritional supplementation with potent antioxidant minerals and Q10 grapeseed extract and essential fat basically do the same thing. However, they don't have all the adverse side effects. Again, I always encourage patients to continue to take all their prescription medication along with their supplement. Some MS patients do improve so much they discuss going off their medication with their physicians. It is quite obviously that the proper function of our brain, our nerves, is an essential aspect of our health. And we now realize that the main enemy to this central part of our body is oxidative stress. Since brain and nerve cells have a very difficult time regenerating themselves, it is paramount that we protect these sensitive cells from being damaged in the first place. It will take years of study to prove beyond a shadow of doubt that supplementing our diet with potent antioxidants that readily cross over the blood-brain barrier can effectively protect us against this horrible disease. But I believe the evidence available in medical literature is strong enough now to advise my patient to supplement a healthy diet with antioxidants at ultimate level. Such a regimen can only help. Thank you so much for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading Diabetics. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 14, Diabetes. Warning! Do not skip this chapter. Even if you have never been diagnosed with diabetes. Diabetes mellitus has become one of the most widespread diseases in exist. Over the past 35 years, the industrial world has seen the numbers of diabetes cases increase fivefold in the United States alone. An estimated $150 billion is spent annually on treating diabetes and related complications. An estimated 16 million people in America have diabetes. But the amazing fact is that approximately half of these individuals don't even know they are diabetic. This is why non-diabetic must read this chapter. Even though diabetes itself is a big enough health problem, the side effects of the disease are equally ominous. For example, 1/3 of the new cases of end-stage kidney stone are due to diabetes. 4 out of 5 diabetic patients eventually will die, not from diabetes itself, but from cardiovascular disease, heart attack, stroke, peripheral vascular disease, initiated by the diabetes. Do you know that diabetes is the leading cause of amputation and one of the leading causes of blindness in the elderly? Diabetes mellitus has reached epidemic proportions, with more than 90% of these cases known as type 2 diabetics, known as adult onset diabetics. We must seriously consider what is going wrong. Type 1 diabetics, used to call juvenile diabetes. This type of diabetes usually occurs in child. It's the result of autoimmune attack on the pancreas. This leaves children without any insulin. Therefore, they must take insulin to survive. However, I'm going to focus on my attention in this chapter type 2 diabetes mellitus because this is the type of diabetes increase to epidemic proportions. Why has such an increase in the numbers of people developing this disease control occurred? Is there any way you can personally decrease your risk of developing diabetes? Absolutely. Meet Joe. Joe was 41 when he came to my office for a routine annual physical. He was feeling great and had absolutely no complaints. He just felt the need a thorough checkup because he hadn't had a physical for several years. During the routine appointment, they drew some blood. Because Joe felt so good, I was surprised and concentrated when my lab technician showed me Joe's blood. It looked pink instead of red. After the technician spun the blood in the centrifuge, the upper portion of the sample looks like a cream, meaning it was loaded with fat. The lab reports indicate that Joe's cholesterol was 250. His HDL cholesterol was 31, and his triglyceride level was absolutely high at 1,208. The triglycerides level should be less than 150. The triglyceride HDL ratio should be less than 2. Joe's ratio was nearly 40, although his fasting blood sugar level was normal. It was soon obvious that Joe had developing syndrome X, a precursor to diabetes mellitus. Syndrome X, it is killing you? Like Joe, most people have never heard of Syndrome X, but they certainly needed to be Dr. Gerd Rivens, a physician and professor at Stanford University, chose the term to describe a constellation of problems that have a common cause: insulin resistance. Through medical research, Dr. Rivens estimates that more than 80 million adult Americans have Syndrome X. Let's take a moment to look at the common cause of Syndrome X. The body develops resistance against insulin. What is insulin resistance? Americans are infected with high carbohydrate, low fat diet. Although in truth, most Americans eat a high carbohydrate and high fat diet. Over the years, our diet has been taking a toll, and many of us have become less and less sensitive to our own insulin as a result. Insulin is basically a storage hormone that drives sugar level into cells to be utilized or stored as fat. The body desires to control our blood sugar. Therefore, the body becomes less sensitive to its own insulin. It compensates by making more insulin. In other words, our body responds to increasing blood sugar levels by forcing the beta cells of the pancreas to produce more insulin in order to control our blood sugars. Individuals with insulin resistance need more and more insulin as the years go by, keep their blood sugar normal. Although this elevates insulin levels, hyperinsulinemia are effective in controlling our blood sugar. They also may lead into some serious health problems. Below is a list of harmful effects it violate insulin level cause. These are the problems that constitute what Dr. Gerd Rivens has labeled Syndrome X. Significant inflammation of arteries, which can cause heart attack and stroke. Elevate blood sugar, hypertension. Elevate triglyceride and other fats in the blood besides cholesterol. Lower HDL, good cholesterol. Increase LDL, bad cholesterol. Increase tendency to form blood clot. Developing of significant uncontrolled weight gain, usually around the middle, called central obesity. When all the Syndrome X factors are combined, our risk of developing heart disease actually jump 20-fold. Consider the fact that heart disease is the number one killer in the industrial world today. We cannot afford to disregard a growing risk of developing. After patients have Syndrome X for several years, maybe even 10 to 20, the beta cells of the pancreas simply worn out and can no longer produce such high level of insulin. At this point, insulin level begin to drop and blood sugar level begin to rise. At first, mild elevation of blood sugar may develop, which is known as glucose intolerance or preclinical diabetes. More than 24 million in the United States are at this stage of glucose intolerance. Then, usually within a year or two, there's no change in lifestyle occurred. Full-blown diabetes mellitus will develop. The age of arteries then accelerates faster as blood sugars begin to steadily rise. What is the cause of insulin resistance? Several theories suggest reasons why we become less and less sensitive to our insulin over the past years. I truly believe insulin resistance is the result of Western diet. Through we focus heavily on cutting back on fat, our love affair with carbohydrate continue. What many Americans doesn't fully realize is that carbohydrates are simply long chains of sugar that the body absorbs at a various rate. As you know, white bread, white flour, pasta, rice, potatoes release their sugar into bloodstream even faster than table sugar. It's true. This is why such foods are called high glycemic. On the other hand, foods such as green beans, Brussels sprouts, tomatoes, apple, orange release their sugar into the bloodstream much more slowly and are therefore considered low glycemic food. Our nation tends to eat far too many high glycemic food, which in turn cause blood sugar to rise very rapidly and stimulate the release of insulin. When blood sugar drops, we feel hungry, so we grab a snack and eat big meal, and the whole process starts all over again. After a period of time, the release of insulin has been overstimulated, so often our bodies simply become less and less sensitive to it. In order for our body to control the blood sugar level, the pancreas needed to put out higher level of insulin. In this elevated level of insulin causes the destructive metabolic change associated with the syndrome X. How do you know if you have a syndrome X? Most physicians do not routinely request blood insulin level for their patient. But there's a simple, although indirect, way to see if you are maybe developing syndrome X or insulin resistant. When your blood is testing, you will routinely get a lipid profile, which include the level of total cholesterol, HDL, good cholesterol, the LDL, bad cholesterol, and the triglyceride, the other fat in the blood. Most people are familiar with the ratio you obtain by dividing the total cholesterol by the HDL cholesterol. But if you divide the triglyceride level by HDL cholesterol, the ratio you get indication of whether you are developing syndrome. If this ratio is greater than 2, you may be starting to develop syndrome X. Although, if you notice that your blood sugar or that your waistline is increasing, it is even more likely that you are developing a serious cause of syndrome X. Here's a sample of how to do this simple test. Let's see your triglyceride level is 210 and your HDL cholesterol level is 30. Divided by 210 by 30 equal a ratio of 7. Since this is definitely greater than a ratio of 2, you will conclude you have early sign of insulin resistance or syndrome X. As soon as a person begins developing insulin resistance, his physician should recommend and support lifestyle change. Because, as I pointed out earlier, this is when cardiovascular damage really begins. Therefore, physical needed to be readily aware of early signs of developing insulin resistance via the triglyceride HDL cholesterol ratio. Insulin resistance is totally reversible at this point. We must be content to wait until a person becomes fully diabetic before treating him. When a patient treats his insulin resistance with a simple but effective lifestyle change, not only does he prevent accelerated damage to the arteries, but he also avoids diabetes itself. This is true preventive medicine, a higher lifestyle, not the drug we prescribe, will make the difference. Without question, I believe that doctors have over-dependent on medication to treat diabetes. Most physicians will agree diabetes and exercise can help patients with diabetes. But we simply do not invest enough time to help them understand what changed those very high habits is the best offensive against the devastating complication of the disease. I realize it's much easier to write a prescription than educate and motivate patients to make a key change in exercise and nutrition. But diabetes will be so much better controlled if we did not depend so heavily on meds. Even the representative of the drug company who visit my office agreed that high fiber diets that include low glycemic food is very effective. But they always maintain that patients usually will not make such change in their diet, therefore must have medication. This is what now I see. In my practice, the majority of patients would rather make lifestyle change than take more medication. So much depends on doctor attitude and approach. Consistently, when I take the time to explain all of this to patients and then ask them what they would like to do, more than 90% respond that they would rather try lifestyle adaptation first. Joe can show us how this works. How do Joe weeping syndrome act? Joe was very concerned about his lab test, and so he felt motivated to immediately change his lifestyle. We placed him on a moderate exercise program, a low glycemic diet, and a regimen of antioxidant and mineral supplements. I repeat Joe's blood work twice a week later, documented amazing improvement. His cholesterol level dropped 250 to 150. His HDL cholesterol level increased 10 points to 41. His triglyceride level plummeted from 1,208 to 102. His triglyceride HDL ratio had decreased from 40 to 2.5. Joe accomplished all this without any meditation and just 12 weeks, but he and I were thrilled. If you are in health predicament like Joe, you are achieve a similar outcome within the same commitment to lifestyle and eating adjustment syndrome X, and it's a deathly ramification and can be beaten. Now, let's turn our attention to the progressive development of diabetes and how to reverse the devastating effects on our body. Diagnosis and monitoring of diabetes mellitus. The most common screening technique for diabetes is fasting blood sugar tests like the one I give Joe. Physicians also use sugar challenge tests in which our individual is given a sugar load, a pop-like drink that is loaded with sugar, and then take a blood sugar level test 2 hours later. Most physicians believe that a 2-hour blood sugar above 190, definitely above 200, is the level needed to diagnose diabetes. A normal 2-hour blood sugar level should be less than 110 and definitely less than 130. Patients who have a slightly elevated fasting blood sugar and a 2-hour blood sugar between 130 to 190 are classified have glucose intolerance, preclinical diabetes, and not actually diabetes. Since the blood sugar measurements indicate only how patient is doing at a particular moment, another helpful test is hemoglobin AIC, which reveals the amount of blood sugar in the red blood cells. I like to have a patient with diabetes or diabetic tendency to have this test done every 4 to 6 months. Since our red blood cells remain in the body for approximately 140 days, this test is a great indicator that how well patient is truly controlling his or her diabetes. The normal range for hemoglobin AIC is the most labeled 3.5 to 5.7. The goal for diabetic is keep tight control so that the hemoglobin AIC remains below 6.5%. When patients are able to do this, the risk of developing a secondary complication is less than 3%. But if they maintain a hemoglobin A1C of greater than 9%, the risk of developing secondary complication related to diabetes jump to 60%. This comes as a shock, especially in light of the fact that the average treated diabetic in the United States maintain a hemoglobin A1C of 9.2. Needless to say, this is not a great endorsement for our healthcare system when it comes to diabetic. Of greater concern is the fact that the time of actual diagnosis of diabetes by physician, a majority, more than 60% of this patient already have major cardiovascular disease. This put the patient at a disadvantage before he even starts to treatment. You see, once insulin resistance begins, the process of atherosclerosis, hardening of artery, accelerate dramatic. This is why it's crucial for physicians to recognize syndrome X in the patient as soon as possible and encourage lifestyle change that can correct the problem. I patiently maybe have syndrome X many years before he truly becomes diabetic. By this time, treat to reverse damage to simply too late. Obesity. All of us have heard the media and physicians claim that the reason diabetes is becoming epidemic in the United States and industrial world is because so many people are developing obesity. This is really not the case. The media has put the cart before the horse, so to speak, insulin resistant syndrome X, leading to the central obesity, not the other way around it. In fact, obesity is a major aspect of this syndrome. What do I mean by central obesity? This had to do with how your weight is distributed in your body. It is evenly dispersed with all over, or you are heavily in the bottom, pear shape. You may need to drop some weight, but in relation syndrome X, you are fine. If you have gained substantial weight around your waistline, an apple shape, you may be in trouble. I have had many patients in their late 20s or early 30s come into my office complaining that they are gaining a significant amount of weight. What bothers them is the fact that their eating habits and activity level has not changed, but they put on 30 to 40 pounds in the past 2 to 3 years. Why are they gaining so much? Typically, it is because the patient has developed a resistance to insulin. This patient had begun various diet program, but were not able to lose much weight. Such diets are essentially high carbohydrates, low fat, and make the insulin resistant only worse. If these people do not correct the underlying problem for this weight gain, insulin resistant, they will not lose the weight. How frustrating it must be keep going back to their support group but never coming close to lose the kind of weight the others are. I encourage all my patients to begin balance their diet by eating low glycemic carbohydrates with a good protein and good fat, which I will explain later in the chapter. When this diet is combined with a moderate exercise program and cellular nutritional, see chapter 17. The underlying insulin resistance may be corrected. The weight will then start coming off as miserably as it's come down. My patients are often amazed how they are losing weight without really even trying. They feel good and their energy level is remarkable. Please know that when I say diet, I'm not referring to a fat diet. A fat diet is something that you are starting with the intention of someday quitting. The sooner the better. Instead, I'm talking about a healthy lifestyle that has the side effect of fat loss. I work aggressively with my patient about 12 weeks so they know exactly how to apply this principle to the way they like to eat. Losing weight is not the answer. Correcting insulin is the key. Treating diabetes. All physicians agree that we should first give our patients a chance to improve their diabetes by encouraging them to make effective lifestyle change. But as I've noted, many physicians simply give lip service to such change while relying heavily on medication to control the disease. If we are going to make any significant headway in decreasing the number of diabetic, as well as help current diabetic improving control of their disease, two things have to happen. First, we needed to pay more attention to insulin resistance. The underlying problem in the overwhelming majority cause of type 2 diabetes, mellitus, are not simply focused on treating blood sugar levels. Secondly, we needed to aggressively encourage lifestyle change that will improve insulin sensitivities. I strongly believe that type 2 diabetes physicians should rely on medication as a last resort. Doctors are treating the wrong thing. In a review article for Mayo Clinic, Dr. James O'Keefe stated, therapeutic effort in patients with diabetes who have focused on predominantly normalized increased blood sugar level while often ignoring many of these other modifiable risks, which are caused by underlying insulin resistance. This accounts in part for the fact that 80% of diabetics still die of cardiovascular disease. I maintain that treatment of underlying cause of most diabetes, insulin resistance, is a much better way to comfort and control diabetes. Lifestyle change spent out. What many people don't realize is how simple the lifestyle change are for treating the premier underlying problem in both diabetes and insulin resistance. We are talking about moderate exercise, eating in such manner as not to spike the blood sugar, and taking some basic nutritional supplement to improve the patient sensitivity to his or her own insulin. When you combine all three these change, as you saw Jill's case, the results are phenomenal. Let's look at each of these ingredients in healthy response to insulin resistance. Diet. In my opinion, too many doctors make major mistake in the diet they recommend to their diabetic patient. since the greater risk for this patient is cardiovascular disease. American Diabetes Association has remained premier concern with the amount of fat in people's diet. Therefore, the ADA and many dietitians support its high carbohydrate, low fat diet. Diabetes have regions following the ANA recommendation for the past 35 years. In the mild, 70-80% of diabetes were dying from cardiovascular disease. As we enter the new millennium, 80% of diabetes are still dying from cardiovascular disease. Shouldn't this warrant some reconsideration of our approach? Once understand that we needed to treat the underlying resistance to insulin, we recognize that carbohydrates are the main concern. This is contrary to a dietitian who believes that carbohydrate is carbohydrated and that the source does not matter. This thing completely ignores the glycemic index, the rate which the body absorbs various carbohydrates and turns them into simple sugar. Numerous studies demonstrate some carbohydrates release their sugar as more rapidly than others. The more complex carbohydrate ones with lots of fiber like beans, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, and apple release their sugar slowly. When these low glycemic carbohydrates are combined with good protein, good fats in the balanced meal, the blood sugar does not spike. This is crucial in controlling diabetes. If the blood sugar doesn't rise significantly after a meal, a major factor in diabetic control, there's no problem having bring it back with drugs. Dr. Walter C. Wilt, Chief of Nutritional and Prevention Medicine at Harvard Medical School, proposed in his book, Eat, Drink, and Be Healthy, that we must rethink the food pyramid the USDA recommends. The bottom range should be low glycemic carbohydrate, while high glycemic food, white bread, white flour, pasta, rice, and potatoes belong at the top of the food pyramid without the sweet. Everyone realizes how bad sweets are for diabetic, but few realize that high glycemic foods raise blood sugar much faster than eating candy does. When I finally convinced my diabetic patient to eat low glycemic carbohydrate combined with good protein, good fats, their diabetic control improved dramatically. Their body become more sensitive to their own insulin. Basic diet instruction. The following are good fats, protein, carbohydrate. When you combine this in each meal or snack you eat, your blood sugar will jump to dangerous level that needed to control. The best protein and fats come from vegetable oil, avocado, olive oil, nuts, beans, soy, and so on are a great source of protein and contain fats that will actually lower your cholesterol. The best cholesterol came from fresh whole fruits vegetables. Avoid all processed food. An apple is better than apple juice. Whole grains are essential. Avoiding processed grains is crucial developing healthy diet for everyone, especially the diabetic. The next best protein or fats come from the fish. Cold water fish such as mackerel, tuna, salmon, sardines contain those fats were discussed in chapter 10. Omega-3 fatty acids. These fats are not only lower cholesterol level, but also decrease the overall inflammation in our body. The next best protein comes from the fowl, because the fats of the birds on the outside are not permeably into the meat. Even through its saturated fat, by removing the skin from the meat, you still have the very lean protein meal. Obviously, the worst fats and protein come from our red meat. Dairy products. If you're going to eat red meat, at least eat the leanest cuts you can. You should avoid dairy products except for low-fat cottage cheese, milk, and egg white. If you are going to eat egg, try to get ranch-free chicken egg, which contain omega-3 fatty acids. Some of the worst fat that you can eat are the trans fatty acid. These are called rancid fats. Because they are so harmful to our body, get used to look at labels, and anytime you see particularly hypoallergenic anything, don't buy it. These are the basic diet instructions I share with my diabetic and my patient who have developing syndrome X, like Joe. Focus of this book does not allow me to get into the fine detail of the diet I recommend to my patient. For those curious about diets and syndrome X, I recommend a couple of books. 40 to 30 Fats Burning Nutrition by Jean and Joyce Douglas, and A Week in Zone by Barry Sears. This straightforward book recommends a 40 to 30 balance. 40 carbohydrate, 30 protein, 30 fat. This is the balance of this macronutrition recommend during the meal. I tend to use more of 50-25 ratio in my office, but the principles are the same. This is not a high protein meal program like the alkaline diet. This is a healthy diet you can continue the rest of your life. If everyone would eat this way, exercise, take some basic macronutrition, the diabetic epidemic will be non-existent. When you eat this way, instead of stimulating the release of insulin, you stimulate the release of opposite hormone called glucagon. Glucagon utilize fats, lower blood sugar, decrease triglyceride, LDL cholesterol, and raise HDL cholesterol. This eating for hormone control rather than calories control. I tell my patient that they are eating a healthy diet has the side effect of fat loss. Exercise. Moderate exercise has tremendous health benefits, and exercise is especially critical for patients with syndrome X or diabetics. Why? Studies show that exercise makes patients significantly more sensitive to their own insulin needs. Therefore, critical part of lifestyle change needed for diabetic those who have insulin resistance. The exercise program should include a balance of aerobic weight resistance exercise done at least 3 and not more than 5 to 6 times per week. It is important people get involved in exercise program that they enjoy. No one has to become a marathon runner. Even a 30 to 40 minutes brisk walk 3 times a week make a tremendous difference. Nutritional supplements. Several clinical trials have found that individuals with preclinical diabetes or impaired glucose tolerance have significantly increased level of oxidative stress. Often, these same people have depleted antioxidant defenses, and other studies have revealed that oxidative stress was more significant in those with secondary complication of diabetes. Retinopathy, damage caused by diabetes to the blood vessel in the back of the eyes that can lead to blindness or cardiovascular disease. The research conducting this study conclude that antioxidant supplement should be added to traditional diabetic treatments as a way to help reduce this complication. Several studies have shown that all antioxidants may improve insulin resistance. It's important diabetic take good mixture of several antioxidants in supplementation at the optimal level, not RDA level. See Chapter 17. In my research and medical practice, I've learned that several micronutrients are normal deficient in patients with preclinical or full-bloom diabetes. Chromium is critical in metabolism of glucose and action of insulin, but study shows that 90% of American population has chromium deficiency. Chromium has shown to greater improve insulin sensitivity, especially those who are deficiency in the mineral. Diabetic patient and patient with syndrome X with 300 mcg or chromium in supplementation. Vitamin E not only improve antioxidant defense but also seems to help the body in the problem of insulin. Research revealed that low vitamin E level is a dependent and strong predictor for the development of adult onset diabetes. Individuals who have low level of vitamin E have a 5-fold high risk of developing diabetes than those with a normal amount of vitamin E. Magnesium deficiency has been associated with both type 1 and type 2 diabetes, as well as increased the risk of retinopathy in diabetic patients. Study shows that when this deficiency is corrected in the elderly, insulin function improves significantly. Unfortunately, diagnosing magnesium deficiency is very difficult. Typical serum magnesium levels are tested where only a trace amount of body's total magnesium is located. Cellular level of magnesium as much as sensitivity and accurate. However, this could be tested only in research labs, not in hospital. This is why magnesium deficiency is so underdiagnosed. We all need at least 400 to 500 milligrams of magnesium in supplementation. Vanadium is not a well-known mineral, but it is very important for the diabetic. It has been shown to significantly increase insulin sensitivity when taken in supplementation. A diabetic needed to take 50 to 100 mcg of vanadium in supplementation each day. I have been amazed at what can be achieved with patients who are willing to change their diet, start exercising, take nutritional supplements with key minerals and antioxidants that improve the body's sensitivity to insulin. Along those lines, here's one case history I love to tell. Matt's story. Matt's Rose's long-time dream had been to join the Peace Corps. Came to me for the organization required physical. During the exam, Matt complained that he had been really thirsty and urination quite often. Since he was only 23, he did not understand why he needed to go to the bathroom several times each night. I drew a blood sugar test for Matt, and it came back at 590, a level so dangerous high I made him to the hospital and start immediately infusion of intravenous of insulin. When his blood sugar does not respond well to this treatment, I could consult an endocrinologist. This physician also had problem controlling Matt's diabetes, ended up giving him high dose of insulin than he had ever given a patient before. At one point, Matt was taking 90 units of insulin twice a day. A normal dose is approximately 10. After Matt finally stabilized and left the hospital, I suggest that he make lifestyle change while still taking insulin. He agreed and began working out and eating food that would not spike his blood sugar. Take a mineral and antioxidant tablet. Matt was dedicated and did well staying with his program. His weight started to fall and gradually he was able to decrease the amount of prescribed insulin. Month after month, he improved. 4 months after his visit for the physical, Matt came into my office and informed me that his blood sugar were normal and that he wasn't taking any insulin. Knowing his history, I really didn't believe him, so I checked his fasting blood sugar. The result was 81. I then challenged him with a sugar load and checked his blood sugar 2 hours later. It was 88, with a normal limit. His hemoglobin A1C was 5.4, which also was normal. Matt was no longer diabetic. I then had the difficult task for writing a letter to Peace Corps, explaining that Matt was at one time an insulin-dependent diabetic, but now was no longer even diabetic. I fear that the unusual report might disqualify Matt and end his dream of service, but the Peace Corps repeat his blood work and conclude too that he was no longer diabetic. Matt joined the Peace Corps and spent 2 years in Africa. The organization actually flew him out of the bush to hospital every 6 months for tests to be sure his blood sugar remained normal. He said staying with the balanced diet I had recommended was a challenge, but by eating the unprocessed grains that were available, he did very well. I had the privilege to see Matt again last month in my office. He's now finished with his tour in Peace Corps and still maintain normal blood sugar. He also informed me that he stayed with the program I initially laid out for him. He has dropped his weight from 315 pounds down to 205 pounds. He said the weight just came off without his even trying. Once his blood sugar returned to normal and he had to correct the insulin resistance. I believe that many other persons who are borderline or fully diabetic can experience a similar change in their physical health. If you struggle with diabetes, and are you willing to invest in necessary life change to free yourself from dependency on medication and living a healthy life? Remember, you want to control your diabetes and at least maintain a hemoglobin A1C of less than 6.5. This is very difficult to do with medication alone. Apply this principle to your own life will significantly improve your diabetic control. You should watch your blood sugar closely when you begin your lifestyle change. If the blood sugar drops too much, you need to consult your doctor as he would address your medication. As I said earlier, diabetes is increasing at epidemic prevalence. In spite of the billions of dollars spent on in this case of disease, we are losing the battle. Physicians and lay people alike must refocus their attitude and attack insulin resistance rather than elevate blood sugar. When we see elevated triglyceride level among with lower HDL cholesterol level, hypertension, or unusual weight gain, we needed to recognize the possible development of syndrome X and accelerate cardiovascular damage that have already begun. Rather than simply treating the disease that insulin resistance causes, we needed to aggressively treat the insulin resistance itself. Isn't it amazing that such simple lifestyle change can effect near a miracle? The disappearance of the diabetes. Thank you so much for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading chapter 15, Chronic Fatigue and Fibromyalgia. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 15, Chronic Fatigue and Fibromyalgia. I'm just so tired all the time. It is difficult for me to concentrate. I can't remember the last time I felt good. In fact, I'm having a hard time remembering a lot of things. I know something is wrong with me. I don't have any energy, and I seem to catch every bug that comes along. I need help, but I don't know where to start. Maybe it's my thyroid, and my family has a history of thyroid problems. Have you ever uttered this statement? I can tell you the number of patients who consult my webpage seeking help or come into my office with this kind of complaints. They are frustrated and discouraged with their ongoing condition. In the 30 years I've been in private practice, I have to say that these are some of the most common ailments I heard about. During a consult visit, doctors usually ask, "Do you hurt anywhere? Do you have any other symptoms?" Then we run through a complete review of potential complaints, try to find out if the patient is suffering from symptoms ranging from headaches to chest discomfort to diarrhea. Often, patients answer in the negative to all of these specific questions on site. I'm just really tired and have absolutely no energy. When physicians comfort the situation, they usually recommend a completely physical exam with comprehensive chemistry profile. On the next visit, the physician will go over the patient's complaints again and review past, present, and family health histories. He will conduct another physical exam, and after the evaluation is complete, the doctor will carefully review the laboratory data. Occasionally, he discovers evidence of hypostasis, diabetics, anemia, or some other disease process that is causing this symptom of fatigue. But the overwhelming majority of the time, he found nothing but sufficient exam by the patient is feeling so tired and worn out. At this point, most physicians begin questioning the patient about possible signs of increased stress or symptom of depression. If this lining of question doesn't reveal any apparent explanation, tension begins to fill the air. The patients start to realize the doctor is not finding anything wrong. The doctor may have insinuated that the problem is all in the patient's head. Of course, this is not a verbal exchange, but the unspoken reality is most certainly communicated through abstract tones and body language. If you have ever been in this situation like this, you understand fully what I'm talking about. What just happened? Physicians want to help their patient, and most often they feel the only way to accomplish this task is by finding a disease process and begin treatment with a prescription. When they can't find anything wrong or can't write a prescription, doctors become uncomfortable with the mounting pressure to provide an explanation of course of action to make the patient feel better. A doctor may dismiss the visit by standing up and saying, "Well, you are really in excellent health. I can't find anything. But explain your symptom. Just give me some time and see if you feel better." If you have experienced something similar, you know you are nothing else to do but turn and leave the doctor's office, frustrated. You are certain you had already given it plenty of time before you went to see the doctor in the first place. Beyond doubt, you are not well, and now that the doctor can't find anything wrong, even you begin to wonder if it's true or psychosomatic. But the frustration is only beginning. You may determine to follow your physician's advice and give yourself more time while to do everything in your power to take better care of yourself. Instead of getting better, thus you either don't improve or even get worse. Where do you go from there? Do you get a second option? If you do see another medical doctor, chances are good that he will not find anything wrong either. Anxious and disappointed with the healthcare system begin to speak. On the one hand, you are happy that no one has found anything seriously. But on the other hand, you are angry because no one has answers. In fact, you begin to feel any annoyance and are intimidated about going back. This is when a close friend or family member told you about alternative healthcare practitioner who was really able to help him with the same problem. Alternative healthcare. Your journey continues as you turn from the medical community in search of a solution. You decide to seek out a more natural route. Alternative healthcare, because traditional medicine has been no help, to the contract, it probably made you feel worse. To your surprise, the alternative healthcare provider identify a problem right away. He may claim that you have symptoms yeast, leaky gut syndrome, or subclinical hypothyroidism as the cause of your symptoms. Alternative practitioners typically do a hair or eye analysis, blood work, urinary tests, or muscle exam to determine exactly what you need. Then, they usually recommend certain herbs, bowel cleanse, diet change, and nutritional supplement to correct diagnosis problem. Relief and hope months because someone is finally listening and can actually provide an explanation for the acceleration. Even if the diagnosis is not entirely correct, even though your health and your sense of well-being may improve because of lifestyle change. You may begin to realize you should be feeling better and are still not yourself. Here's why. Alternative care practitioners focus on trying to find out exactly which nutritional deficiency you may have and then try to correct them. But they are not correcting the underlying problem, which is the oxidative stress. Most likely, you will remain frustrated and have continue reading and doing not anything and you can to find help. You may allergical depressed. Have you ever been sick and tired of being sick and tired? Many people with fatigue level their doctor's office with prescription of antidepressants. When the physician is not able to find anything wrong, he assumes that patient is depressed. But I have learned that when patients do not feel well and do not have the energy to perform their duty, they get discouraged and second-guessing themselves. They wonder if they will ever have the energy to be high spirits again. As time wears out, they do get down, they become depressed. But this is truly different from depression you see in a patient who is emotional depressed. This is why I label this patient immunological depressed. The increased oxidative stress people experience not only create fatigue, but also deplete the immune system. When patients use nutritional supplements to bring oxidative stress back under control, they not only feel better, but they begin to function normally again, which makes them feel better still. I always enjoy when my patients tell me during a return visit, "I'm not depressed anymore. Can I go off the antidepressant the other doctor prescribed? They never really helped me anyway." The very serious illness in this book that I have discussed are merely the end results of prolonged exposure to excessive oxidative stress within the body. People do not realize that lasting fatigue is the same continually and severely illness. So many will not develop a serious illness initially. When their body are under attack of prolonged oxidative stress, they will continue to wear down until a serious disease develop. If I were to do a study of people passing by on the sidewalk to determine how many don't feel up to bar, have significant amounts of residual fatigue, my guess is the numbers will be shocking. Let me tell you what I have learned over the past 7 years of practicing nutritional supplements medicine. You don't just wake up one morning with chronic fatigue syndrome or fibromyalgia. My patients who are coming in not feeling well, complaining of fatigue, frequency infection, poor sleep, anxious, depression are also suffering from the beginning stage of degenerative due to the increased oxidative stress. I can almost tell by look at the person's face he's under excessive oxidative stress. His face is drawn and ash color. He does not look vibrant and healthy. If we don't address the underlying problem effectively, this patient will most likely develop chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, and even more serious degenerative disease. I no longer send my worn patient out the door with the comment, "I can't find anything wrong with you." I know this causes immunology depression and may lead to more serious condition. I now encourage people to look at their lifestyle and environments for possible clue of increased stress or toxin exposure. They needed to attempt to eliminate cause of increased oxidative stress. See Chapter 3, as much as is humanly possible. It is important for them to think about their lifestyle and their stress level, as they're being exposed to excessive toxins like secondary cigarette smoke, herbicide, pesticide, and airborne pollutants. I encourage them to get proper rest, to start exercise regularly, and begin to eat a healthy diet. I then start them on patent antioxidant tablets, mineral tablet, and some group C extract. Have them return to see me in clinical in about 4 to 6 weeks. Unless alternative practitioner, I look for the root cause of the symptoms. I don't need to do the expensive testing they do. Most has been shown to be inaccurate anyway, because I'm not trying to correct any one particular nutritional deficiency. But rather than the underlying traits of oxidative stress, instead, I attempt to provide the cell with all of the micronutrients at the optimal level. The cell will decide what does and what does not need. Consistently with the medical literature, I found that bring oxidative stress back under control with cellular nutrition is by far the most effective meaning of redundant one's health, which this approach the overwhelming majority of patients are able to return to normal life. Follow-up is also very important. It is amazing to see how many patients return and feeling almost normal again. Their improvements are often dramatically, obviously in their face and skin tone, and to think for years I used to just send this patient out the door with no hope and no counselor. The right treatment was there all along. A study of chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia. Judy's experience with fibromyalgia began in November of 1990. She had been a person who was seldom sick, but that year she became very ill with flu-like symptoms that caused her body to itch so severely that she thought at any moment she would have to rush to the emergency room. It took almost 2 weeks before she recovered fully from the virus. She spent on spring day in 1991 outdoor doing yard works. This was not an unusual task for her, but when she awoke the next morning, she felt as if she had moving furniture for 3 days. She thought she had probably just overdone it the day before. Little did she realize that this was only the beginning. The next problem she encountered was a sleep disorder. Although she tried a number of solutions, such as medication, less coffee, warm milk, nothing seems to help. She continued to struggle with erratic sleep pattern for the next 4 years. She also experienced confusion, memory loss, and visual disturbances. Soon, she became aware of joint pain, knots in her shoulders, headache, and sore throat. These symptoms were more apparent in the morning hours, but the sore throat and the mild headache were a constantly problem. She realized something very serious was affecting the quality of her health. When she began walking each morning with stiffness, she knew it was time to seek medical help. At this point, she was getting only 3 to 4 hours of sleep at night, and those few hours were not restful. Her nerves was frayed, and every little noise and action set her off. The medication I gave her enabled her to sleep pattern to change somewhat, but after using the medication for years, she started to develop side effects. This particular medication made her heart race and caused extremely mood swing and horrible nightmare. She was convinced the medication was doing more harm than good, so she decided to stop taking it. It was time for Judy to have a checkup with me. She told me later that she dreaded having to tell me she had threw away the medicine I prescribed and had decided to try vitamin therapy instead. I've always told her that if people ate properly, they could eat all the nutrients the body needs. To her surprise, I had recently become more open-minded, concentrate the effects of antioxidants in the healing process. I even placed her on aggressive nutritional supplement program. In September of 1995, Judy started this program with a nutritional supplement. The effects were amazing. With 3 weeks, she noticed a significant energy surge. No longer did she have to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. in order to make it through the next day, and shortly after feeling more energy, she became aware that painful niggles in her shoulder bleeds has disappeared. By November, the joint and the muscle itch started to subside. In December, she had a minor surgery, and some of the symptoms returned shortly afterward. But she increased her antioxidant intake, and within 2 weeks, the symptoms were no longer a problem. In March 1996, she slept her first 8-hour night. She was delighted to note that her sleeping pattern was once again one of normal deep sleep. Her nerves were no longer frayed, and she felt a perceived sense of wellness and returning. Confusion clearly, and her thinking process began to improve. 6 years later, she's still doing well. The root cause, chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia, are both devastating and disabling disease that the medical community believe to be a different explanation of the same disease. Chronic fatigue patients who have severe fatigue but more sore throats, swollen glands, and fever. Fibromyalgia patients suffering from severe fatigue and total body pain. As I've said, I believe they share a common cause, oxidative stress. No specific treatment exists for either of this disease. As a result, fibromyalgia, usually to be called psychosomatic rheumatism. In fact, many physicians still believe this disease is just in the patient's head. No doubt, these are frustrating illnesses for both the physician and the patient. Unfortunately, traditional medicine offers only symptomatic medication, non-steroid anti-inflammatories, muscle relaxants, antidepressants, and sleeping medication. Physicians also refer the patient to a support group and tell them they just needed to learn to live with it. Let's look at the illness in more detail, see what better treatments are available. Fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue. Near 8 million patients in the US alone may be suffering from fibromyalgia. 8 out of 9 are women. You may wonder, does personality play a role in who might be prone to the disease? Perhaps. Statistics seems to indicate these women are perfectionism who are especially sensitive. These patients are most often living in total pain, are extremely fatigued and suffering from lack of sleep. They wake up stiff, experience mental confusion, and many have irritable bowel and TMJ symptom, which is when an individual develops a very pain jaw along with the headache. Most fibromyalgia patients come into my office toting a stack of medical records from several different doctors. Because a diagnosis of fibromyalgia really takes an average of 7 to 8 years to get. Talking about frustration, there have been tests from top to the bottom with absolutely no abnormal finding. The only way to truly discern whether a patient has fibromyalgia is to do specific tender point testing of 18 predetermined areas. If 11 or more of these areas are significant tender, when only mild pressure is applied, the patient is diagnosed with fibromyalgia. A majority develop fibromyalgia following a serious illness, a major injury, especially of the neck, a substantially stressful time in their lives. As you have learned, almost of this situation greater increased amount of free radical our body produce. Once this disease starts, there seems to be no letting up. One may have an occasionally good day but have little and no reserve. And after doing too much in any given days, including exercising, one may become too stressed or yield, and severe fatigue and will set in for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Treatment: capture the disease. Once I had made a diagnosis of fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue syndrome, I focus on bringing oxidative stress back under control. I can accomplish this best, of course. through cellular nutrition, which I detail in chapter 17. I also strongly encourage a healthy diet as well as a low-impact exercise program. I always caution against exercising 2 days in a row, recommend combined and mild aerobic exercise program, which a light weight resistance program. Remember, this is a chronic lifelong disease, so rebuild one's health takes time. It's always exciting when a person responds quickly and dramatically, but this is not the typical scenario. I always encourage my patient to commit at least 6 months to improving their condition. They may not necessarily to be where they want to be in that time, but they know they are on the right track. Once my patient begin to see improvements, it is like the lights have just been turned on. Typically skeptical at first, they become excited when there is no doubt that their health is improving. I call this capturing the disease. They are actually bringing oxidative stress back under the control. The first victory a patient notices is the fact that she is no longer experiencing mental fog. It becomes easier to think and centralize on the task at hand. Next, sleeping pattern improve. She can actually get a more restful sleep and see a significant increase in energy. Last thing that usually improves is the pain. That is correct. The pain finally begins to subside. By following this protocol, my fibromyalgia patient have had good to excellent results about 70 to 75% of the time. Several hundred people suffering from fibromyalgia over the past 7 years have improved tremendously following my nutritional program. I've detailed specific on my website located www.nutritionalmedicine.net. I believe that when a patient fails to respond well, it is because we cannot bring her oxidative stress under control via oral supplementation alone. This is when I recommend that my patient to go on medical centralized specialized in IV nutritional supplements. IV therapy is necessary for them to capture their disease and finally begin to improve. Oral therapy then helps manage their condition. Now, keep in mind, these people still have fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue. I am now presenting a cure. Instead, I am empower patients to control their disease rather than having the illness control them. Over the years, I have watched as so many gradually got better. Increasing their reserve, it does take time, but their hope and determined as well reward. Mannery stories. Mannery introduced himself to me in Philadelphia, where I had been speaking. He had drove 200 miles for a chance to talk to me. He shared his story with me that day. It touched my heart. Mannery has suffering with such severe fibromyalgia that he consumed more than 300 Advil tablets a month to control the pain. He had to leave his office, where he had a psychiatric practice, by 3 and 3:30 each day, and was in bed by or before 7 p.m., beginning of overwhelming fatigue. It was at the point she started the nutritional program I had been used all my fibromyalgia patients. With a few weeks, Mannerio began noting a substantial difference. He became more alert. His fatigue began to loosen. He was able to work full day, and he was going to bed later and later. He then began to notice improvement in his pain. After a month or so, his pain improved so remarkable he didn't need to do the Advil at all. Mannerio got his life back. He's again able to maintain a full psychiatric practice and had add 4 to 5 hours back to each of his days. And it has now been several years since I met Manuel, and he continued to do well. Since his practice often involving treating the mental problem of patients who are suffering from chronic degenerative disease. He certainly have a thought understanding of how this disease can affect a person's life. The growing shift to alternative healthcare should serve as a wake-up call to the medical community. People are becoming more and more frustrated with the healthcare system that their medical insurance covers. So they are frequently resort to self-help method and alternative care for answer, even though they have to foot the pill. Simply put, people are sick and tired of being sick and tired, in spite of the fact that physicians are prescribing antidepressants at record levels. Alternative care is flourishing in the United States around the world. Why? Perhaps patients seek alternative care as a result of experience like scenario I present at the beginning of the chapter. But I also believe has much to do with patients not having the low affair with medication that most physicians believe they do. Patients want an option other than taking more medication. We physicians must realize that we are primarily responsible for the major shift of medical care to alternative healthcare providers. We frustrate our patients into making alternative decisions. After all, the overwhelming majority of patients do see their physician first. Most physicians now appreciate the benefit of healthy diet and moderate exercise program. But this same physician do so without fully appreciate or understanding the consequence of oxidative stress. If they do, they will strongly encourage their patient to start taking high-quality patent nutritional supplements. Instead of discouraging them, not only would tremendously improving accord in their patient's symptom, doctor would see a significant decline in patients and seeking alternative health care. Thank you so much for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading part 3, Nutritional Medicine. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 16, Physicians' Bias Against Nutritional Supplements. As I reflect back on my first years of medical practice, I clearly remember my own bias against nutritional supplements. So I don't have to look my father than myself when it comes to understanding the basic producer doctor have. I'm sure that my past feelings are not too different than those of the majority physician practicing medicine today. I remember telling my patients that they could get anything that they need from their food. If they would just eat a healthy diet, you must go down to your local grocery store and buy the right kind of food, and you don't have to take any of those supplements. I will insist, take vitamin is waste of money. If that don't convince them, I will share a study or two that show vitamin to be harmful. I remember that negative study was really the only one vitamins of each I was really aware of. After all, when negative studies were publicized in the late media or media journals, I would tell myself, see, you were right all along about those vitamins. It's a shame that this charlatan had played such a scam on my patients. Part of the reason I have changed my mind about vitamin is the quality of our diet. The typical American diet. I have a confession to make right here, right now. I have actually eaten out in a fast food restaurant. Alright, if you must know the guilty detail, I had to tell you that it's a Big Mac, French fries, a large Coke, supersize even, and a hot apple pie. But you must also know that was years ago. I have learned a little something about eating since then. Do you find yourself choking at the throat of a person's confession to something we all have done more often than we want to admit? In the spike of the knowledge that fast food is about the worst excuse of fuel we can induce our bodies. We lined up by the fair's waiting to pay our hard-earned cash for the detriment of the future health. Friends, knowing and doing are two different realities. As much lip service we give to losing weight and eat healthy, in reality, it's just not happening. Approximately 40% of our calories in the typical American diet come from fat. And most of these are saturated fat, the bad stuff. The September 1997 issued the medical journal Pediatric report that only 1% of the children in the United States get a proper RDA level of essential nutrients from the diet. Not only our children are not getting proper nutritional for their growing of the body, they are established poor eating habit in the childhood that usually persists into their adult years. It has amazed me how many of these young teenagers already have a full-blown insulin resistance. The second National Health and Nutritional Survey evaluated 12,000 American adults and their eating habits. Here are some of their findings. 17% of the population did not eat any vegetables. Including potatoes and salad, 50% of the population did not eat any vegetables. In other words, half of the population eats garden vegetables. Only 41% consuming any fruits or fruit juice. Only 10% of population met the USDA guideline of eating a minimum of 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. Among African Americans, only 5% eat recommended amount. Even though physicians, registered dietitians are recommending that we consume multiple servings of vegetables and fruits daily, our society is falling woefully short. This study shows that if we exclude French fries and baked potato, more than half of the population is not only eating any vegetables. Worse yet, almost 60% of population is not eating any fruit. In truth, Americans are not eating a healthy diet even though they know better. It is any wonder that more than 50% of our nation is now considered to be significant overweight. When you combine this poor eating habit with the high glycemic food discussed in chapter 14, it is no wonder that we have an epidemic of insulin resistance and diabetes in the US. If I were to challenge you to go out and not eat any white bread, white flour, pasta, rice, potato for 2 weeks, you will quickly realize why so many, more than 80 million Americans have developed insulin resistance, as known as syndrome X. Quality of food in the US. No other nation on the face of the earth has produced abundance of food that America has over the past half century. But when you look at the quality of our food from a health perspective, they are definitely concerned. The process used to produce and preserve our food today have had a serious effects on the quality of our tremendous food supply. Relax Beach wrote in his report to the U.S. Senate. Do you know that most of us today are suffering from certain dangerous diet deficiency, which cannot be remedied until the depleted soil from which our foods come are brought into proper mineral balance? The armed fact is that foods, fruits, vegetables, and grains now being raised on millions of acres of land that no longer contain enough certain minerals are starving us no matter how much we eat. Beach made this statement in 1936, and in the almost 70 years since Beach played to the Senate, little has been done to improve our nation's depleted soil. In fact, the situation is much worse today than ever before in the history. 5 major minerals: calcium, magnesium, chloride, phosphorus, and potassium. At least 16 trace minerals are essential for optimal health. Plants cannot create minerals. They must absorb them from the soil. And if our soil do not have this mineral, our plants will not have them either. And they don't. Why? Organic fertilizer that contain this mineral are expensive and difficult to obtain. U.S. farmers manage their costs by fertilizer replenish the soil with only nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, called NPK. With this NPK fertilizer, farmers are able to grow good-looking granites and produce. So the crop meaning depletes in our all other necessary minerals. Unfortunately, economic is driving force behind American agriculture, causing farmers to be more concerned about bushels per acre than the nutrients contents of the food they harvest. Few will argue that the quality of our food and its decline compared to the food of a generation or two ago. Hybrid grains, vegetables, and fruits have increased in popularity. These hybrid seeds boast big, luscious products that are more resistant to the disease. The nutrients contained hybrids, however, is significantly less than what that their natural counterpart. The farmer is paid according to the bushel per acre, not for the quality of his produce. Agriculture, too, has become demanding and politically charged industrial. In spite of our need of nutrition, the bottom line for farmers is making a living. Hybrids produce make it possible. Our food industry, due to special transportation and storage technique, has been able to make a wide variety of fruits and vegetables available nationwide throughout the year. The variety is good, but these are made available at sacrifice. Green harvest means picking fruits and vegetables before they are matured. Shipping food over long distance requires cold storage and other preservation methods, which allow for depletion of vital nutrients. Our food is also highly processed. For example, the refined process of our flour to create white bread remove more than 23 essential nutrients. Magnesium being one of the most important. Our food industry then put about 8 of these nutrients back into our bread and call it enrich. Do you know? In the process of making white flour, our removing the germ from the outer portion of grain costs us more than 80% of flour's magnesium. The process of our meat remove 50 to 70% of vitamin B6. Cold storage remove up to 50% tangerine of vitamin C. Asparagus storage for just 1 week can lose 90% of vitamin C. In fact, that our food is significant deficiency in vital nutrients. Even at the time we purchase them, however, the best we prepare our food is perhaps even more critical. Overlook delay in preparing fresh foods. Freezing food are some of the reasons our food lose nutritional value. For example, fresh salad and cut vegetable and fruit lose more than 40 to 50% of their value if they sit for more than 3 hours. Vitamin C, vulnerable to be both heat and cold. Prolonged storage deplete it. The preparation of food significantly decreases folic acid. Freezing meats can destroy more than 50% of vitamin B. We begin with depleted nutrients in our soil, which NPK fertilizer made worse. Then came to the hybrid granites that produce nutrient-depleted foods. Modern processing food storage causes further depletion of quality our food. We then take this food home and continue to create further depletion because of the storage and preparation. These are all good, solid arguments as to why we should be supplementing our diets with a high-quality nutritional supplement. You must understand, however, that these are not the primary reasons I recommend the use of nutritional supplementation. So this condition has proven to be detrimental to our American health. Our understanding of nutrition has been equally, if not more, harmful. We must rethink the meaning of RDA recommended daily allowances. Optimal levels versus RDA level. First, you must understand how recommended daily allowances were developed in the first place. The RDA started in the earlier 1920 to 1930 minimal requirement of 10 essential nutrients that could help us avoid acute deficient disease. This disease like severe deficiency of vitamin C, rickets or deficiency of vitamin D, pellagra, deficiency of niacin. In other words, if you consume the RDA for vitamin C, D, niacin, you would not develop any of this illness. Admittedly, the recommended daily allowances have done their job. In the 3 decades of clinical practice, I have never seen one of this disease. They still occur, but they are rarely. In fact, the Center for Disease Control does not even track this disease anymore. The list of nutrients included in the RDAs grew over the next 2 decades. In the earlier 1950s, the definition of RDA explained to include the amounts of nutrients needed for normal growth and development. Despite the fact that RDA had proven useful, most physicians and lay people tend to assume more meaning to the RDA standard than they should. This is due to the part of the U.S. government require that all food and supplement label give their percentage according to the RDAs. But after spending the past several years learning about nutritional supplementation and its effects of chronic degenerative disease, I have become convinced of one overriding truth. RDA have absolutely nothing to do with chronic degenerative disease. I believe this one simple truth is the cause of more confusion about the health benefit of nutritional supplementation than any other effects. Physicians are trained to believe that the RDA are the level of nutrients are needed by the body for the optimal health. The false assumption is the main reason. I believe physicians, registered dietitians, nutritionists, and the healthcare community in general show such resistance to the nutritional supplementation. As you search the medical literature about oxidative stress and the amounts of nutrients needed to prevent it, the level of nutritional supplement is significantly greater than RDA levels. A good example of this vitamin E, the recommended daily allowances of vitamin E is 10 IU. In some schedules as high as 30 IU. The average American diet consumes 8 to 10 IU. According to the medical literature, you do not begin to see any health benefits until you ingest 100 IU of the vitamin E in supplementation. This health benefit seems to improve all the way up to 400 IU, even higher. Most physicians who understand supplementation will agree that one must consume at least 400 IU of vitamin E daily. The RDA for vitamin C is 60 mg. Even through discussion over the past few years suggests this needed to be increased to 200 mg daily. The medical literature, on the other hand, indicate our body needs at least 1,000 of milligram vitamin C before health benefit result. This health benefits improve even more as we reach 2,000 milligram. I could go through all the major nutrients and list the optimal level showing to provide health benefit in the medical literatures. In each case, there is no relationship to the RDAs. Again, recommended daily allowance have nothing to do with chronic degenerative disease. To get an idea of how much food we need to consume in order to achieve this optimal level of nutrients, see Table 1. Amount of food needed to achieve this optimal level of nutrients. Vitamin E, 450 IU. You needed to eat 33 head of spinach, 27 pounds of butter, 80 medium avocados, 80 mangoes, 2 pounds of sunflower seeds, 23 cups of the wheat grain, and 1.5 quarter of corn oil. To get enough vitamin D, 600 IU, you need to consume 22 large egg yolks, 6 cups of forfeit milk, 30 tablespoons of marinade, 15 ounces of shrimp. Vitamin C, 1,300 milligrams. You need to consume 17 medium kiwi fruits, 60 medium orange, 160 medium apples, including the skin, 1.5 cup of fresh orange juice, 16 cup of raw chopped broccoli, folate 1 milligram, 3.8 cup of cooked asparagus, 4 cup of black beans, 20 medium orange, 10 cup of Brussels sprouts, 3.8 cup cooked spinach. Vitamin B6, 27 milligram, 41 medium bananas, 38 medium baked potatoes with skin, 77 cup of lentils, 15 pounds of chicken breast, 18 cup of wheat grain. Riboflavin, 27 milligram, 22 ounces of beef liver, 16 cup of low-fat yogurt, 9 dozen eggs, 3.25 gallons of low-fat milk, 64 cup of cooked spinach. Thiamine, 27 milligram, 135 cups of brown rice, 2 pounds of ham, 3 pounds of sunflower seeds, 64 cups of green beans, and 12 cups of wheat jam. There is a simple known way to achieve this optimal level of nutrients through food. If you desire to decrease your risk of developing a chronic degenerative disease, you must supplement your diet. You may be having a sign of relief thinking, "Oh good, I'm covered because I'm taking multivitamin." Don't relax just yet. Take a daily multivitamin cannot protect you from degenerative disease either. Multivitamins are primarily based on RDAs. It is rare to see any reference in the medical literature to health benefit in patients who are simply taking multivitamins. You must take significant amounts of high-quality antioxidant mineral if you have any desire to prevent or slow down the chronic degenerative disease described in the book. The obviously next question should be, is it safe to take these supplements at this optimal levels? As a physician who was not always convinced that taking supplement was a good idea, I will frequently discuss such danger with my patients. I'm sure your physician can quote a few studies that shows harm in taking supplements. Are there dangers? Sure there are. We needed to discuss this in detail. Dangers versus safety of nutritional supplements. Throughout this book, I have related medical evidence that demonstrate the effectiveness of nutritional supplement in preventing and slowing the progression of degenerative disease. For those supplements to be effective for this purpose, we must take them over a lifetime. We want to use them at a much higher level than the RDAs. We are already an unhealthy population, so it's critical these nutrients can be virtually free of any toxin effects and safe for those used in strong doses. Antioxidants are certainly safe when taken correctly. Nutritional supplements are simply nutrients we get from our foods. Not only a higher level than is possible for regular eating, on the other hand, pharmaceutical drugs may possess some clinical benefit in preventing some chronic disease, but they inherently create a risk to the patient. Every time physicians prescribe a medication, especially if it is for the treatment of chronic illness, he explained the potential danger for the use of the drug. The medication we prescribe, said Dr. Bruce Perlmutter in the April 15, 1998 Journal of the American Medical Association, causes over 100,000 deaths a year. He also stated that another 2.1 million patients have serious complications because of medication. Nutrients carry no such dangers. In my next book, titled Death by Prescription, to be released by Thomas Nelson, Inc. in 2003, I explained the inherent danger of all medication and the pitfall in the determining potential side effect of medication. There, you will find a very practically understandable guideline for avoiding suffering and possible deaths from adverse drug reaction. Since properly prescribed and administered medication is the fourth leading cause death of U.S., it is physicians and healthcare providers begin to face this major health crisis. Medical professions speak out and fight to decrease the risk of heart disease, stroke, and cancer. But why don't we talk about helping our patients decrease their risk suffering or dying from the medication we prescribe? While our profession essentially ignores the significant cause of death, I find it is terrible ironic that physicians continue to discourage their patients to taking supplements on the premise that supplementation could be dangerous to their health. Only a handful of deaths have been reported in the last several years related to the supplement, and that have been cases in which individuals have taken many times the amounts recommended in the book of particular nutrients such as niacin. Other reports involve accidentally overdose of supplements in the children. Nonetheless, we must be aware of the fact that nutritional supplements can be toxic if it is in a high amount. Let's take a look at the main toxic effect of individual nutrients. Vitamin A. All of nutritional supplements, straight vitamin A cause the most concern. Vitamin toxicities can occur in adults who take in excess of 50,000 IU per day for a prolonged period of time. A lower dose may also create toxic if the patient have liver disease. Signs of vitamin A toxic include dry skin, brittle nails, hair loss, gingivitis, nauseous, fatigue, and irritability. Accidentally ingestion of single large dose of vitamin A by children 100,000 to 300,000 IU can cause acute toxic. This may present a headache, vomiting, stupor because of the increase in intracranial pressure. A study report in the January 2, 2002 issued by the Journal of American Medical Association indicate that vitamin A can be harmful for normal bone function, leading to an increase in hip fractures. Women must avoid vitamin A supplementation during pregnancy. Dosage as low as 5,000 to 10,000 IU believed to cause birth defect. I never recommend taking straight vitamin A in supplements. We can meet the needs for vitamin A within the body by simply taking beta-carotene and the mixed carotenoid. They are very safe, and the body is able to turn beta-carotene into vitamin A, as the need arises without any risk of toxicities. Beta-carotene has been used in high dose over several years without a single reported adverse effect. Some individuals develop a yellowing of the skin called carotenoidermia, but this is total binge and reversed completely once the beta-carotene is reduced or discontinued. Vitamin E. Although vitamin E is a fat-soluble vitamin, fasticate safe records. Clinical trial of vitamin supplementation as high as 3,200 IU per day have not shown any adverse effects. In additional studies have shown that vitamin E inhibits platelet aggregation and decrease the risk of blood clot in much the same way aspirin does. The property of vitamin E is actually a benefit in reducing heart disease. Researchers believe that vitamin E actually improved the effectiveness of aspirin in patients with heart disease. Vitamin C. Vitamin C is safe even at a high dose, although some people may experience abdominal bloating, gas, or diarrhea. At one point, there was concern that vitamin C supplementation might increase the risk of kidney stone. This was found in only one clinical trial, however, and the last 4 similar trials did not substantiate this concern. Vitamin D. Vitamin D has great potential to cause toxicities. Dosage greater than 1,500 IU do not recommend it. In most cases, I do not recommend supplementing with vitamin D in dosage greater than 800 IU per day. Vitamin D toxicity may increase the blood level of calcium, cause deposits of calcium in internal organs, increase the risk of kidney stones. Interestingly, recent study report in the New England Journal of Medicine have shown that 93% of the people in Boston are deficient in vitamin D, even those taking multivitamin. Other studies are now revealing that the RDA of vitamin D is too low, 200 IU, and patients needed to take 500 to 800 IU of vitamin D, which is again an optimal level. This dosage is still considered to be well within the safe range. Niacin, vitamin B3. High dose of niacin supplementation may create flash up to the skin, nauseous, liver damage. Clinical studies have shown slow rates of products with niacin may decrease the risk of flashing, but they may also increase the risk of liver damage. Many people use high dose of niacin as a natural way to decrease their cholesterol level. Using pharmaceutical level of niacin supplementation should always be done under the direction of physician. The level of niacin recommended in Chapter 17 are in safe range. Niacin is now also being able to use along with the statin drugs, which are especially effective in lowering cholesterol. Vitamin B6, pyridoxine. Vitamin B6 is one of the few water-soluble vitamins with a possible risk of toxicities. Dose greater than 200 mg can cause symptoms of nerve toxicities, but people using dose between 50 to 100 mg does not report any cause of toxicities. Definitely be harmed when using higher dose of vitamin B6. Folic acid. Folic acid supplementation may mask an underlying B12 deficiency. Therefore, people should always take vitamin B12 supplements in tandem with folic acid. However, there has not been reported any serious problem of taking folic acid, even up to 5 grams per day. There's another reason the cellular nutrition is safe to supplement your diet. Choline. Choline is a general, well-tolerated, although at very high dose, 20 grams per day. It can create a fishy odor and cause some nauseous diarrhea and abdominal pain. Calcium. People tolerate dose of calcium supplement of up to 2,000 mg. It was once thought that high level of calcium supplementation could lead to an increase of kidney stone. However, a recent study shows that high level of calcium actually decrease the risk of kidney stone. In other words, those patients who had the highest intake of calcium actually had the lowest risk of kidney stone. Iodine. Iodine supplementation greater than 750 mcg can suppress thyroid hormone secretion. Reports have also made of itching like skin eruption at higher level iodine intake. Iron. Concern about the use of iron, especially in organic iron. In supplementation has increased, Americans generally get plenty of iron. Supplementation of the nutrients may create an iron overload, which has been associated with increased risk of heart disease in male. There is some concern iron supplements may actually increase oxidative stress. Manganese. Manganese taking supplementation is very safe, although there are reports of people who develop manganese toxicity from their environment. This is usually seen in those who mine manganese are exposure to high level in the environment. This individual may begin to hallucinate and become very irritable. Molybdenum is quite safe. A daily intake of greater than 10 to 15 mcg, however, may lead to gout-like symptoms. Selenium. Several clinical trials, which use dose in range of 400 to 500 mcg daily, have found selenium to be safe. I believe, however, dose of selenium supplementation should be less than 300 mcg daily. Symptoms of selenium toxicity include depression, irritability, nauseous, vomiting, and hair loss. No toxic effects have been associated with supplementation of vitamin K, vitamin B1, vitamin B2, biotin, vitamin B5, inositol, vitamin B12, chromium, silicon, Q10, boron, and alpha-lipic acid. A physician's defense. I'm certain my medical training was not much different from that was the overwhelming majority of physicians practicing medical today. I essentially received no formal medical training in nutrition. It was not a required class at my medical school. This is not shocking since, as I mentioned in Chapter 1, a course in nutrition is still required in only a few of medical schools around the country. Elective courses in nutrition are often in about 50% of medical school. However, as I mentioned in the introduction, recent studies have shown that only about 6% of the graduating medical students have received any training in nutrition. I will boldly state that even those students who receive a course in nutrition did not study much about nutritional supplementation. This is not the focus of our medical training. Physicians learn about the diagnosis and treatment of disease. It wasn't until I spent the last 7 years devoting the medical literature on this subject that my opinion changed. For the first 23 years of my practice, I was a typical physician in regarding to my knowledge and opinions about nutritional supplements. My opinion about vitamins were strong and filled with emotion, and my patient truly believed me because maybe that was because I was an MD, and we are supposed to know everything about health. We don't. Physicians base their use of medication in terms of nutritional supplements are reliable clinical trial reporting in the medical literature. And not every student involved in nutritional supplement has shown significant benefit. In some cases, they've actually shown potential harm. But the public media and medical literature published these negative studies. As I described in the introduction of this chapter, one was not a fan of nutritional supplementation. I know about this negative study and quote them frequently to my patients. At that time, one negative study seems to negate hundreds of good quality studies that show supplements health benefits. Because my individual who read the medical literature will encounter several of these studies. I feel it is important to address a few of the most popularized ones. The case against nutritional supplements. The Finnish study. This study based in Finland is probably one of the most quoted when it comes to nutritional supplementation. Nearly 30,000 heavy smokers participate in this. They were divided into 4 equal groups. Group 1 did not receive anything. Group 2 received DL-alpha tocopherol, synthetic vitamin E. Group C received synthetic beta-carotene. Group 4 received both DL-alpha tocopherol and beta-carotene. Research followed this subject over a period of 5 to 8 years. Most of these smokers did not quit smoking during the trial. The study showed no reduction in the incidence of lung cancer in any of this group receiving the supplement. But even more of a concern was the fact that those individuals who were taking the beta-carotene supplementation actually show an increase in the incidence of lung cancer. This came as a shock to the investigators because several earlier studies had shown a reduced risk in those patients who had high level of vitamin E and beta-carotene in their diet or bloodstream. The CARROT study. This study involved 18,000 smokers and asbestos workers who live in Washington state. This patient received 15 milligrams of beta-carotene and 25,000 IU of straight vitamin A. Researchers monitored this patient over 4 years span, and again no decrease the risk of cancer occurred in the patients who were taking the supplement. Again, there was actually an increase in the incidence of lung cancer in the group that was taking beta-carotene and vitamin A. The Physicians' Health Study. This study followed more than 22,000 U.S. healthy male physicians who took their either 50 milligrams of beta-carotene or a placebo every other day for 12 years. The supplementation showed no benefit or negative effect when it came to lung cancer or heart disease. My response are the findings of this study. At the first glance, they seem disappointing. But let's take a closer look. All this study clearly show that if you are a smoker or are at high risk of developing lung cancer, you should not take beta-carotene alone. I often look for principles that become evidence in the medical literature. Here's a perfect example. You should not take a single nutrient at very high level, especially if you are a smoker. Beta-carotene and other antioxidants have the potential to become pro-oxidants in this situation. A pro-oxidant is a nutrient that can actually increase the number of free radicals you produce. Rather than discouraging supplements as altogether, this study indicates that using beta-carotene alone or with just vitamin E with smoker is not wise. Also, the fact that the Finnish study used DL-alpha tocopherol, synthetic vitamin E, concerned me. Other studies have shown this synthetic vitamin E to cause problems rather than reduce them. Instead, most studies report in the medical literature use D-alpha tocopherol, which is a natural vitamin E. I have already shared my concern that most studies are done with just 1 or 2 antioxidants, with researchers look for the magic bullet. But an understanding of oxidative stress, how it can damage the body, forces us to realize that a 1 or 2 nutrients approach is like trying to bring down a locomotive with a rifle. We must also consider the knowing fact that the lung cancer takes 20 to 30 years to develop. So, in reality, the Finnish study was designed to fail from the beginning. These patients were heavy smokers who were placing their body under tremendous oxidative stress. This patient and all of those in the study site need cellular nutrition, supplementation of completely and balanced antioxidant and mineral at the optimal level, not a magical bullet. A more recent study. Another study report in the November 29, 2001, issued of the New England Journal of Medicine, has also received fair heavy media attention. The simvastatin-Zocor and the niacin study involved 160 patients with elevated cholesterol level and hardening of arteries who were assigned to one of the four groups. Group 1 was the control group and so received nothing. Group 2 received Zocor and niacin. Group 3 received vitamin E, vitamin C, selenium, and beta-carotene. Group 4 received Zocor, niacin, vitamin E, vitamin C, selenium, and beta-carotene. Group 2 did the best and actually showed some minor reversal of the hardening of their arteries. The antioxidant group, Group 3, was the next best, with the significant improvement. But the Group 4, which received a combination of Zocor antioxidant, did not see as much of a rise in their HDL good cholesterol. This finding was marginally finding and was not statistically significant. Yet, the negative press that has come from this marginal finding that lead the overwhelming majority of doctors to quickly claim that taking vitamin E with their prescription cholesterol lowering drugs block the benefits effects of their drugs. Physicians tend to ignore the hundreds of studies that show significant health benefit of nutritional supplements, not only with the heart disease but with all the chronic degenerative disease. As you have learned throughout this book, heart disease is not a disease of cholesterol, but rather than an inflammation of the arteries. The same study also shows that LDL cholesterol shows a 35% increase in resistance to oxidation in the antioxidant group than in the group taking the statin drugs. The media did not pick up this finding, nor did they announce it to the whole world. They also did not tell you that patients who are taking statin drugs significantly decrease the Q10 level of the body. Many researchers feel the underlying reason why some of the patients who are taking statin drugs develop muscle pain and even muscle distraction is because this very low Q10 level in the muscle. Physicians will usually base their decision about the health benefit of nutritional supplement on the studies such as this. However, they totally ignore the hundreds of studies that show health benefit with the use of nutritional supplements. I hope and pray that independent thinking physicians will take a look at the study I have detailed in this book. I encourage physicians to be open-minded, skeptical, and examine the benefits they can offer their patients through nutritional supplements. Rather than relying on RDAs or try to attack oxidative stress with one vitamin at a time, we must learn how cellular nutrition is the best approach to handling underlying problem of oxidative stress. Most importantly, we needed to keep in mind the overall concept of oxidative stress and understanding the health benefit patients can realize by building up their body's natural antioxidant defense system. The result is nothing less than live, change forever for better. Thank you so much for listening. Next chapter, I will be reading the last chapter. 17. Cellular nutrition, putting it all together. I will see you then. Hello everyone, this is Mila. Today I'm reading chapter 17. Cellular nutrition, putting it all together. I have spoken of some of the most frustrating or painful disease doctors encounter in their patients. But I must now testify to the deepest fulfilling of a physician, watching men, women, and children of all ages living life at the fullest against after a debilitating disease. These people are back in control of their health instead of their illness controlling them. But there is honestly truth. I have never seen patients achieve this kind of response with traditional medicine alone. You could look at one or two cases and believe that the results were supernatural miracle of God. But this natural healing ability has been there all along. We have been marvelously and wonderfully made. Medical science is now just showing us that we have optimized this natural healing system that are already present. We must take advantage of humanity's most tremendous assets in healing, the host, which is our own body. Sometimes the physician has a tough time getting any healing to occur. Nothing frustrates a physician more than dealing with a compromised immune system. This happens frequently with people suffering from full-blown AIDS or those who have been taking chemotherapeutic drugs. The infection these patients get are severe and sometimes remarkably unusual. Because the patient's own immune system is barely functioning, physicians are left with few options other than to pull out their most patent antibiotic on a wish and a prayer that the patient will respond. In this settling, the physician realizes the most important of having an immune system that is working at the optimal level. Our drugs may be great, however, without the help of our body's own healing power, they are really not that effective. Doctors need both drugs and healthy immune system. Again, this is why I call the use of high-quality nutritional supplement complementary medicine. Optimal level of nutrition. You must remember, especially if you are a healthcare practitioner, the vitamin E, selenium, calcium, magnesium, vitamin C are simply nutrients that we should be getting from our foods. But we continue to study them as if they were drugs. Drugs must go through rigorous clinical trial to assure they are safe and effective, because they are synthetic substances that disrupt natural enzyme system in order to create therapeutic results. In the last chapter, I discussed possible safety risks posed by nutritional supplements, but the risks are few, especially compared with drugs. This is because vitamin E, the risk, and vitamin C, selenium, so on are actually natural substances that supporting natural enzyme, antioxidant, and immune system. Because we now have the means of producing nutritional supplements, we are able to providing these nutrients at optimal level. Optimal level are those levels that have been shown provide health benefit in medical literature. These are not RDA level. See chapter 16. When these nutrients are combined and take together in supplementation at the optimal levels, the results are simply amazing. Cellular nutrition is simply providing all nutrients to the cell at the optimal level. This allows the cells to decide what it really does and does not need. I don't have to worry about determining in which nutrient the cell is deficient. I simply provide all of the important nutrients at optimal level and let the cells do their work. The approach corrects any nutritional deficiency over the next few months. Bakers know the true art of baking bread, but with the handy use of automatic bread machine, just about anyone can give it a try. We don't have to do much anymore in the way of technique. If you dump in all the right ingredients in the right balance, it's even guaranteed thanks to pre-mix packing. You get a luscious, warm load of fresh homemade bread in about a couple of hours or so. But what if you don't have a little packet of ingredients and you forget the yeast? What if you use too much salt? Is this the same approach we use the cellular nutrition? You want to provide all the necessary nutrients that the cell have everything it needs to operate its optimal level capacity. Protecting your health. Nutritional supplementation is really about health, not disease. Attacking the root cause of chronic degenerative disease is a true preventive medicine. I realize that most of my readers enjoy good health and want to continue. Although I have shared many stories about patients who have developed a serious illness and were able to take back control of their health again. Everyone would agree that it's much easier to maintain health than it is try to regain it. By applying these same principles, you who are in good health can decrease the risk of developing this chronic degenerative disease. And those who are struggling with their health can empower your body to fight, if not reverse, chronic disease. When you combine a healthy diet, moderate exercise program, cellular nutrition, you always win health-wise. Isn't this your goal? The fact is, an apple a day won't keep the doctor away. Today, you needed to supplement your apple and the rest of your well-balanced diet, high-quality nutritional supplement. Here I want to advise you for the basic nutrition you needed to provide optimal cellular nutrition for your body. When you provide all of these nutrients at the optimal level, your body receives all the health benefits nutritional supplementation provides. LDL cholesterol is more resistant to oxidation. Homocysteine level decrease. Your eyes have greater antioxidant protection from the sunlight. The lungs have optimal protection. You enhance your immune system and antioxidant defense system. You decrease the risk of developing heart disease, stroke, cancer, macular degeneration, cataract, arthritis, Alzheimer's dementia, Parkinson's disease, asthma, diabetes, MS, lupus, and more. Remember, this toxic world combined with our stressful lifestyle make it imperative that our immune system and antioxidant defense system are firing on all cylinders. Optimizer. Sometimes a patient needs more than those nutrients listed in the Table 1. If a patient is suffering from lasting fatigue or a chronic degenerative disease, he's under even more oxidative stress than normal. So add what I call optimizer to his supplement program. These antioxidants are proven to be extremely potent. nutritional supplements are continue looking for more and more patent antioxidants. But presently, the best is grape seed extract, which is loaded with proanthocyanidins. These are very patent antioxidants that fall in group of antioxidants called bioflavonoids, found in the colorful parts of fruit. Grape seed extract offer antioxidants are 50 times or more potent than vitamin E, 20 times more potent than vitamin C when used with all of other antioxidants supporting nutrients. Used alone, it is only 6 to 7 times more potent than vitamin E and 3 to 4 times more potent than vitamin C. Here's again the power of synergy among nutrients is clear. Don't forget one of the most important characteristics of grape seed extract, the fact that it's crossed through the blood-brain barrier easier. See chapter 13. In other words, it gets into the fluid around the brain, spinal cord, and the nerve most readily. For fragile patients, I usually recommend adding at least 100 to 200 milligrams of grape seed extract, depending on the severity of their problem. Usually, it will take only 4 to 6 weeks before my patients are able to notice significant improvement and feel normal again. They actually back off their optimizer at this point as long as they continue to do well. Patients who are already suffering from chronic degenerative disease such as MS, heart disease, lupus, Crohn's, cancer, or Parkinson's are already in serious trouble. In this settle, even normal everyday free radical production causes significant oxidative damage to the fat, protein, and the DNA of the cell. The repair system are so overwhelming, they simply are not able to keep up and repair all of the damage. This patient needs significant more potent antioxidant if they are to have any hope of capture their disease and redeem their health. Again, in this situation, I also recommend optimizer to be added to the basic cellular nutritional program recommended in Table 1. The first optimizer I will usually choose is a grape seed extract. But for those struggling with chronic disease, I will also recommend much higher dose than I would for patients with just fatigue. Other optimizer will be Q10, glucosamine sulfate, lutein, zeaxanthin, niacin, magnesium, and calcium. Follow are the basic principles and nutrients I use to optimize in this various chronic degenerative disease. All of my patients are taking the nutrients detailed in Table 1, then add additional optimizer to the basic cellular nutritional program according to the seriousness of each individual case. Other than grape seed extract, the optimizer I recommend most is Q10. This is not only a potent antioxidant, but it is also essential for creation of energy within the cell. In addition, Q10 is a very important nutrient in enhancing the immune system. Note, Q10 is difficult to absorb. I'm giving level for the powder form in the following recommendation. You will need less Q10 if you take the Q-gel or self-gel form of Q10. Specific optimizers I recommend be added to the nutrients in Table 1 for each of this particular disease. Heart disease. Add approximately 100 mg of grape seed extract and Q10 along with some additional magnesium, about 200 to 300 mg per day. I feel that it's critical for those patients to be taking a basic products that contain a mixture vitamin E's, as I mentioned in Table 1. If one's homocysteine level does not drop below 7, with just the B vitamin list in Table 1, I will add 1 to 5 grams of TMG, trimethylglycine, to the patient's regimen. Cardiomyopathy, I add 300 to 600 mg of Q10 to a patient's regimen along with some additional magnesium and 100 grams of grape seed extract. Patient will usually see a response within 4 months. Q10 is very safe, and the top researcher in the country feel comfortable pushing to 600 mg daily if the patient is not responding to the lower dose. However, some cardiologists like to perform blood level testing on the amount of Q10 in the blood before they begin to push to those higher levels. Cancer patients. It is hard to give a simple formula for all the various cancers, but if there is no evidence of the cancer spreading, or the surgeon believes the total remove it, I will add 200 mg of grapeseed extract and Q10. If the patient has metastatic cancer that spread, I will recommend 300 mg of grapeseed extract along with 500 to 600 mg of Q10. Children aged 8 to 15 should take only half of the recommended level on Table 1. The half of the grapeseed extract and Q10 recommended here. Macular degeneration. For patients with this condition, I primarily add 300 mg grapeseed extract to the nutrients found in Table 1. I also add approximately 6 to 12 mg of additional lutein to the regimen. I also found that if their patients are going to improve, it will occur within the first 4 months. Multiple sclerosis. My patient with MS have shown that at least 400 mg of grapeseed extract, 200 to 300 mg of Q10, and even some additional 5 to 1000 mg of vitamin C can be helpful in this disease. I warn my MS patient that it may be more than 6 months before they see any improvement. Lupus and Crohn's disease. This patient needs about 300 mg of grapeseed extract, 200 mg of Q10 added to the basic supplements. Again, if this patient improves, it's usually after about 6 months. Osteoarthritis. I add 15 to 2000 mg glucosamine sulfate and about 1 to 200 mg of grapeseed extract. I have no problem if they also add 400 to 600 mg chondroitin sulfate or even 100 mg of MSM if the patient feels this help. I do not feel the medical evidence is strong enough at the time to absolutely recommend them as an optimizer. Rheumatoid arthritis. Again, I add 1500 to 2000 mg of glucosamine sulfate, 300 mg of Q10, 400 mg grapeseed extract, 200 mg of additional magnesium and calcium. And I increase the omega-3 fatty acid by adding 3 to 4 fish oil capsule or 2 teaspoons of cold-pressed flaxseed daily. Osteoporosis. For this patient, I do not recommend adding optimizer to my recommendation on Table 1. However, I strongly encourage them to be getting the right level of vitamin D, calcium, magnesium, and to be sure they are taking this with food. They also needed to get involved in an aggressive weight-bearing exercise program for the upper body. Asthma. I add 200 to 300 mg of grapeseed extract, Children should take about 2 mg per day, along with additional 1,000 mg vitamin C. Children 200 to 500 mg, and 200 mg magnesium. Children should add additional 100 mg. Emphysema. The basic nutrients in Table 1 are usually sufficient. I also add 200 mg of grapeseed extract along with additional vitamin C and magnesium as indicated above under asthma, Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's disease. As I mentioned earlier, this patient have already lost a significant number of brain cells before diagnosis is even made. I have seen some significant improvement with Parkinson's disease, although if the patient starts an aggressive nutritional program early in his disease, I recommend adding 400 mg of grapeseed extract to the regimen on Table 1. It is good medical evidence that the progression of Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease may be slow and with this regimen. Diabetes mellitus. I add approximately 100 to 200 mg of additional grapeseed extract to this regimen. The cellular nutrition list on Table 1 definitely provides everything else the body needs. Chronic fatigue fibromyalgia. I add 200 to 300 mg of grapeseed extract along with 100 to 200 mg of Q10 to the basic supplement program. Sometimes I need to increase the grapeseed extract to 400 or even 500 mg daily in order to capture this disease. Once patients are respond favorably, the amount can be decreased to a lower maintenance level. Need more help? This recommendation may seem overly simple to you, yet are the principle I have used to achieve the results I have shared with you in this book. It is not within the scope of this book to share with you my specific recommendation for each and every disease. I refer you to my webpage at www.nutritionmedicine.net to get specific advice for the disease in which you are most interested. On my webpage, I spell out recommendations in much greater detail. These are what I have used in my medical practice for more than 50 of this chronic degenerative disease. I also offer for a reasonable charge individual email nutritional consultation for those who wish to contact me directly. If you become a member of my webpage, you will unlimited access to the webpage, receive my bi-monthly newsletter, and pay reduced consultation fee. Choosing your nutritional supplement. My purpose to writing this book is not to recommend any particular brand or type of nutritional supplement, but there are a few basic guidelines you need to follow in order to assure that you are taking high-quality nutritional supplements. I strongly recommend that you do not simply sell your health to the lowest bidder. Once you finally become convinced that nutritional supplement can offer you a health benefit, you want to be sure you are getting what you pay for. You are not getting the optimal results I share in this book when you take low-quality nutrition. As you will learn, this is poorly regulated industry. It will take some effort on your part to check out the quality of particular products you choose to buy. But it is crucial that you purchase high-quality supplements that are completely and balanced. If you are going to have any chance to protect or redeem your health, as in any industry, the raw products used and how these products are manufactured affect their quality. I now advise my patient to purchase the best quality of supplements they can afford. Everyone needed to assess the importance of his or her health what value he or she places on. I realize that it can be a significant economic decision for most people. I look at nutritional supplements as my health insurance. Once you lose your health, it's very difficult to regain it, no matter how much money you are willing and able to spend. When you look at my basic recommendation found in Table 1, you will quickly realize that you cannot get this amount of supplementation in simple daily multivitamin. You need to choose a supplement that is as complete and balanced as possible. Several companies are now putting all of these nutrients together in 1 or 2 different pills in order to achieve these optimal levels. However, you will most likely need to take several 4 to 8 tablets daily. The more antioxidant and the more various antioxidant your supplement provides, the better. You must also be sure that you are getting all the minerals and B cofactors. You need to spend a little time investigating the nutritional company you choose. You can locate a lot of information on the company's website, or you may need to call the company directly. The most important things to find out is whether the particular company you choose follow good manufacturing practice, GMP, for pharmaceuticals. This company produces what is called pharmaceutical grade supplements. This means the company follow similar guidelines for producing its products as company making over-the-counter drugs. The government does not require company to do this. However, some companies want to give their customer the assurance that they are getting what they are paying for by producing high-quality pharmaceutical-grade products. These high-quality manufacturers will put the actual amount of nutrients found in their products on the label and give full disclosure of all their ingredients. You may also find the expiration dates on the bottle. This is really nice, and the company full address, encourage sign that is actually street address rather than PO box. Another aspect to look for when you are searching particular company is where it markets its products. A company marketed internationally usually has to follow higher standard than those companies who market only in the US, Canada, and Australia, and Western Europe countries have the highest standard for the manufacturing nutritional supplements. Some of these companies will also periodically send officials to perform on-site inspection of this manufacturing plant. It is really nice if the company is able to show you a third-party certification document in the quality of manufacturing practice. Does all of this sound too picky? The November 1997 Tufts University newsletter report a study at University of Maryland that looked carefully at 9 different prescription prenatal vitamins. They did not look at what was in them, but instead looked to see if they even dissolve. If the pill doesn't even dissolve, it doesn't really matter what it is in there. They discovered that only 3 of the 9 prenatal vitamins even dissolve. This is correct. Only 3 of the 9. The pills that dissolve were produced under what are called U.S. Pharmacopoeia (USP) standards. These are government guidelines that assure you and me that medication and supplement tablets will be absorbed by our bodies. Pharmaceutical GMPs are worthless if the company does not also follow USP standards for the dissolution of the tablets. Choosing a company that follows the USP guideline is certainly a step in the right direction. Sometimes it's quite different to find information about the quality control that various companies use in their manufacturing practice. The number of nutritional supplements that are viable on the market today alone may overwhelm you. Even every company is trying to find its niche in this ever-competitive market. Looking through the market hype and try to get to the heart of the completeness and the quality of their nutritional products. Hopefully, this guideline will help. If you were to put all the medical advances made since the beginning of records history into a 24-hour time period, the medical evidence presented in this book would have occurred within the last 5 or 6 seconds. This is cutting-edge medical research. Most physicians and healthcare practitioners have yet to come on board and make this research practical for the average and everyday person. Be that as it may, the simple concept of cellular nutrition is the best way to defend yourself from the underlying threats of oxidative stress. By combining a healthy diet, a moderate exercise program, cellular nutrition, and you are giving yourself the absolutely best chance to protect your health or to redeem it after it has been lost. You have learned the power of complementary medicine. The wide variety of true clinical stories presented in this book demonstrate the amazing healing power of bodies possess. The patient whose story I have shared with you still have their underlying disease. Many are still taking significant amounts of medication, yet they are living life to the fullest. When physicians take advantage of this most tremendous asset, the host, our body, and support it rather than deny the importance in the healing process, phenomenal clinical improvement is possible. Tricia Rose, in her powerful book titled Taking Up Your Cross, share a profound and fitting piece of wisdom for us here. Always remember brevity of life, the certainty of death, and the length of eternity. We are not going to live forever in this earth suit. They will wear out, and one day our full redemption will draw nigh. But in the meantime, these health concepts are the best way to care for and protect our health, and may we all live until we die. I want to make my sincere thanks to Dr. Ray Strand to writing these phenomenal books. Give yourself a thanks to make this far. By now, you have some nutritional knowledge. Hopefully, you bring this nutritional knowledge to benefit yourself, your family, and your friends. If you have any question regarding in the book or nutritional brands, feel free to contact me in the description. I want to close this with my favorite quote. May we all live until we die. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next book.